T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, main engine start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Anyway, you will never understand it, cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking on glass. It's so good, so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. You can touch it, smell it, pieces so sweet. But it makes no difference, cause it knocks you off your feet. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's crying, bleeding, lying on
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, guys. Good to have you back. It's another day. It's another dollar. All right. So, you're probably wondering, what is it? What is it? SIPC? Perhaps you don't know. Maybe you do know. I don't know. I don't know if you know. I didn't know. I honestly didn't know what SIPC was. SIPC is Securities Investor Protection Corporation. I'm going to give you guys a few links. I'm going to post some of the links to the top of the page, and then some of the links I'll just post in here, and you guys can find your way around. What I'm going to say is this: I've had a stance in the past that I have to be very, very careful about what it is I say to you guys. Because it could insinuate that I'm trying to direct you or cause you to do something, and I'm not. I'm here to tell you I'm not here to do that. First and foremost, it's your money, it's your choice. You need to do what you think is right for you. But I want to inform you whenever I find out something new and something that I think could help protect you. I want to inform you about it, and I want to make sure that you know about it so that you can be best protected as possible. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do with my shares because I don't want to allude to anything, but I want you to have the understanding of what it is and how it can help you or possibly help you, or maybe something that you don't even care about. It doesn't really matter. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you over to the other page here real quickly. Turn off all this junk here. SIPC. What is SIPC? It protects against the loss of cash and securities, such as stocks and bonds held by customers at a financially troubled SIPC member brokerage firm. The limit of the SIPC protection is $500,000, which includes a $250,000 limit for cash. So in securities, it goes up to $500,000. If you have cash in an account with a brokerage, it insures up to $250,000. I think a good way to maybe think about SIPC is maybe thinking of it as like FDIC insured, right? So anytime you're invested in a bank and that money is in the bank, it's FDIC insured up to a certain amount of money, right? SIPC is exact same thing, except for securities instead of cash. It also works for cash too, but it's also for securities up to 500,000, which is great, right? I mean, it sounds wonderful, except it only covers up to $500,000 per broker, per investor. You can't have multiple accounts with an investor and count on having more coverage. It's simply one time per broker, per customer. If you wanted to have more insurance, you would have to have multiple brokers in order to have more insurance. That's all I'm going to say. There is a possibility that there are brokers that are going. I mean, just take a look, for example, at Bitcoin right now. Look at how many different brokerages are going under and just disappear. People are disappearing. They're just disappearing, and stuff is crazy happening to people who have their money inside of those brokerages. It's not. They're not insured, and people are getting screwed. But you, luckily, more than likely have SIPC coverage, so that can't really happen to you. I'm gonna give you this link in case you guys want to read up on it. I'm gonna include it. I'm gonna link it to the very top of the page so you guys can see it for the whole day. It's there. This link does have SIPC members, a list of members who are included. So if you want to know if your brokerage is included, you can go to this next page that I'm going to link in here, and it will tell you whether or not your broker is a member and has SIPC coverage. That might be very important to you. You might want to know that. And then I'm going to kind of cover just a real quick how the claims process works for SIPC coverage. It's a 6-step plan on how that coverage works, and we're just going to talk about it real briefly. We've got about 8 minutes more before I talk about everything, and I'm just going to show you real quickly too that there are still open cases. There's open cases for SIPC coverage that go back to 2008, and that's going to sound crazy to you. And you're going to go like, wait, there's cases that are open from 2000? Yes, there are. Bernie Madoff Investment Securities LLC from December 11th of 2008, and Lehman Brothers from September 19th of 2008, both have investors. If you go to the Madoff one, you can see if you click on that one, you can actually go down and see the case. Oh wait, you know what? Let me give you the link for this page as well, so you can see this. If you just kind of surf around that site, you can find your way to some of this stuff on your own. But you can go to the open cases, and you can see down here, for example, with the Bernie Madoff, there on February 25th of 2022. So this year, the 13th prorated interim distribution of recovered funds to eligible Madoff customers begins. the total amount so far that they've done in distributions is $14.27 billion with the B. So there's still people who are getting a 13th distribution of funds to make things correct. So this is something you want to look at. Look at this, understand it, know what it means, know how it may affect you or impact you, because insurance is an important thing. Now, I do want to state this, and I never want to make assumptions as to how many shares you may have at all, ever. I always assume that everybody has more than I have. I always do. And what I want you to think about is I want you to think about how can I best protect myself going forward. You can call your brokerage and you can ask them about insurance above and beyond SIPC coverage. I think a lot of brokerages would probably tell you that there is an opportunity for you to be able to increase your insurance above and beyond the SIPC coverage. That may be an option for you, but I think if you kind of look into this SIPC and the more you dive into it, you may realize that that's something that depending upon how many shares you have, you may want to increase. If you have a low amount of shares, this may be a complete non-topic for you, right? Say for example, you only have, I don't know, 50 shares, 100 shares. This is probably not going to affect you too much, right? Because you're going to be like, if I can get $500,000 for my 100 shares, I'd be more tickled pink. And there you go. This is a non-issue for you. You don't need to worry about it. But the reason I'm bringing this up is, again, because I want to make sure that everybody here is as safe as possible in the play that they're in. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. I don't want anybody to miss out on anything. So I'm throwing this out here so you guys understand what's going on. SIPC protection is limited. SIPC only protects the custody function of a broker-dealer, which means that SIPC works to restore to customers their securities and cash that are in their accounts when the brokerage firm liquidations begin. I believe, this is just a personal belief of mine, that there are going to be some brokerages that go under. I don't know which ones. I have no idea. It may be the one I'm in. I'm in two brokerages. I'm not going to say who I'm in, but I'm in two brokerages, and they may go under. This will help protect me, this SIPC. It'll help protect you. It is important to recognize that SIPC protection is not the same as protection for your cash at a Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation insured banking institution, because SIPC does not protect the value of any security. So the important thing to remember about this is that there's a very specific process and different things that can happen along the way that will ensure how much your shares are worth, but it does not ensure the value of your shares. It just ensures whether or not you get your shares back, or the equivalent value of the shares at the time when you make your filing. So that kind of leads me into moving into talking about, and there's a lot of other verbiage on here that you guys should probably go in here and read, but that leads me into talking about how the claims process works. If this were ever to be something that would happen to any of us, I just want to throw this out there. I mean, 2008, I just showed you an example of how 2008, there's still two brokerages that went under from 2008 that still have open cases. Claim forms. Claim forms are made available via the trustee website and will be mailed to each customer who had an account with a brokerage firm within the previous 12 months. Customers submit. That's step one. Customers submit claim forms as step two. In order to be eligible for SIPC protection, you must file a claim within the deadlines set forth in the notice and as described in the instructions. Failure to file a claim within the deadlines may result in the loss of all or a portion of your claim. A claim may be filed electronically or by mailing a completed and signed claim form to the trustee. When filing a claim electronically or completing your written claim form from mailing, follow all instructions. In your claim form or an assigned attachment, you should describe the cash and securities that you are owed to you by your brokerage firm. If possible, you should provide any documents that support your claim, including copies of your brokerage statements, trade confirmations, and any correspondence you had with the brokerage firm. If you complained about your brokerage firm's handling of your account, you should include a copy of the complaint with your claim form when filing a claim electronically. You will be prompted to upload all documents that support your claim. This is all. I feel like this is like preemptive stuff, like really preemptive kind of things. But if we don't talk about it now, and I know it kind of seems a little scary to talk about these things, but if we don't talk about it now, then you're not going to be ready for the future. And I'm always really adamant about making sure that I talk to you guys about things for the future. Dana, I just looked over to the side to see what you guys were writing. Dana wants me to sit in a birthday cake for tomorrow. I don't know. We'll have to see if I can make that happen. Dana wants to pop out of a cake. Pro Jeweler says, so my grandkids will end up with money. In a situation like this, if you were part of Bernie Madoff's firm when they went belly up, it could take a while. That happened in 2008. 14 years later, they're finally getting the last, what they think may be the last payment. See, Silas asks a great question. Says, I'm guessing SIPC is not for Europe. That's actually a great question, because guess what? It does not matter. Actually, if you go to the website and you take a look at it, I will find the spot where it says it here. SIPC protects cash in a brokerage firm account from the sale of or for the purchase of securities. Cash held in connection with commodities trade is not protected by SIPC. Money market mutual funds, let's see here. Okay. Often, money market funds often thought of as cash are protected as securities by SIPC. SIPC protects cash held by the broker for customers in connection with the customer's purchase or sale of securities, whether the cash is in U.S. dollars or denominated in non-U.S. dollar currency. It does. I'm trying to find the spot here where it protects entities outside the U.S. I think maybe it's at the bottom. Except as specifically provided above, the term security does not include any currency or any commodity. Nope, that's not it. Where is it at here? It does show you in terms of security what that means, and you can go through, you can look at it. It's in here. The answer to your question is yes, it does. It does protect you if you're outside of the U.S. If you hold a security outside the U.S., according to this, it does protect you. But the one way that you'll know for sure is if you go to the list of members that I provided in the links above and check to see if your brokerage is a part of that list. If it is, then you're golden. You're set. Not a big deal. I'm trying to find that spot where it talks about. It might be in this claim forms and process for filing. Let me continue to read from there, and maybe we'll come across it here. Trustee review claims. The trustee will compare your claim to the books, records of the brokerage firm. If needed, the trustee may ask you for more information. The net difference between what you owe the brokerage firm and what the brokerage firm owes you is called your net equity. If you owe any amount to the brokerage firm, for example, from a margin loan, the amount you owe will be subtracted from the amount that the brokerage firm owes you. If the broker owes you something other than securities and cash in your brokerage account, for example, damages for bad investment advice, this amount will not be included in the amount of your net equity. SIPC does not protect customers against damage type losses. Damage claims are classified as general creditor claims. In order for the trustee to determine how much SIPC protection you are eligible for, the trustee will value your securities as of the filing date, which usually is the date that the liquidation was started. So it's kind of based up around usually when the liquidation occurred of the company. The filing date for open cases is available at all open cases, which you can click on and it'll take you there. Trustee issuers determination letter as step 4. If you file a claim, the trustee will review the claim and decide whether your claim should be allowed or denied. The trustee will issue a determination letter explaining the reasons for the allowance or denial of your claim. If you do not agree with the trustee's determination, you have 30 days from the date of the determination letter to object in writing to the court. Instructions on how to object the determination are included in the determination form. This is really important stuff here, guys. I want you to understand that this process is not quick. Doesn't really seem to be a quick turnaround process. It can take some time. Receive initial delivery of cash and securities. If you agree with the trustee's determination letter, you will be required to sign certain documents in order for your claim to be satisfied. Once you sign and return the trustee the required documentation, your claim will be satisfied by the payment of cash or delivery of securities to you up at least to the SIPC limits. Notice there that it says payment of cash or delivery of securities. So they could actually just return you your shares, or they could pay you in cash. Whenever possible, the securities owned by customers are returned to the customers so that the customers can be put in the same position they were in before the liquidation. If necessary, SIPC funds may be used to purchase replacement securities in the open market. While the number of securities to be replaced will equal the number in your account on the filing date, it is always possible the market changes may result in returned securities having lost some or even all of their value as calculated as of the filing date. In other cases, the securities may have increased in value since the filing date. In certain cases, it may not be possible to deliver some or all of your securities that were in your account. In those circumstances, you will receive a payment from the trustee up to at least the SIPC limits for the filing date value of the securities. So that's really important to know, guys. While you're waiting to get your securities back, price may fluctuate, and they're not responsible for, if they're giving you back shares, they may not be responsible for what happens to price during that period of time. Receive additional delivery from customer property if available if your net equity is over the SIPC limits. Customers who have claims in excess of $500,000 may be eligible to receive an additional distribution. This distribution will be based on whether the trustee has any customer property from the brokerage firm. Any distribution of customer property will be made pro rata on the basis of your net equity claim. If your claim is still not satisfied, you will have a general creditor claim for the overage. Please note that if your claim was satisfied in full by the SIPC protection, you will not receive a distribution of customer property. As an example, if the trustee is able to recover 40% of the customer assets and 60% of the customer assets are missing, customers would be treated as follows. So here's an example. Customer A has a claim for securities valued at $250,000. Customer A would receive his securities or $250,000 in cash. 40% of the value would come from customer assets and 60% from funds available by SIPC. Customer B has a claim for securities valued at $1 million. Customer B would receive securities valued at an amount of $500,000 or $500,000 in cash from funds advanced by SIPC. Customer B would also receive a distribution from customer property valued at $400,000, 40% of $1 million. In total, customer B would receive $900,000 and would have a general creditor claim for the remaining $100,000. All customer named securities held by the brokerage firm are returned outright to customers. When can I expect to receive my property? How quickly claims are satisfied depends on the complexity of the liquidation and the condition of the brokerage firm's records. Delays of several months can arise when the failed brokerage firm's records are not accurate. It also is not uncommon for delays to take place when the troubled brokerage firm or its principals were involved in fraud. When the records of the brokerage firm are accurate and no fraud occurred, deliveries of some securities in cash to the customers may begin shortly after the trustee receives the completed claim forms from customers. Generally, in these cases, customers may receive at least some of their property 1 to 3 months after filing the completed claim form. So, just stuff I want you guys to be aware of. I want you to think about these kind of things going forward. I personally feel like there's going to be brokerages that go under. I don't think all brokerages can handle what's going to happen in this market. I may be wrong. I may be completely wrong on this and that they'll be able to handle it no problem at all. Either way, I want you to know what SIPC is. I want you to understand what it is. I want you to understand how it may help you and how you may be able to help yourself better by understanding what it does and how you can potentially increase the value of your insurance. No, Fliff, I'm barefoot. Every day I do the show, I'm barefoot. I'm just reading what you guys are writing here. All right, that was a little presentation right there on SIPC. I know that's a mountain full of information that you've never even heard of before. Again, I'm just going to include the links. There's certain reasons why Baldy wants this to be cut into its own video. I can try to do that for you, Baldy, but I hate editing so much. I went back and I watched some of DFV's videos. They're really long, by the way. I went back and watched some of his videos, and he said, you know, I was thinking about doing like cutting up apart some of my videos, but I'm just too lazy to do it. It's so much work. And that's how I feel. I feel exactly like that. It's like 9 hours of content, and it's like I don't know if I want to take the time to go through it all and cut it all up. I'm worse than him. He would have like 2 or 3 hour content streams, and then didn't feel like he wanted to. I know what the time was today. You know, it's right after the song gets. I wanted to talk about this like right off the bat as soon as the song ended. So I always use like the first part of every morning to talk about whatever it is I've got for a title. And that's what I did today, like normal. Good morning, Ray from Texas. Happy Texas morning to you. Avoid the heat. So Brandon says I would need 40 brokers to become. This is an interesting point that you're bringing up there, Brandon. And part of what I was saying was is that you can call up your broker and you can say like how would I get how could I get coverage beyond what it is that I have. That's something you may want to consider doing. I'm not going to tell you what you're going to do. It's your money. It's your choice. But I'm just going to show you an example here. Say, for example, that you had 500 shares, right? 500 shares, we'll just take $500,000 divided by 500 shares. That gives you an average price of $1,000. If let's say the price of AMC got over $1,000, right? It would ensure you that you would get at least $1,000 per share at the time of the filing, but nothing more. As opposed to somebody who had 1,000 shares in the same brokerage, then essentially what you would do is you would take your 500,000 and divide that by the 1,000 shares, and they're only getting $500 per share. So you can see how the more shares that you have, the more at risk you become because you're getting less money per share. So, but do note that in that claim process that I just showed right there, they did give an example of a claimant B who had a valuation higher than 500,000 and how that may play out for them. So I want you guys to do your own research on this SIPC. There are very specific reasons why I'm not going to go further into talking about this because of things that I've said in the past, and I can't give you advice. All I can do is I can tell you that it exists, and I can tell you that you need to check into it. I think it's important. Monty, I got you down 1350 to 1650. Thank you, sir. It is time to take a look at our numbers. Since Monty's giving prices here, and I gotta, oh, son of a gun, I'm screwed up. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. 13, where'd it go? 50 to 1650. All right, I got you down, Monty. Do you think we're going to run because of the GameStop split? I guess the way that you're asking that is do I think that it's a catalyst? And I do think that there's a potential possibility for more additional pressure to be added to the market when that happens. And I do think that that additional stress could be a catalyst. I'm not going to say that it is because I don't know for a fact. But I do think that there's going to be additional pressure inside the market that could cause some problems. All right, let me log into Fidelity. You know what? First, let me put on my glasses. I did all that reading this morning without my glasses on. It's a good thing I got these big brand new screens because I don't know if I could have done that without those. Two-factor authentication, guys. This is the same thing, right? Every single day I warn you guys about two-factor authentication. The reason that I do that is because I want you guys to protect yourselves. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that you have with a very big play, and securing that position is something that I want to make sure that you do. So it's your money, it's your choice, but you might want to consider two-factor authentication. It could help protect you. I'm not going to say that it will help you protect you, but it could. One second. It'll also definitely take you longer to log into your account. So keep that in mind. Experiment around with it. You know, if you don't like it, you can always turn it off. But it does give you a little bit of peace of mind that if something should happen and you're not logging into your account, it'll keep somebody else out of your account who's not supposed to be in it. Another thing I'm going to add too is that this is why I've discussed in the past about making sure that you take pictures of your account, as you know, maybe on a daily basis. When this starts to really cook off and you start seeing some big prices, every single morning when you wake up, you should be taking pictures of your account. And just create a folder and just start saving all your pictures of your positions. These are all things that can help you in the future. All right, I'm logged into Fidelity. Good morning, Koba. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing at this point. So if you have any specific questions to me, hold the thought, and I will get it when you see the lowrider big tramp back up on the page again. Fidelity just changed their site on me again. All right, starting on the top left-hand side, price prediction points for the day yesterday. I had 1263 to 1563 Eric had 1369 to 1669. Keto had 1339 to 1639, and Monty had 14 to 17. Everybody gets a price prediction tally point. We're all a bunch of big wieners. Let's see here. Give me a second while I change all these. Hey, I don't have to change keto or mine because we did so horrible last week. All right, we'll get price prediction tallies in a little bit here. Just 15 minutes before market open, I'll re-update all the price predictions, and we'll be good to go for the day. Short exempt volume. How much did we have last night or from yesterday? 418.3 thousand. Still some very high numbers. Was utilization still? What the heck? Do I have caps lock on? Weird. Let's see. Utilization. Utilization is still showing 100%. Let me make sure the date is accurate. July 11th. It's correct. Congratulations. We are now on day 106. 106 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. Day over day price change was a total of 1.98% up. That's going to make it 3 out of 3 days because I said all we had to do is finish in the green. I would consider the correct amount to satisfy this one, this MOASS trigger indicator. We now have 2 greens out of 3. Taking a look at max pain, which is directly underneath me. Yesterday it was $15. Let's see what it is today. Still $15. To the right of that is off-exchange data. The final numbers that we saw an hour before market close was 62.79, and in the EDGX was 10.58. Let's give that a refresh. Final numbers for the day yesterday, we had over 70% of our volume going to total off exchanges. We had 60.98 and 10.44 in the EDGX, giving us a grand total of 71.42% of our total volume going through the off exchange. That's 7.42% higher than a normal day. Very, very high. Extremely high. Taking a look at institutional ownership, I don't expect this to change until the 14th or 15th, maybe later this week. Let's see here. Yesterday it was 190.137 million. It is now 190.124, so a slight change. It's starting. It looks like we've got some 13F filings starting to roll in. That is a little bit of a decrease, not much. And taking a look at Ortex data over there, you'll notice that our short interest of the free float is 17.67%. Shares on loan is 138.56, which means there's less shares on loan than there was yesterday. But the short interest didn't really change a whole lot, which means that most of that was that on loan amount was not short interest that was closing. Kind of a key point to remember. We'll take a look at some of that data here more closely in just a few minutes. But first we got to look at options. Highest amount of open interest for our lottery ticket losers at $145. Yesterday there was 173.9 thousand contracts for $145 strike price for calls. It's now 174.6. At a $20 strike price, where our calls and puts had the most open interest. On the calls, that's still the case. It went from 49.2 thousand contracts to 50.6. So there was an increase. On the puts, that is also still the same strike price with the most amount of volume. It went from 31.5 thousand contracts to 31.5 thousand contracts, so no change. Getting closer. It's over 1.5 times in volume. But the market, as far as open interest goes, the market's still signaling for a $20 closing price by the end of the week. I would assume that one side of that's going to lose. One side will have to. One side of that's going to lose, one way or the other. As far as volume goes, from yesterday, market was kind of signaling for a 15 to 14 close, which it did. It closed 5 cents lower than 15. All right, let me move a couple screens over. I've got a new screen that you guys haven't seen before that I'm going to be doing failure to deliver presentations on. It was requested that I add that to my I don't know what to call it, to my repertoire. Sounds so weird. So I'll do that, and today's going to be the first day that that happens. So let me take you guys over to the other page, and we'll take a look at Ortex first, and then we'll take a look at those failure delivers. Taking a look at the other page here, this is your utilization at 106 trading days in a row of 100% utilization. It's just massive. On loan amount dipping. Day over day, it went from 143.63 to 138.56. So about 5 million shares returned for on loan amount. If they're returned, if they're newer loans that were returned, the on loan average age per day is going to go up. If they were older loans, then it's going to go down. So let's see what happened there. It went up. So the loans, that 5 million in loans, were newer loans, not older loans. That's good. That's a good sign. We may have found a bottom here on this indicator, the on loan average age per day. We got to see one more day of it moving upwards before I'll count it as a bottom and say that we have 15 trading days before we see a big price increase. But it did increase from 63.01 to 65.3. Exchange reported short interest of the free float, decreasing ever so slightly from 18.05% to 17.67%. Security lending volume yesterday was a little bit higher than it was on Friday. Still a very nice trend upwards on these green bars. And let's see, there's something else I was going to say on this page. Nope, nothing else. Here's the new page. I will link this to you guys in case you want to look at it yourself. Anytime I provide information, I don't try to just hoard it. I want you guys to have a fair chance of being able to see it yourself. So I just went ahead and linked it in the comment section. Don't take that as I'm going to read your comments. But this page is a handy little page here that does tell you when the T35 plus date is, or T plus 35 date occurs. If you take a look over here, what you're going to be looking for is today's date. Today is 7/12, so we're looking at this column right here. And in contrast, the amount of failure delivers that it would occur today would be about 1.1 million. Yesterday was 1.7, 2.6 the day before that. I kind of did a little bit of cross-referencing on days that we kind of moved up in price, which I see really easily through my suck, squeeze, bang, blow. The 27th was a day that we moved up in price. So if we go back to the 27th back here, you'll see that there wasn't a whole lot of failure to delivers that day. But look at the next day. There was 1 million shares due the next day, the very next day. So it's almost like they went out and bought those shares the day right before. Then the next really big day that we had in price movement after that was 7-7. So we'll come back to 7-7 and look at that one. Again, not a whole lot of failure to delivers, but the very next day was 2.6 million shares in failure to delivers. The ones that we just had. So if today is any inkling, 7/12, if today is any inkling of what the futures hold, tomorrow's only 482,000 shares. So it doesn't look like they've got a whole lot to manage to recoup in failure to delivers. So this may be the beginning of the push down in price. With my birthday, the 13th or the 14th rather, the day after my birthday, only having 666,000 shares. But then it does notice in the futures, it does increase, goes back up again. So we're gonna have this. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a downtrend here in price. There's not gonna be a whole lot of pressure, forced buying. Cool little page. Check it out if you want to. AMC yesterday came in 10th, heavily most traded stock based off of orders with a 59% buy, a 41%. Actually, you know what? Let me refresh this just in case this wasn't accurate. Yeah. With a 56% buy, a 44% sell ratio. So our numbers were a little bit lower than I would normally like to see. GameStop coming in 11th with 80% buys to 20% sales, looking very, very strong. Trigger price for SSR today is $13.45. Shares available to borrow. They did return a bunch of shares this morning. Went from 550,000 shares to 1.1 million. Looks like they've borrowed about 600,000 shares. Nope, 500,000 shares off of that amount at a 10.9% fee. And they also borrowed from ETFs this morning. Let me add that up real quick and give you a total. Looks like we've had a total of about 800,000. I'm just going to round down because it's 816,000, but I'm going to round down to 800,000 shares having been borrowed so far this morning. Yesterday, our total was 1.35. Excuse me. 523.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 53.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 139,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 78,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 2.26, Dow Jones is down 0.56, and the S&P 500 is down 1.15. We currently have 4,945 decliners to 1,638 oh, nope, that's yesterday's data. Forget that. Forget everything I just said. That's all yesterday's data. You normally, at this time in the morning, Webull really is only accurate for giving information for what's happened so far in the markets on the eastern side of the world. I was just being repetitive on my call out. Hang Seng down 1.32. Shanghai was down 0.97. FTSE China was down 0.97. A lot of them are down 1% or more. So we could be looking at a red day today. The futures, which I don't really put up on the page very often, but the futures right here are showing some downwards pressure at market open, except for the U.S. Tech 100. The tech's looking positive, barely, and the VIX is slightly positive. So right now, the way it's looking and the way it's set up, the future market open is set for a negative opening. In the pre-market, Tesla is up 0.42, Amazon is up 0.06, Cinemark is down 1.09, Doge is down 0.69, Bitcoin is down 0.92. A lot of people were looking at Bitcoin going like, holy crap, what's going on here? I'm just going to put it on the daily. Still hasn't broken that number, the number that I've been looking at here, at 19.4. I still feel like this is kind of doing the same double top kind of. I think we're going to get a double top here before. I know it already kind of looks like we've got a double top. Maybe this one almost looks like a triple top here before it finally breaks down. And I think that's going to be what kind of happens again. I don't know. It could happen before, but I have a feeling it's going to come back up, form one more top up here, and then finally break through. So I feel like we're going to kind of get some consolidation for a couple days here at around this whatever price we're at right now. GameStop is up 1.04%. HYMC is up 0.99. Hood is breaking even. NCMI is down 6.11, and AMC is down 1.07% in the pre-market. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow yesterday, we had $22 million more in outflow than in inflow. So far this morning, we've traded 10.89 thousand shares. Very, very low volume. Super low. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure on the Vortex indicator with RSI at 44.34, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 59.84, which is above average. On the hourly, we have a crossover here within the last 2 hours of heavy buying pressure with 55 RSI, which is just slightly above average. On a 30-minute interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 54.51, which is just about average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 59.19, which is above average. And let's take a look at this Ichimoto. On the hour, not bullish signs on this right now. We have lagging line is below price line. Conversion line is below, no wait, conversion line and baseline are exactly the same value, which conversion should be higher than the base. And price is, but price is above the cloud. It's the only positive factor that I see right now. Is price is above the cloud. On a 4-hour, lagging line is above price line, which is good. Conversion line has multiple tests of price touching the conversion line, which is usually an indicator for a day trader to move out. Nothing hitting the baseline down here. The conversion line is above the base. This is looking net bullish, except for the fact that it's triggered a couple times where it's given a warning of this could start moving down. Today is the deadline for when I suggested that I thought we could probably see SSR being tripped, which I think is a potential, high potential. It may, There's probably even better chance of hitting it tomorrow. I didn't think that was the case before, but there's probably even better chance of hitting it tomorrow. But there's definitely a good chance of it today. I never did look at the SPY. The SPY is down 0.49. Mortgage-backed securities were up. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Cutie Cut, good to see you this morning. Here's our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. We had 10,000 shares going into it. We just got a I don't even know what to call that. Quintupling. We got a quadrupling of a quintupling of the volume, jumping up to 57.82. I'm gonna go with 20 to 40 million shares traded for the day today. I was a little off yesterday. I tried to make an adjustment for some of the for some of the days I was wrong last week, and I wouldn't say I failed miserably, but I did fail because I said 35 to 55 million, and we had 32.3 million shares traded for the day. So I was a little off. I think the adjustment may have been a little um, too aggressive. But I'm going to go back to my regular numbers. With this low volume at 57.91 thousand shares having been traded so far, I'm going back to 40 million shares traded for the day today as a prediction. Jordan says, I feel like they're trying to wait for the sentiment is low and the options are low. Jordan, I wouldn't doubt it. You know, when there's going to be less damage, less pain that occurs when the options are low. Normally, it's the opposite, right? Like in a normal squeeze play, I think that what you're saying there is correct. But every time we've been seeing price move up lately is when options are low, and the reason for that is I think they're trying to elicit more options buying to collect on the derivatives. So I would agree with what it is that you're saying is that they typically let price run when those derivatives are not there, and they're trying to drive up price to get people to buy derivatives, buy those options. Trent says almost 5x pokey. Yeah. Michael Doyle, how's it going? Good day to you. Let's see. There was a couple other things I wanted to talk about. Um, Let me see here. Looks like Adam Aaron did post 12 hours ago. He posted another tweet, so that may have been something that we wouldn't have looked at together. Oh, that's so annoying. It's just gonna keep doing it. It will be a packed house for our watching Top Gun Maverick together at AMC Tyson's Corner 16 in Washington, D.C. area this Thursday evening. But there will be a few seats left in rows 1 to 4. Come join me for a fun time. It will be the fourth time I have seen this fabulous movie. And then he's got his tweet for the Top Gun Maverick. I can say this. I don't think anybody, well, I don't know. You'd have to ask Tony. I was sitting in row 4, I think. Pretty sure I was sitting in row 4. May have been row 5. But when I went and saw the movie with Adam, and we went and saw Elvis, I thought my neck was going to be crinked upwards. Like kinked. I was gonna be all kinked over and be like, especially after a 3-hour car drive up there. I felt like that was gonna be the case, but it was actually fine. I didn't have any problems at all sitting in that row that we were in. Uh, I don't know if Tony had the same experience because he was in the row below me, but I feel like row 1 and 2, those are a little bit, for an older guy like me, more dangerous on the neck. Cuddy Cut says, any thoughts on the theory that if AMC merges with Highcroft Mining, that a share recall would be forced? Also, if this happens, what happens with my existing Highcroft shares? I don't know the answers to that, Cuddy Cut. I don't know if they would take it private, in private ownership, or I'm not sure what would happen. But the idea that that there could be a recall on the shares with a merger, I would have to do some deep investigating as to what would occur. Um, it's an interesting theory. I know people have been talking about Paramount. I know that there's a lot of different theories out there about what the potential pounce is going to be, and I just don't know. Eric says JPM earnings. I didn't see him. Was there an announcement, Eric? Good morning, Thick. Good morning, Sub has the boss. Was there 4 again? MCon says there's 4 again. Did he do some kind of 4? What did he do here? Oh, rows 1 to 4. Yeah, he sure did. There's at least a few seats left in rows 1 to 4. Shall we check him and see if he's right? Or see if it's I don't know. 1 to 4. And he's also saying it will be the 4th time I've seen this fabulous movie. I'm not on my game this morning. I didn't even check that. Myself says rows this time, not lines. This is correct. Ryan, good morning. Good morning, Crazy Pepe. Crazy Pepe is going 1 to 4 split on the 4th quarter. Only a guess. Can you imagine if we get something like that comes rolling in and he put out all those 1 to 4s? Yeah, I'm not reading into it too much myself. I don't want to go nuts either. Good morning, Jordan. I'm gonna pull up and see if I can find any AMC news. Let's see what we got going on here. No news there. Um, I'm just kind of going through and reading stuff that people are posting here. I don't know if you guys saw this or not. Last night I was kind of looking at some stuff with Super Steven, and we were taking a look at. I think I posted it under DD, under the DD section. Maybe the wrong spot to have posted it, but just gonna throw this up over here. Uh, my wife said, she told me, she's like, hey, let's go watch. I haven't seen it yet. I know, don't get down on me. I haven't seen Top Gun Maverick yet, and she's like, let's go watch it. And check this out, guys. My AMC has the laser projectors now. Check it out on your AMC theaters. But I'm gonna go see it. I'm gonna go see it on the laser. Laser, laser. We're gonna we're going to have a tank of sharks with lasers. So yeah, I'm gonna go check out Top Gun with a laser projector and see how that looks. And I thought, and both Steven and I were both talking about it, and I thought that they weren't going to be putting those out, those laser projectors, until later in the year. But apparently they're already they're heading up. Good morning, Mario. Yeah, myself says, can you check and see if there's a few spots left? Absolutely, I can. Let me go over to Adam Aaron's tweet. Let's see if we can find it. This is it right here. Row one's completely empty. Row two has about 4 seats. Row three has a seat. Row four has a seat. And then there in the back of the theater, there's one seat in the third to last row. So he's not lying. In rows one through four, there are indeed additional seats that are left. Ryan says, for the person that asked about what happens to shares in merged buyouts, they get reissued in a new company's name, but that doesn't happen until all failure delivers are bought and all synthetic shares are gone. So basically, you'll have time to deal with the price fluctuations, and that includes the squeeze before they transfer. Hey, Little Green Candle, thanks for all your hard work. All of us are doing a lot of hard work here. It's a group effort. I don't think any one of us isn't doing. I mean, just holding on to your shares is hard. So we're all in this together. Myself says do laser sound effects. No thanks. No, I'm gonna pass on that one. Michael Doyle says paper cups this time, Casey. Yo says it looks like JP Morgan, a few guys are looking at RICO charges. Laugh out loud. Surprise, surprise. Man, I really hope they can get some RICO charges to stick. And to be frank, if you look at the history, if you look at the historical background on RICO charges, they don't usually lose those cases because they have to have a really strong case for something like that, for racketeering. So if they can get them to stick, which I have a feeling that they wouldn't just charge without being able to, but if they can get one of those to stick, even just one, it'll set a precedent that more institutional what's the word I'm looking for? Institutional investors could be on the hook for racketeering, which should scare them shitless. I mean, just absolutely like getting their stuff in order and getting ready to go to jail, kind of thing. Like, what was that movie? I can't with Will Ferrell, where he's getting ready to go to jail, so he's like trying to toughen himself up. Like that's like the kind of that's the kind of if they get one of those to stick, some of those guys are going to start hiring people to toughen them up. BioLife Hemp, thank you very much. Appreciate it. The Raw Fish King says, I'm covered in bearing grease, but still getting this out. Thanks for keeping us informed. You're welcome, man. Keto's coming in 1312 to 16. I'm assuming 1612. Probably just a typo. 1312 to 1612. Got you down, sir. Thank you very much. Ryan says, I think AMC will be bought out from a parent company and remain AMC. They'll just get the debt taken. That's one of the that's kind of one of the weird things, though. I just like I don't know why any company would come in and buy out AMC and then just wipe out the debt. Like I just don't like that doesn't make sense to me. Like why? Hold on a second, I got to sneeze. I just don't know why. Ooh, that was a strong one. Why any company would come in and just be like, oh, 5 billion in debt. I can't even remember how much in debt we are. Is it 5 or 6 billion? I thought it was 6 billion, but somebody said five the other day, and now I can't even remember. But 5 or 6 billion in debt, and then some company comes in, buys out an AMC or something like that, and just wipes out their debt. I don't know. It just seems kind of like why they would absorb the debt. They wouldn't. I don't know that they would necessarily wipe it out. Yo did some checking into it and says that current laws are saying selected. It just needs to be amended and codified to public election, and that it's not impossible to get people into elected positions, for example, like the SEC positions and whatnot. It would be really interesting. I think if we could vote for fiscally conservative individuals for certain positions, um, it would make I don't know. So here's my thoughts on it. Like I really feel like diversity is a good thing. I know it doesn't. The older I get, the more I believe that diversity is a good thing. When I was younger, I didn't think that way. When I was younger, I was kind of like, no, when you become president, you want to have cabinet, you want to have this as many of the Supreme Court justices on your side. You want to have the House, the of Representatives. You want to have the senators all on your side. You want to own everything. You want to have like everybody on your side. And it's only happened I think twice in my lifetime to where you know the the three different judicial branch was it three yeah the three different judicial branches had all were all leaning the same direction, and I thought that was a great thing because more stuff could get done, and it didn't. Both I think both times it didn't, and I was just like, it may have happened. Maybe it's happened three times in my lifetime, at least in my voting lifetime, and so it's just I've kind of gotten to that point to where it's like I think I'm just done with parties altogether. I'm tired of parties. I need to get rid of parties. Good morning, Diaz. Brenda says, Casey, Shaw, and family, good morning, and shout out to my best friend Lil, green candle dork. Does it say dork? I didn't see. I saw a little green candle. I don't see dork on there. You added that on there. I love you, sister. Made such a good friend due to AMC, and I'm thankful. You know, that's our biggest asset on our side, friends and community. We've got that going for us, and I don't think there's no institution that they only are tied by whether they can scratch each other's back or not. We've got something much stronger than they have. James says Casey Shaw buying AMC company and paying off debt is a G move. Boom. I mean, I'm not saying it's not. It would be great. I want to see our debt be reduced, but I do also believe that debt is not necessarily a bad thing. Not always. For example, our market cap alone right now is 7.73 billion. I don't know if you guys have seen that or not. If you look up on the top right hand side of the page over here, under market cap, 7.73 billion. Our market cap is already over how much we owe in debt, which means if you just simply take the amount of price by the amount of shares and multiply those, that's what the market cap is. So if somebody wanted to come in and buy out AMC, if they wanted to buy out the shareholders, they would have to pay at least $7.73 billion. They could pay less. They could say, well, we think the company's only worth, um, $14 instead of 15, and then if the shareholders agreed, then they could get a smaller market cap. But just to pay out the shareholders alone, you have to pay the market cap, and our debt is smaller than our market cap, which I think that's pretty big. I think that's good. I think we're going to start having a positive EPS on this next earnings report. I'm hoping. I'd like to also see our PE improve as well. Little green candle saying she's a dork. Go get them, dork friends. Did you know the Secret Service has an enforcement arm of the Treasury in its inception? I did know that actually. They went after financial and monetary crimes only way back when I read that last night and it blew my. So counterfeit money is also under the Secret Service. I don't know if you know that or not. So like anytime there's like counterfeit money, the Secret Service are usually involved in that. MG says, getting another cockle of coffee. No, what you mean to say, MG is that you're going to have another cup of coffee and it's going to hit the cockle hard. Maybe that was too far. I don't know. James says, I just had a giant cup of coffee. Now I'm shaking. The golden cockle. Yeah, James. I understand. I understand that. I've been there before. Been there, done that. I'm gonna go to break here in about 7 minutes, guys. Wife just walked in the house. Gonna say hi to her. Um, Cutty cut. I know, right? Uh, he said hard. That is an interesting. That's an interesting point, yo. Do you remember when the Secret Service attached Ken Griffin got a bodyguard, quote unquote bodyguard, and he was I'm not sure if he was either current or ex Secret Service. I don't know if you remember that or not. That was a news article way back when. I don't recall how long ago it was, but I remember hearing about it. Hold on a second, guys. Just kind of zooming out here a little bit. Just kind of want to take a look at kind of the overall trend, and this was kind of something that I was warning you guys about, that in the pre-market today that we might see a big push downwards to try and get the price down as much as possible before the beginning start of the day. And the reason for that would be to get it as close to SSR trip as possible. Um, part of the problem, part of the problem with lowering price too much and keeping it there is that there's a very fine balance in options right now. So if I take you over to the page real quick, trying to think where it would be. Yeah, it'd probably be easy. Well, I'll take you to. Give me 1 second here. Trying to think which one I'd take you to. Let's see this one. This is going to be like just a bunch of numbers that may not show up very well on the page, but what I'm trying to show you here is that the amount of open interest that can go into the money as price goes down. There's 14.5. Well, there's a big pile of it at 14. So if they lower price much below 14, there's 11,000 contracts that could go in the money. There's 4,000 contracts at 14 and a half. 13 and a half has 5,000 contracts. 13 has 11,000 contracts. So if they continue to, the further that they push price down, the more contracts. If they get down to 12, there's 22,000 contracts at 12 alone that could go into the money. And that becomes very, very dangerous because if we take a look at the distribution of in the money and out of the money puts, you've got 139,000 contracts right now that are out of the money and 78,000 that are in the money. They could drop this a little bit and increase the in the money, but as they do drop this, they will lose some of this over. You could see it dropping happening. You can see it dropping. It's scat. It's a dropping happening. So if they did drop the price, you would see more in the money options go in the money on the puts. If they lowered it by like $2, it could go up, I think, probably about to 100K, which would probably balance out the out of the money and in the money puts, and it would drop the in the money calls out of the money, which would probably be pretty desirable. $2, I think maybe 2 or 3, yeah, $2 would probably be enough from 15, so like 13ish. Myself says Catch Me If You Can. Actually, I think Catch Me If You Can might have been one of the first movies that Leonardo DiCaprio did that I actually enjoyed. I didn't like him as an actor before that one. Ayo says hi. My wife says hi back. Yeah, I'll have some with you. All right, guys, it's just about time for me to head to break here. My wife's pulling out the breakfast from yesterday that I made for brisket tacos. PC3 says AMC ran on March 28th, Tony D's birthday. I think it will run on yours since you're both from Austin. wouldn't wouldn't that be kind of crazy? That would be something else. Arthur Martin saying hi back to you. And if I ask you a weird question on Twitter, sometimes if I'm not positive on the people's profiles that they're an AMC ape, I ask a very standardized question. I say, "Hey there, I just noticed your follow and was wondering how I might know you." If you get a response from me like that, don't take it personal. That's just me trying to make sure that I'm not following bots. I don't want to do that. I don't want to give access to bots to my uh, list of people that I follow. But the way that I see it is if you're following me, I want to follow you because I want to hear what it is that you have to say. Knowing what the general community is thinking and understanding what you guys are saying is just as important as watching technical analysis. You got to have your heart. You got to have your heart in with the rest of the heartbeat. Because if you're not in touch, then you don't know what's going on. All right, cool. Thanks for the response, then, Arthur, and I'll check it out here in just a little bit and probably follow you back. And if I'm not following you and you followed me, let me know. Find a way, find a way to reach out to me. I don't know. Let me know somehow. Maybe it's on here or someplace. But let me know because I do want to know what it is you guys are saying. Oh yeah, Jana, that's right. Get Hard was the movie. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna take my break. Let me go ahead and put up the note here real quick. And Superfan, good morning to you. Micah says, good morning, Casey. This is going to be a great day. Every day is a great day. It's another day that you're alive. It's always a good day. Alrighty, guys, I'll see you in just a little bit here. I'll leave you with some music, and I'll see you 15 minutes before market open for price predictions. See you in a bit.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beatmakers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Hey Pluto here. Shout out to all you wonderful creators for coming to Upbeat for your music. Keep doing what you do and help support us artists by upgrading to Upbeat Premium now.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and I just saw Niall's question. It says, "Do you have a van now, or will you be buying one after AMC?" This is my Lamborghini. I don't, I don't really see the sense in buying an actual Lamborghini. So this is my. I do plan on buying one. El Doge, welcome. Good to see you. Trent says, I think they're losing the ability to short us down like past months. Randy says, good morning, everyone. Ready to battle this mofos today. Shorts can't beat us. We might be weak individually, but powerful in numbers. Let's go to the moon. Heading back up to the top and reading what Caitlin said. On margin accounts, you may be able to ask government to cover due to your losses. Not advice, not sure. If you are on margin accounts, you I think you have a very high potential of being liquidated if you're on margin. If you're not using the margin, it's speculative. I would say that there's a good chance that you'll probably be okay. But if you are using margin, more than likely you'll be liquidated for whatever margin you're using. I got to come up with a price prediction before market opens here, guys. So let me just kind of look at the numbers real quick here. I actually think I'm going to go with the same exact numbers that I had yesterday. 1263 to 1563. And I know that's not giving me a whole lot of leeway on the top. But I'm going to stick to those numbers. Also, I do have all the price predictions for everybody in now, so I'll go ahead and read those off. We've got, I'm at 1263 to 1563. Eric's at 1350 to 1650. Keto's at 1312 to 1612, and Monty's at 1350 to 1650. So Monty and Eric have the same exact price prediction. I had mentioned on Friday. I think Friday's title was that expect SSR to be tripped in the next few days, and I was basically saying either Friday, Monday, or Tuesday when I said few. I'm expecting the SSR to trip today. Today was the day that I can't spit it out. Today was the day that I was kind of expecting SSR to trip, although it may actually end up being tomorrow on my birthday. That's just kind of what I'm looking at right now. I don't see a whole lot of failure to delivers stacking up at this point right now for this period of time, which may alleviate the pressure to find shares or loan shares, in which case they could use existing shares on loan to push price down. Also, it kind of does correlate a little bit with achieving the most amount of shares out of the money if price were to move down. I said most amount of shares, most amount of options out of the money. If you look at the balancing currently, I definitely think that there's room for about at least a $2 decrease in price to achieve the maximum pain. Even though max pain is 15, I think that the most amount of out of the money options would be around somewhere around 13 bucks. Maggie's going 16.25. What did you say? 4:10 p.m. yesterday? Oh yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing we've been seeing for a long time, Mate, Caitlin. We've been seeing that those JP Morgan shares trading. Um, it's been happening for a long time, and it's not just AMC, it's everywhere. Um, Historically speaking, when I would say the reason that I want SSR to trip is because I know that the maximum amount of short exempt volume occurs when SSR is tripped, and those turn into failure to delivers in the future, which is a lot of the pressure that's pushed onto the market to force buy shares off the lit market. So it's kind of a situation where not everybody understands the concept of what causes a squeeze to occur. And really forced lending is what causes a short squeeze to occur, and it's the repayment of those loaned shares that really is key. And when you have short exempt volume, those are forced repayments after T plus 35 expiration date. So the more short exempt volume we have, the more failure to delivers we're going to have, and the more failure to delivers we're going to have means more price discovery. So that's what I'm pushing for, and I would love to see SS. Normally, I would say SSR tripping is not a good thing. In this particular case, we've had massive amounts. We've had about 3.4 million shares in the last trading days of short exempt volume. That's high. It's really, really, really high. No, I do not do any option plays on AMC at all, and I think that they are. I think it's a terrible thing to do. In most normal situations, a gamma squeeze is a great um, way to start a MOASS squeeze. However, who's controlling price right now is completely different than who used to be controlling price. Long institutions are the ones who are collecting the money right now on the derivatives, and I don't think that part of what you're saying, in response to in do you sell covered calls, is that if you were to sell covered calls on AMC specifically, you would have to have a margin account. And if you don't have a margin account, or at least I don't have enough cash just sitting around to be able to afford not to have one. But if I had a margin account, that would be against everything that it is that I believe in keeping myself safe in this play. I think margin accounts are extremely risky with ownership of AMC shares. Yep, Maggie, that's part of the reason why I say um, no margin. Niall, I'll have to check it out. Arthur says, "Are you driving that van while streaming? Come on, man, safety." No way, man. I'm parked. I am parked. I do the streams in a parked position. I drink every day. I toast at on the power hour, so no drinking and driving. This thing is parked, parked, beachfront property. Just another ape says, "Oh, that's Steven, by the way, guys. In case you're not sure who that is, it took me a second because I saw the tool. I will never give financial advice, but as a friend, I would say to stay away from margin at all costs, especially in bear markets." And I would agree with that statement. Specifically in this play, I think margin accounts are extremely risky, super, super risky. So I personally would never own or have my shares in a margin account at all. I would try to keep my shares completely detached from any kind of margin litigation. If I ever come to the valley, which valley? Which valley are we talking about? Niall says I need a drive-in tray to set your drink on. That would be pretty fun if I had that. Margin is okay if you have the cash to cover, question mark. I mean, technically speaking, yes. But I mean, you're gonna have some money bags if that's the case. You're Mr. Moneybags if that's the case. You're I would have a hard time believing you need to be here talking to me if that was the case. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to have a lot of money. A lot of money. So the idea that you'd even be listening to the advice of somebody from a channel like this would be, or not even the advice, but the sheer idea that you'd be watching something like this, you should be probably pretty comfortable with what it is that you're doing if you've got that much money and you're trading it, or you're willing to put it on risk, at risk, on a margin account. San Antonio sounds good, Doge. I'll let you know. Yes, George, there are banks that are blocking withdrawals of cash in China. Guys, it's time to do the market open. I will see you guys on the other side of market open. Good luck to us today. Go get them. Yeah.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Shuttles and brings to the
Confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Can you feel it? See it? Hear it today. If you can't, then it doesn't matter anyway. You will never understand it 'cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking on glass. It's so cool, so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. You can touch it, smell it, pieces so sweet. But it makes no difference 'cause it's not your favorite. You want it all, but you can't have it. Crying, bleeding, lying on the floor. So you lay down on it and you do it some more. You got to share it, so you dare it, then you bear it, and you deserve it. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. It's alive, afraid, a lie, a sin. It's magic, it's tragic, it's a loss, it's a win. It's dark, it's noise, it's a bitter pain. It's sad, it happened, and it's a shame. You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it. What is it? You say, what is it? You say, what is it? You say, what is it? You say. What is it? You say, what is it? You say, what is it? You say, what is it? You want it all, but you can't have it. It's in your face, but you can't grab it.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning to you guys. Hope you guys are having a great day. Hope you slept well. Hope you got plenty of rest. I hope you're watered up. I hope you're fooded up. Because we got 4 more days, and today is number 2, or day number 2 of the week. It's a number 2. We're still moving up in price here. This is it's looking strong. We've got 6 minutes of trading with 3 million in volume, and somebody had mentioned about a move up with low volume. I wouldn't call this low volume. 250,000 shares a minute is the magic number that I've always said that I like to see. Anything over 250,000 shares a minute is a good number. We've only had 1 minute so far that's been under that, and that was the 4th minute of trading. Every other minute after, I'd say we're averaging right now somewhere around 336,000 shares a minute, which is good. Some pretty decent volume there. We did just break through, or at least tried to break through 1546 level of resistance. I don't think I have too many more Fibonacci retracements above this. If we move out to the daily, this box that I've got set up here, I've had set up for quite a while, maybe since the beginning of June. So a month and a half now. If I roll this box down, this was the time frame that I said, that I said we would probably break out of this bullish triangle. Let me try and get rid of some of this stuff on the page here just a little bit. This price, the magic number here is about $16.15. If we can break that, we may see a breakout of both this bullish triangle and also a breakout of the very, very long descending wedge that we have here that we started back in July of last year. So that's what I think we're kind of headed towards here, and I think that's going to be a very key magic number that they probably won't want to see us crossing, is that $16.15 range. If we do cross that, it could turn into an explosion in price. I'm still waiting for a pullback. I feel like there's going to be a pullback here with SSR getting tripped before we see the run out, which I thought would occur today, and so it's kind of surprising for me to see us up 3%. I do want to note here that the VIX is currently showing a positive value, but everything seems to be green, which could indicate a temporary run on, and then a potential reversal incoming on the entire market. Oh, hold on a second. Let me move that box back, just so it's not like in our face all day long. A lot of volatility right off of market open. We were touching the top side of my 3 sigma Bollinger Band. Price did come back down to the simple moving average, started taking back off again. Had a little bit of retracement again once we hit that 1546 level of resistance, and are coming back down for some what appears to be more consolidation currently. Beach Guy, good morning to you. Let's see here. My 1550 alert just scared the shit. That's hilarious, Ryan. And I've said that in the past, for people who need to take breaks from watching this play, set some price alerts and walk away. You don't have to watch it constantly. Let your alert scare the crap out of you. Watcher 2000 says more volume. We want more. We're 10 minutes into this and we're seeing about getting close. We're kind of settling down on 500,000 shares a minute. You can see volatility starting to decrease just ever so slightly. Now we have a second minute here where we're under 250,000 shares a minute. Looks like they're going to use that level of resistance at 1546 to perhaps try to hold us here at this price level. I'm not really watching the order book too much, but if you guys watch the numbers over here, ascending numbers, so 23, I see 23, 24s, 22, 23, 24s. If those numbers are ending in higher values, if you start seeing 25s, price should start heading down. If you see them heading the other direction, if you start seeing 21s or 20s, then you may see price actually continue to rise. I don't see 20s. I see 21s. I see 21 through 23. No 20s yet. I just saw 24. Yeah, but watch those numbers. If you start seeing 20s, we're seeing 20s. We're moving up. There's 20s. Start looking for 19s next. There, I saw an 18 very briefly. We could be moving up here pretty quickly. There's 18s. Yeah, they're pushing it the other direction now. I'm starting to see 21 and 22s again. It's kind of fun to watch the order book over here and kind of see which direction price is going to be heading based off of some of those numbers. I don't know how this is a thing. I really don't understand how this is a thing, but it is. Casey, what is the effect if RSI stays hot for too long? Um, Usually you just have a reversal. Brian says, do I hear Phil Collins? Not yet, Brian. Way too early for Phil Collins. Cookie Monster says, we crossed that line. I think you might be a little worried about your beard going green tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not going to look at the Irish. I have a green beard. Ah, Hayden, that's too bad. That would have been fun. Good morning, Sam. Six. I think if I'm not mistaken, that's a six. Darn, now you got me wondering. I can't remember. I think it's 6'2", isn't it? Dang it, now I can't remember. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's 6'2". It's a 6.2 liter. Oh, version. Did you update your Weeble to version 6.1? That's what you're talking about. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. I didn't. I updated this. I think I updated was maybe a week ago. So I'm not sure if I'm settings. Where's that at? I'm 6.0.2 is my version. 6.0.2. $15.65 is the top here. I'm going to go back to my synthetic price failure page and update it because the last time we had a high it was 15.32, so we've now crossed over that threshold from $11.09, the last low that we had on a synthetic price failure. We're up 41.1%. So we've had a 41.1% increase at 1565. That of course is going to raise synthetic price failures. So I'll recalculate those if we start to head that direction. Yeah, Mac and Bees. So we made a bet, or we didn't make a bet. We made a deal, I guess, as a community that I would dye my beard green if we hit my birth year in price by the closing of tomorrow, which is my birthday. So I'll dye the beard green if we hit 1976 or higher. Beach Guy says, honestly, I wasn't expecting this today, but I like it. I'm not expecting it either, and I think that we'll see a push down. I mean, right now the VIX is up, and yet we're green almost across the board on on the different tickers that I look at. So I think that's kind of odd. Caitlin wants to see the mortgage-backed securities. We can look at those. I've got SPY up 0.24, VMBS is up 0.36, and MBB is up 0.25. They're at version 6.05. Okay. I'll probably update this weekend or something. Golden says, you like seeing me outside the van. Well, it feels real comfy in here. You guys, I like being comfy in my little cozy van. There's something kind of personal about it, I guess. Ryan says there's some nice improvements in 6.0.2. I agree. I haven't been messing around with those charts as much, Ryan, but I do like some of the indicators that they've got now. Automatic indicators that they've got set up. Magic, good morning. I've seen that suggested before, Sammy, that we're following kind of a similar pattern to last year's June run-up. And I'm not going to say, I mean, that's kind of part of the reason why I feel like we're going to see an SSR trip here eventually. I did tell you guys that we would see some price increases due to the fact that we had on-loan average age per day dipping by a fair amount. I guess maybe this is still part of it. I don't know. We'll have to see how this day ends up turning, what it turns into. Ryan says they're inflating the market before the CPI is so they can short it again. Yeah, and I kind of felt like Ryan, that we would see. Well, here, let me ask you this question, Ryan. What do you think? How many basis points do you think they're going to increase by? I was leaning towards. I know most of the market believes that it's going to be 75 basis points, but I'm starting to lean towards 50. It's supposed to raise to 8.8. Holy cow. I haven't seen that data yet. I got to go back and look at because we were 8.6. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't our last numbers at 8.6? I'm just kind of curious. I don't remember off the top of my head. No, it's a software thing, Steve. I'm not really in a van. Wouldn't that be something if I really was, though? Ryan says, I don't know. Look at the SPY. It's holding pretty good. It is, but VIX isn't coming down all that much. I mean, it did come down a couple percent, but it still hasn't gone red yet. Let me just check something out here real quick. Yeah, the future on the VIX is down now. Well, we could see it. We could see a green day today. It's possible. Real rugged. I don't know if my wife would appreciate that very much. War Dog says a lot of people think it'll go to 9. That would be insane. Robert says yes, it was 8.6. Man, if I don't know, even the idea of hitting 8.9 or what, 9%, that's insane. That's just really high. That's so high. I'm trying to fathom the idea of hitting 9%. I don't know. I don't even know if it's ever hit that high before in my lifetime. Has it? I don't even know. I don't think it has. It's somebody just made a picture, Steve, and it's just a picture. It's a BMP picture that they grayed out the window so that I can just put my picture inside of it. Subhas the boss says, "How do I check mortgage-backed security? What is it that you want to check with the mortgage-backed securities exactly?" It depends on what you want to look at, right? Like for me, all I'm really looking at is I'm just looking at BlackRock's and Vanguard's tickers. So I'm looking at MBB, which is BlackRock's iShares for mortgage-backed securities, and then I also look at VMBS. That's Vanguard's mortgage-backed securities ticker. So those are the two that I look at. If there's other data that you want to see, for example, like how much the Fed is purchasing or selling for mortgage-backed securities, I've got another website I can give you for that. Um, just depends on what information you want. One love for life. I thought it was going to be by today. I really thought today would be the day that we would see the 10% SSR trip. It's not really starting to look like that right now, but maybe it is tomorrow. I don't know. It did have a tune-up, Mr. Smith. We got it. We got the 6.2 Hemi in it. Ryan's saying SPMB. Let me check. Let me check it out here. Yep, that does look like it. Those are the mortgage-backed bonds ETF. Just kind of curious on this chart. What do we get? How far back does it go? Okay, so here I'll tell you a reason, Ryan, why I don't look at this one, and why I look at that specifically. I look at MBB, and I'll tell you why. This ticker, the data that as far as I can pull, as far back as it goes, is 130 of 2009. Right. The reason that I pull VMBS, or I'm sorry, MBB, is because it goes back to further than 2008. It goes back to 2007. So in regards to seeing the 2008 mortgage-backed security movement that occurred during that period of time, I think it's more beneficial to look at and compare MBB. I don't think VMBS goes that far back though. VMBS only goes to 2009 as well. So MBB is kind of like, in my opinion, is probably one of the more, like if you're looking for trends from the past and you want to see what 2008 looked like, I think it's kind of one of the ones that I think is going to give you an idea of what trends to look for. And right now it's looking so nasty in contrast. There's not even a comparison. 4 more minutes, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers, and then I'm going to talk to you guys about SIPC. I'm going to talk about it one more time for the day, and it's not to scare anybody. It's just simply a way, just very similarly to how I tell you every single day, two-factor authentication. I want you to understand what SIPC is and why that insurance is set up, whether or not your brokerage has it. These are all really important things that I think you should know and should be informed about. So we'll talk about that a little bit after the numbers. No old yeller in the back of the big tramp. Robert Key says you have to go back to the early 80s to see this high of the CPI increase. I haven't seen it before. I haven't seen the data from that far back. Maggie says, "What time tomorrow is your performance? I want to get front row seats when you sing Stairway to Heaven." Oh, Maggie, no, it's not going to happen. I'm not. No such thing is going to occur. Dyeing of the beard, though, dyeing the beard green is going to be a step, a milestone alone. Good morning, Tom. James says 90-day past payment on housing rising fast in Arizona. Man, James, that's where I was living in 2008. I owned a home in Peoria, Arizona, and I'll tell you what, man, you're giving me flashbacks. You're giving me massive flashbacks, and it doesn't feel good. That was a really rough time in my life. It ended up being a really good time, but it was rough though to live through it. It was rough to see, it was just rough. Um, so yes, last night I started seeing some talk about NFT marketplace being launched by GameStop that Steve is referencing here. He says, "What happened with games? I think he means GameStop NFT marketplace launch. We had internet outages. I'm just wondering if it will affect us." And I think even Cohen tweeted something out saying, "Whoops, excuse me," but they did release that, and I know a lot of GameStop shareholders are really really happy with that being launched. I don't know what kind of impact it's going to have. To be very honest with you guys, like I hate saying this, but I feel like NFTs are just kind of a gimmick that are going to kind of go away after some time. I just feel like it's, they're kind of, I think they're gonna be, like Vines. Do you remember when we used to have Vines? Yeah, they're little short clips, and now it's TikTok. But I feel like it's just kind of like one of those gimmicky things that people latched onto, and then, I mean, if talk to your kids and see what your kids think about NFTs. I think anytime if you really want to know whether or not you're investing in something that's worthwhile, go talk to your kids about it and find out what they know about it. And if they know something about it and they know that it's a cool thing, and they're really into it, um, maybe you're onto something. But if you go and talk to your kids and they go like, "Those sound stupid," you might be in trouble. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting here telling you guys, kids don't care about NFTs. They really don't. It's kind of something that our older generation may be picking up on a little bit. I think it had its moment in its time where it was kind of fashionable, and trendy, but I think it's going to go away. But I will say, I will say, I have been wrong about things like this in the past, like snowboarding. I was one of those skiers back in the day who used to say, snowboarding, it's just a trend, it'll go away, and then it made it into the Olympics. And I was like, uh, maybe this isn't going away, because as a skier, I really wanted to see snowboarders go away, because they were really annoying on the slopes. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about NFTs, but I just really kind of think that, I think they're kind of gimmicky. Beach guy says, Casey, here's your push down. I'm waiting for it. The VIX is heading back up again here. Caitlin says Vines and Chive were made by Bill Murray. No, I have no idea. Duncan says everything's taking a dump right now, and I don't doubt it. I mean, just look at the other side of the world, guys. If you want an idea for how the day is going to turn out, watch what the other side of the world did first, and use that as kind of like your litmus for what the day might be like. And that's why when I do numbers first thing in the morning, I kind of cover this and I talk about like what happened in the foreign markets. Maybe that might be our futures. Steve S says NFT intrinsic value. I don't think so, but entry into blockchain maybe. Yeah. See, if NFTs are tied to some kind of blockchain, physical, tangible value that has some kind of backing to something else, then sure. But just a straight up NFT that doesn't have, it's not tied to anything. It's just digital artwork. It's a gimmick. It's not going to do anything. It's like getting your token. It's like getting your prize out of your Cracker Jack box. Nobody's going to give two craps about it a year from now that you got your tattoo. Congratulations, cool deal. It's like nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care in a year what you got for an NFT that's not tied or backed to anything or has any kind of value other than the fact that it's just some kind of digital NFT. So I don't know. Janice saying I was into NFTs for 5 months now. I'm bored of it except AMC ones, but no one buys them when I've tried to sell them. That's what I'm saying. Um, I just don't think that there's a market out there for it. I think the people who are making the money off of NFTs are the people who are making the NFTs, and that's what's making them people are trying to push the popularity so they can continue to make money off of the selling of the NFTs. But if you're not on the selling side of an NFT, then you're not. It's just a way of selling digital artwork, and it's only worth whatever it is you paid for it to you. Well, Cassius, I'm glad that you're actually getting somebody into looking into it that's actually going to know something about it. That's kind of crazy. Next rate hike, I forget the exact date, Duncan. Let me get back to you on that. But it is time to take a look at our numbers. Wall Street's inflation estimates for tomorrow 8.2 to 8.3. That would be an improvement. This is why I'm kind of thinking that they might do 50 basis points next instead of 75. I'm starting to lean that direction. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point forward. And let me update Fidelity real quick here, and I will give you guys a run through on the numbers. And then we can talk about SIPC insurance. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have two-factor authentication, you might want to consider getting it. It may help you in the future in protecting your value and your portfolio so that only you can log into your account. You can always remove it if you don't like it. Alrighty, let's see here. I'm going to move over a couple screens real quick and we'll go ahead and dive into these numbers. Somebody wanted me to cover failure to deliver, so I'm going to put up a new screen. I'm only going to do the failure to delivers twice in the mornings when I first go on in the morning and the first update of the day, just because I kind of feel like it's kind of redundant to go over those failure to delivers multiple times throughout the day when there's no real change to those numbers. That could almost be said for some of the other things that I go over as well, but um, I'm making a command decision. All right, let me move this over here and we'll talk about everything. Let's start with price prediction tally points in the top left-hand corner. We all got a point yesterday. This is just 4 apes that are trying to predict price, betting on beers and ice cream. So don't take anything out of context here. Don't take financial advice from this. We're not experts here. Just trying to stay sharp. But I have 1263 to 1563 today. Eric has 1350 to 1650. Keto has 1312 to 1612. And Monty has 1350 to 1650. We all got points yesterday. I kept my values the same. Everybody else changed them day over day. Short exempt volume was a little bit down, but I mean 418.3 thousand without having SSR being tripped is quite a high number. Utilization 100% utilization, day number 106. We're on 106 straight trading days of 100% utilization. Our day over day price increase, we've had just about 15, 16, 17, 18. I think about getting real close. Might even no, I'm almost pretty sure we're over 20% increase in price over the last 3 average days, which is more than enough to make that a green indicator for me. So 2 out of 3 of the indicators for True Demons MOASS indicators have flagged. We're just waiting on short exempt volume to be over 3 million shares in a single day. I only need 1 million. I'm going to make that target 1 million, not 3 million. The thing about True Demons MOASS trigger indicators is that you're already going to know. if you go by these numbers here, you're going to know that you're in MOASS already. It won't be any question. So it'll just be a confirmation. So I kind of want to, I'm scaling back some of his numbers a little bit, and saying like, if you break this, we're headed there. We're getting there. It's not. It'll be like a warning trigger indicator instead of a, hey, yes, you're already in it. So I just need to see 1 million shares, and that's part of the reason why I want to see SSR trip, because that would probably push us up really close to that million range. Taking a look at Max Payne right down below me here, it is still $15. It was $15 yesterday. It's $15 again today. Off exchange values this morning. Let's go ahead and update that data. Typically speaking, where did I put this information? Hold on one second. Okay, there we go. Typically speaking, off exchange would be around 44%, and EDGX would be somewhere between 10 and 11. Ever since we moved to the Russell 1000, we've seen a little bit of a change on the EDGX where the numbers have been lower. In the off exchange, we have 59.5% of our total volume so far going through that, and 12.31 on the EDGX, giving us a total of 71.81% of our volume today so far going through the off exchange. Those numbers are extremely high for this time of the morning. Taking a look at institutional share ownership, that did decrease from yesterday very slightly to 190.124. The closer we get to the 15th of this month, the closer we are to 13Fs that are going to get filed. And we'll start seeing some more changes in this institutional share ownership, but it did go down day over day just fractionally, not even 1 million, not even 100,000 shares. But currently it's still reporting the same value at 190.124 million. Taking a look at Ortex data, so far for the day today, Ortex is reporting 971,000 shares having been borrowed. That's going to have the effect of increasing the short share interest of the free float to 17.75%. Cost to borrow max is at 14.65, average is 9.94, and min is at -0.2. I know the question is going to be, well, how do you get -0.2? Just, it's bad reporting, guys. It's just really, really bad reporting. It'll correct itself. Just give it some time. Taking a look at shares on loan, there was a decrease from, I think it was like 143 million shares. We'll take a look at the numbers more accurately here in just a minute, but we did decrease by about 5 million shares day over day on shares on loan. And most of it was not short interest because short interest barely budged in contrast. Taking a look at the options data. Highest amount of volume this morning is at $15.50, which is 50 cents higher than what it was yesterday, with a total of 11.4 thousand contracts. These numbers are very high. I would consider a normal amount to be around like 3,500, maybe 4,000 shares by this time in the morning. That is 3 times the amount. Extremely high. On the puts, the highest amount of volume is at $15, which is $1 higher than yesterday. There's currently 4.5 thousand contracts. Almost a 3-to-1 value in calls over puts, and the market signaling for a closing price today somewhere between $15 and $15.50. Taking you guys over to the other page, we'll take a look real quick here at this Ortex data, some of the numbers. Here's your utilization for 106 days, straight days of trading, being 100%. On loan amount did decrease day over day. It went from 143.63 to 138.56. If the on loan average age per day goes up, then those are newer loans that were closed. If it goes down, then those were older loans. that were closed, and it went up. So they closed out newer loans, not older loans. And the value went from 63.01 to 65.3. Estimated short share interest of the free float didn't change a whole lot, which tells me that not a whole lot of those loans were short interest. In that value went from 18.05 to 17.67. Security lending volume was up day over day, and we have a nice trend right now in security lending volume heading upwards. Failure to delivers. This is the new page that I'm adding in here so that people can see this because I know they wanted to. I've already highlighted. I've highlighted today's failure to delivers, and there's a total of 1.1 million shares that are going to be due by today. Today is the T35 for that 1.1 million shares. I kind of went through and I did a little bit of cross-referencing last night to see, like when we had this big run up on 627 right here of 13.31%. I went back to 627's expiration date, which is this line right here. And what you'll notice is that there's not a whole lot of failure to delivers for this period of time. It's only 100,835 shares. But what you'll notice is the very next day on the 24th, 1.1 million shares were due. I was like, that's interesting. So did they just simply start buying those shares the day before so they wouldn't have to be forced into buying? That would seem to make logical sense. Let's take a look at the next one. We had a 15.19% on 7.7. Let's come up to 7.7, highlight that row. Not quite a million shares there, but look at the next day. The next day has 2.6 million shares in failure to delivers that were due. 2.6, a massive amount, and sure enough, we saw a price rise the day before. So where are we at currently? Currently, we're on 712, which is right here. Tomorrow's failure to delivers is only 482,000. So I'm not expecting to see a whole lot of increased movement, forced increased buying, right? And then the next day after that's even worse, right? So the next time we start seeing in the millions again isn't until 7/18 or the day before trading, which would be Friday. The day that they would start buying would be the day before. So on Friday. So we may see, I'm expecting kind of like maybe 2 days down here. No, 3 days. 3 days being down. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There's not a whole lot of forced buying activity. Trigger price for the day for SSR is $13.46. Shares available with borrows at 1 million after they had borrowed quite a few shares this morning. Here's another 200,000 that they borrowed here and then returned 100K of them. Let's see, 235. Only returns in the ETFs. So 200 additional thousand shares having been borrowed, giving us a grand total of 1 million shares borrowed for the day-to-day, according to Stocko Tracker. And that's at a 10.5% fee currently. 497.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 80.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. 153.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 63.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. AMC is currently 10th most heavily traded stock with a 53% buy to 47% sell ratio. GME's in 6th with a 79% buy to 21% sell ratio. We'll cover SIPC here in just a few minutes. NASDAQ is down 0.4, Dow Jones is up 0.17, and the S&P 500 is down 0.21. The market is currently declining over advancing just barely with 3,460 decliners to 3,186 advancers. The VIX is up 2.14, IWB down 0.16, IWD is up 0.24, IWM is up 0.05. Tesla is down 1.18, Amazon down 1.2, Cinemark is up 2.59, Doge is down 0.08, Bitcoin is down 0.62, GME is down 0.07, HYMC is up 0.1, Hood is down 2.1, NCMI is up 2.2, and AMC is up 2.55. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have 7 million more in wait, is that right? Yeah, 7 million more dollars of outflow than inflow. 13.82 million shares having been traded so far for the day to day. These numbers are pretty big. Let's see, we've traded for 51 minutes, putting us at an average pace of 105.7 million shares traded for the day to day. That pace is really, really strong. It seems to be, for the most part, holding, but you can definitely tell that they're trying to bring that volume down. Taking a look at the Vortex indicator and RSI on the weekly interval, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.14, which is below average, or slightly below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.46, which is above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 66.9, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 73.19, which is signaling that we are overbought. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with at least one spike into the territory of being overbought, but RSI currently at 56.62, which is just about it, just a little higher than average. For those of you who like to see the Ichimoto indicator, on the hourly, we have conversion line above baseline, we have lagging line above price line, and we have the price touching the conversion line, which is oftentimes a selling indicator. That's happened multiple times on this price movement and in where we're at currently. So this is kind of scary looking here for somebody who may be looking to make swing trades. On a 4-hour, you've got multiple touch points on the conversion line. Conversion is above base, price is above cloud, and lagging line is above price line. All that looks really good, except for there's quite a few indicators in here that you might want to consider exiting your position on a swing trade. One more thing I'm going to show you guys real quick here is Bitcoin. It did come down in price. I'm expecting consolidation right about where it's at right now at 19.8. I'm expecting some consolidation at 19.8 for at least a couple days before seeing another jump back up to maybe like the 21 and a half range for a couple days, and then I think it'll start falling after that. Maybe late next week. These Bollinger Bands are actually staying quite open. Jana, I spoke to Mediocre Trader not too long ago. I'm reading what you guys are saying now. I spoke to a Mediocre Trader not too long ago. He's doing all right. He's just kind of been sticking to Discord lately. He's doing good, though. I talked to him. So I'm reading what you guys are saying. So again, in regards to Froggy, I'm just going to say that I'm going to stay silent. If you guys want to talk about DRS and how I feel, there's a great video that we've got out. I was working with, well, actually, I don't even want to say that I was working. I just helped lend some information to some of my information to Darth Walt, and it was just kind of added to his information that he already had dug into. But there's like an hour-long presentation on DRS, and the thing that I think that Darth does a great job of doing is that he goes about it. He's not trying to sell you on it. He's not trying to not sell you on it. He's just telling you the facts about what is really the case with DRS in your shares. From a fundamental perspective of what causes a squeeze play to occur, I am here to tell you, when you DRS your shares, you're locking the float. When you lock the float, you have no volume. When you have no volume, you have no squeeze. From a fundamental position, removing the volume from a play makes it an illiquid play. That's exactly what hedge funds would want in a position because they're no longer forced. That's the big question. If I went to a market maker and I said, what would you choose in an illiquid market? What would you choose? Would you rather have 20 million shares that you would have to make a market for, or 40 million shares? Actually, it's worse than that. It's really like 6 million, right? If I went to a market maker and I said, in an illiquid market, would you rather make the market for 6 million shares or 40 million shares? And the unequivocal answer would be 6 million. They don't want to have to make a market in an illiquid market. Getting forced to make a market in those kind of conditions leads to bad things. They lead to squeezes. You don't want to take away volume. Volume and forced lending is exactly the two main key ingredients that cause MOASS. So in regards to the fundamental portions of what causes a squeeze to occur, when you look at those just from the breakdown of what happens when you lock the float, you're tying up volume. It's not good. Fundamentally, that's really, really, really bad. So I'm just going to talk about the facts, and I'm not going to talk about the people. But if you want to go check out in my I think it's helpful video links section. Let me just check and verify where it's at exactly because I'm not positive. That's not it. It's under my playlists, and under the playlist is interviews and presentations. Good afternoon, you filthy apes. Welcome to. That's not it. Let's see. And it's called Deep Dive into DRS with Computer Share. It's 57 minutes and 45 seconds long. It's long. It's a really long review, but it's an excellent deep dive into it, into finding out what's really real. In regards to things like terms of service, when we all hit that I agree, but we never actually read the terms of service, you are signing an agreement stating that you will abide by those terms of service. If you don't read those, if you don't know what it says in those terms of service, you're not going to know what is potentially a pitfall for you. If you go in and you read Computer Share's terms of service, you're going to see a lot of things that raise a lot of red flags. A lot. Go and read those. If you're thinking about DRSing, I'm not going to sit here and tell you not to. It's your money, it's your choice. But go read those terms of service and ask questions. If you called Computer Share to ask a question and they conflict, the answer that they give you is conflicting with their terms of service, it does not mean that the person on that phone is correct. And that goes with any broker that you're doing your dealings with. A phone call is never, ever going to trump your terms of service. The terms of service is always going to hold up in a court of law. You sign to it. You're held and abided by those terms of services. Know that. Doesn't matter what you call and ask questions for. They can tell you anything they want to and be wrong about it. It's just some operator on the other end of the phone. It's not going to hold up. Know what they can actually do. Yeah, I agree. Sub has the boss. I'm just going to stay silent on the whole matter. No, you're not, Charles. You're not effectively locking those shares. Buying and holding your shares through your broker does not effectively lock the shares at all. And the reason for that is that, you don't own real shares. There's the big difference, right? You don't own real shares in that position. You own an IOU, and that's the difference. So the brokerage that you're through can continue to trade those shares, even though they are required to hold a collateral to the amount of shares that are held within the company. You're not locking the shares to be traded in volume. So that's a great question. Absolutely not. By having your shares owned through a regular brokerage, those shares are still tradable because the brokerage can trade those shares. They only have to hold collateral. You have an IOU. Yeah, TOS is terms of service. It's funny, Duncan. I was talking to Duncan the other night, and he's like, he was telling me, he's like, I remember when you used to just come on and you would do these 9-hour streams, and there was like 3 of us watching. and and I think one of the things that was really kind of funny to Duncan was he was like, he told me one time, he said, I'll never forget this. He goes, you're in his country where he's from. He said that they had this like public television network where they had a camera on the front of a train, and it was just that was it. It was just a live stream of a camera on the front of a train, and it started off like not very popular, and it just kind of did its thing. And after a while, people were just tuning into it, and people couldn't take their eyes off of just watching this train just travel through the countryside, and it became really extremely popular. All it was doing was just traveling. That's it. It was just recording history as it moved through time. And that's kind of what this channel's been like. It's just gotten bigger and bigger. I don't care if you guys subscribe or you don't. I really don't. You can hit the downvote button if you want to. None of that stuff matters to me. It really doesn't. It's been kind of a crazy adventurous ride. But I enjoy having you guys here though. It does certainly make it more fun. Green Thumb says, question, Weeble says their fractional shares are only good on their site. So how did you get a fractional from Computer Share? That is a great question, Green Thumb. I don't know the answer. Only brokers are supposed to be able to do that. I've been told by Darth Walt, he told me that Computer Share is a broker, but not in the United States. They're a broker overseas. So if they're somehow buying those shares perhaps as an entity outside of the United States as a broker and then holding on to fractional shares for you, then that would be the case. But I'll tell you what, I had no problem selling my fractional share at all. It went through instantly. And the reason for that is because I never really sold a real share. You cannot sell a fractional share on the market. It only goes through the system as an IOU. So ComputerShare basically looked at whatever the price was at that time in the market and said, paper stamped it, digitally stamped it, said, here you go. Here's your money that we owe you for this digital timestamp of your sale because you had a partial share that we didn't have to make a trade for. That's pretty crazy. But it's no different than anything else any of our other brokers are doing. Guys, let's talk about since we're talking about protecting yourself and your shares, let's talk about SIPC. Sorry, I always get it mixed up. So I'm going to pull this up over on the side screen, and I know that you guys are probably going to have questions, but it's going to be very difficult for me to talk about this and get the questions at the same time, and I got to cover this before 10 o'clock so we can do the 10 o'clock number, so I only have like 20 minutes here. So hold your questions because most of the questions I probably won't be able to answer, and for very specific reasons. I've made some statements. I'm going to preface this entire thing with saying I'm not a financial advisor. I am only trying to help you by giving you information that may help you protect you and help you to make better decisions for yourself. I don't want to tell you what to do. That is not what I'm here to do. I don't want you to, I don't do whatever you want to do. It's your money. It is your money. You should be incredibly proud of your money. You should be protective of your money. And so if I can give you tools to help protect yourself, then that's what I want to do. So I'm going to preface this whole portion right here based off of that. I'm going to take the big tramp off, so I'm not going to read what you guys are saying from here on forward. Let me pull up. The website is already attached at the very top and pinned to the top. I want you guys to go check that out. I'm going to give you guys a couple other links to be able to click on. This next link that I'm putting in the chat box is the SIPC list of members. If your broker's on this list, and I've already just looked up a couple, I just looked up two real fast because I just wanted to see. I looked up Webull and I looked up Robinhood, and both are SIPC members. If your brokerage is on this list, then they are a registered broker or dealer registered through SIPC members by law. So go check that. That link will tell you whether or not you have SIPC coverage. What does SIPC stand for? Securities Investor Protection Corporation. I'd like to think of it as, or kind of like FDIC insurance, although that's not what it is. Normally, an FDIC insured bank account, would insure up to X amount of dollars. I think it's $250,000 or something like that in it. Is it 250? Yeah, I think it's 250. Maybe it's more. I can't remember. I think it's 250. SIPC insures up to $500,000 and it also includes a $250,000 cash limit, a limit cash. So if you have a brokerage account, let's say you're an XYZ broker, right? So let's say that you have, I don't know, we'll just say 1,000 shares, 1,000 shares of AMC. I'm just making it quick and simple, but you have 1,000 shares of AMC. You're insured up to $500,000 for those securities. If you had additional money inside your account in cash, you would only be insured up to $250,000 in cash. So just keep that in mind. This is in case a broker goes belly up. And we've seen it right now. We're seeing it right now in a lot of cryptocurrencies. Because of the fact that we're seeing brokers go belly up, I truly and honestly believe that there are going to be brokers who struggle to make it through whatever it is that we're going to experience in the future. If you happen to be in one of those brokers, You're going to want to know this information, and you should use this information. Please, please, please look at it. I can't stress to you enough. The one major thing that I need to tell you is that every client with every broker has one SIPC insurance attached to them, meaning you can't have multiple accounts with that same broker and have $500 or $500,000 limits on each account. It's one $500,000 limit, and that's it. If you're registered with multiple brokers, you then have 500,000 through each broker that's licensed with SIPC coverage. Just know that. The next question that I'm probably going to get from some people is, does this protect everybody? And it says here, I'll just highlight this right here. There is no requirement that a customer reside or be a U.S. citizen of the United States. A non-U.S. citizen with an account at a brokerage firm that is a member of SIPC is treated the same as a resident or citizen of the United States with an account at an SIPC member brokerage firm. I want you guys to know that you're protected across the seas if you have a broker that is SIPC insured. So just know that you're not excluded from this. With that link that I gave to you, you guys can see the list of members that are listed there. I'm on the W's right now because I looked up Webull. There's a crap ton of them in here, guys. Just a crap ton. It almost makes me think that there isn't a single broker out there that's not SIPC insured. At least it feels that way when I look through the list. I also am going to note that there are still open cases, active open cases with SIPC from 2008. Bernard L. Madoff Investment Securities LLC has a filing that occurred on December 11th of 2008 that's still open. If you click on it, they had a distribution, their 13th distribution of money, equaling to, over those 13, equaling to $14.27 billion. This is dated February 25th of 2022. They're still issuing funds from 2008. Keep that in mind. That's including the fact that the final deadline for filing was July 2nd of 2009. So this is still an open claim, even though all claimants were in by July 2nd of 2009. And then there's also Lehman Brothers, which filed on September 19th, 2008. Those two accounts are still open. The Lehman Brothers, though, had their last distribution appears to be September 17th of 2018. So 10 years later, 10 years later, they finally did their final distribution. I think they had 6, if I'm not mistaken. The final phase, let's see here. Yep, 6. Initiates a 6th interim distribution, accelerated final distribution election. So yeah, the Lehman Brothers had 6 different distributions over a 10-year span, totaling $9.261 billion. So, and again, I'm not reading what it is you guys are saying just yet. Hold your questions. I want you guys, and I'm going to just leave you this one last thing before I come over and look at your questions. I'm not going to go reading through this because I did it earlier this morning. But this last part is how the claim process works. I'm just going to go to the very bottom. It's a 6-step claim process instructions. But I'm going to go to the very last part of it here, and it says, when can I expect to receive my property? How quickly claims are satisfied depends on the complexity of the liquidation and the condition of the brokerage firm's records. Delays of several months can arise when the failed brokerage firm's records are not accurate. It also is not uncommon for delays to take place when the troubled brokerage firm or its principals were involved in fraud. When the records of the brokerage firm are accurate and no fraud occurred, deliveries of some securities and cash to customers may begin shortly after the trustee receives the completed claim forms from customers. Generally, in these cases, customers may receive at least some of their property 1 to 3 months after filing the completed claim form. 1 to 3 months. The other thing you need to know, is they're not responsible if they fund you back actual shares, they're not responsible for any change in price during that period of time. Meaning they're not going to just give you the price for you. So they may actually give you back your shares, but they may give them back to you at whatever price it is at that time when you get the funds. And I think that's in point number 5 in here. It states, while the number of securities to be replaced will equal the number in your account on the filing date, it is always possible that the market changes may result in the returned securities having lost some or even all of their value as calculated as of the filing date. In other cases, the securities may have increased in value since the filing date. In certain cases, it may not be possible to deliver some or all of the securities that were in your account. In those circumstances, you'll receive a payment from the trustee up to at least the SIPC limits for the filing date value of the securities, meaning that 500,000 that I was referring to earlier. So just note that there's a lot of mystery here. Not really 100% certain what you're going to get, shares or cash. So there's going to be a lot of questions that you guys are going to have that I'm not going to be able to answer. But let them rip. Let's see. Does Caitlin, you said SIPC works American only, I think, and that's not true. Mike says, doesn't DRS cause an increase in volatility because there's less liquidity, which means the short sellers will have to rely on options to generate liquidity? Not necessarily. Off exchange. Off exchange and synthetic share trades are huge. And if you wanted to avoid having to trade on the lit market real shares, what would you do? You just simply start trading everything off exchange. It makes life so much easier. So if you had to ask an institution who wanted to hide price discovery during times of low liquidity, what do they resort to? Off exchange trading. That's it. So the answer is no. It doesn't do anything. It actually makes it easier for them. They don't have to force trade shares. They're not there. See, Gary, this is the thing that I wanted to. I'm not trying to scare you guys, okay? I don't know who's safe and who's not safe. For all I know, we all are unsafe. Or we could all be very, very safe. I don't know the answer to those questions. Those are the kind of questions I don't know the answer to. But what I want you to think about, Gary, is I want you to think about it in a different aspect. What I want you to think of is okay, if I'm not safe, how can I mitigate risk? That's what I want you to start thinking about. Not is my broker safe or not safe. I want you to just assume that you're not safe. I would prefer that you assume that you're not safe. But it's your money and it's your choice. You can choose to do whatever you want to do with that money. It is your hard-earned money, or maybe it's money that was given to you. I don't know how you got it. Who cares? Maybe you're drug dealing. I don't know. But it is still money that you worked for, right? And how do you keep it? How do you mitigate that risk? How do you do that? I will say this: you can call your broker, JP Morgan as an example, and you can call them up and you can say, is there a way that I can increase the amount of insurance that I have on my held positions? Ask them that. It's a legitimate question. Can I increase my insurance? There might be an answer to that that's a yes answer, but it might cost you something. Morning, Rem Taco. Gary says, is it 500 per share? Wait. It's 500,000 in cash total, but it's only based off of It's 500,000 in shares and securities, and then 250 in cash. So if you had, I don't expect most of us to have $250,000, not, not invested anywhere and just sitting in a, oh man, I got hiccups, sitting in an account someplace, Rufus. But I mean, if you are, congratulations to you just having cash sitting around. But if you do just have funds that are just sitting in a brokerage, then basically it acts like FDIC essentially. It insures your 250,000 cash, and then also on top of that, the 500,000 in securities. And it's not, Gary, in regards to how much per share. It's not. I wouldn't think of it as how much per share. Thorblade is asking how many calls at a $15 strike price when I last look at it. And I'm gonna assume that you're. Well, I'll just read them off both to you. There's currently 26.7 thousand contracts at 15 for open interest, and in volume so far it's 8.9 thousand contracts, but I haven't refreshed since almost an hour ago. So that's an hour old information. Corbin Dallas says the report that was released gave great insight to which brokers have liquidity and which are in too deep. Look at that. I don't know what Corbin's talking about. I don't know where that report is. I would love it if you could link it, Corbin, and if you could, just let me know and I'll make you moderator long enough to link that for us. That would be an excellent report to identify your level of risk and whether or not you need to mitigate against that risk. No, Tom, it doesn't quite work like that. So in other words, let's just say that you had, let's say you had a thousand shares, right? And let's say that those thousand shares, I think, hold on, I got to do a little math here. Give me just a second. Yeah, 500. So let's just pretend for a moment that you had a thousand shares in broker XYZ, right? And let's say that the price at the time that they filed was $500 a share, which would give you $500,000. Anything over $500 a share, you're not going to get a penny for. So in other words, if the price were to move up at some point to $1,000 a share, you wouldn't get that other portion of it. Whatever they filed for, that's how much they're either going to have to pay you back in cash or they're going to give you in securities. So they may actually only pay you back in securities because it does say that they can do that. They can actually just pay you back in securities, just give you back your shares essentially, and then say, here you go, here's your shares. And then you're like, great, that's awesome, except for it's 3 months later and the stock price is not the same as what it used to be and I can't sell for the same price. Thanks a lot. You know what I'm saying? So um, opening up different accounts with different brokers is going to be could be an option, Tom. Just note to yourself that if you were to do something like that, it would be more difficult. When it comes time to sell, it would be very difficult for you to manage all of it. Just note that. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying note that you're going to struggle. There's more accounts that you're going to more platforms you're going to have to be working with, but it would increase your coverage. But it's only 500,000 per broker. It's not per account. Steve, I'm seeing based on the verbiage that I see, it's 500,000 in securities and 250,000 in cash. They're separate. If I go back to the website, it says it right here, held by a customer at a financial troubled SIPC member brokerage firm. The limit of SIPC protection is 500,000, which includes a 250,000 limit for cash, which includes. Okay, you're correct. No, you're right. And that actually goes into some of the examples that I think they put like an example A and example B in their claims process down here where it says, let's see right here, customer B has a claim for securities valued at $1 million. Customer B would receive securities valued at an amount of $500,000 or $500,000 in cash from funds advanced by SIPC. Customer B would also receive a distribution from customer property valued at $400,000. I don't know what property is though. In total, customer see these are questions I don't know the answers to. In total, customer B would receive $900,000 and would have a general creditor claim for the remaining $100,000. I don't. These are questions that I don't know the answers to. Some of this stuff is kind of a mystery to me. I've never had to deal with this. I'm learning it like you guys are. But it does appear that you're right, though. Yeah, the broker would have to go under Easter Easter Beast. Caitlin says new day high 1569. I'm going to record it. Thank you. Well, I wouldn't think of it like that, Stephen, though. That's only if your broker goes under, right? And I don't expect every single broker to go over or go under rather. I think the reason I'm bringing this up is because I know there's people who are still invested through. I won't say the name because people get upset when I say names. But somebody out there that screwed investors over before could potentially go under. And if they do, you would be put in that position. So, but I don't expect them to all have, I don't expect all brokers to be that way. Yeah. We don't actually know that he sold though yet. Do we, Beach Guy? Because I think I've looked into it and we weren't actually able. Well, he made it through. If he made 43 million, he made it through options. Uh, Tasisus 2006 says property, I believe, is the shares you hold in the account. I think that's correct, but I'm not positive. Like I said, guys, you need to go read this stuff. I'm not here to try and sway you to do one thing or another. I want you to go read it. I want to bring it up as a topic because I think it's important and it's something you should understand. That's it. I want you to go read it and I want you to try to understand it. And if you don't, maybe we can try and find answers together. Man, yo, I am not a tax consultant. I have no idea. I have no idea. Steve S says 5 brokers. I mean, I'm just trying to say there might be some brokers out there that are kind of struggling, and I'm trying to make sure that you guys are aware of what the future could hold for you. I think now is a great time to talk about it because we're not MOASSing right this second. I would hate to have. I don't think I've heard anybody talk about SIPC at all ever. because this is brand new news to me. I haven't seen a single person talk about this. And I would absolutely love somebody to come back behind me and do some more digging, like Pantheon or Tony, anybody, Tony, Pantheon, Mass, AMC Bigham's, Marcel, Boss Blunts, same person I know, but anybody at all to come back and start looking more into this. The more eyes that we see on this kind of stuff before it happens, the better. It's kind of like back when I was breaking the information about the government pension plans, or not pension, but their retirement plans. Mike's saying, correction, CPI report due tomorrow with experts predicting inflation will surge higher than the 8.6. Somebody was saying earlier 8.9, and another person said 9%. If it does, undoubtedly they will go another 75%. Or I said 75%, 75 points. AMC Panda says still early, Casey. I'm just saying, guys, I think now is a great time to start talking about these kinds of things because, can you imagine how panicked people would feel if we started talking about this as prices doing all kinds of crazy stuff? I just found out about SIPC or it's SIPC, not SICP. I just found out about it a couple weeks ago, and so I wanted to do some digging into it and understanding what it was. And once I had done that a little bit, I wanted to share it with you guys. Yeah, the TSP plans. Thank you, Doug. I couldn't think of the name off the top of my head. And I really appreciate that, Doug, because I couldn't remember TSP to save my life right now. And here's the other thing, guys. I really didn't want to talk about SIPC. I really didn't, because I don't know what it is, and it's new to me, and it's scary because I don't know what it is, and I'm still trying to dive into it, look into it, and I figure it's better to talk about it now than later. So I'm bringing it up, and if worst case scenario, if people at least start talking a bit about it, maybe as a community we can get together, put our crayon eating brains together and figure out more. Because I think it's a valid subject to talk about and is something that we need to consider and understand how it works. Because it's impacting us one way or the other. It will more than likely impact us, at least some of us. ABC is saying, why the sudden volume? Let's see what we got going on here because it is 10 o'clock, so we might as well take a look at these numbers here. Volume is up 400,000 shares traded here. Let's see, we're kind of averaging right around. Looks like we're averaging about 280 million or 280,000 shares a minute for like the last 10 minutes or more since this run up right here. Why the additional volume right now? I don't know. Volume did drive down to about, at our lowest point was about 60,000 shares a minute. But then we did certainly have this big spike in volume here for sure. Let's take a look at our numbers. Yeah, I think it's 1615 is the number we got to break. Let me take you guys over to the other screen. 1615 is the number that I think that we need to break past, and we should see like a really big breakout. Man, if I have to dye my beard green, that's that's gonna suck. All right, I'm logged into Fidelity. I didn't have to do two-factor authentication, so I won't drive you guys nuts with the speech. Alrighty, taking a look at some of our numbers, starting with off exchange. An hour ago, it was 59.5% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX was at 12.31. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. Is that right? Okay, there we go. 61.92 in the off exchange and 11.73. Those numbers total up to 73.65 million or 73.65%. That's extremely high for this time of the morning. I would normally expect to see maybe tops 61 or 62% maybe, or not, yeah, 61 or 62%. We're like well over 10% above that. So there's a lot of volume that's making it to the lit market. I don't know why. I really don't know why. They're doing a lot of price discovery through off exchange, and yet that the volume is still hitting the market. We'll see if we can figure out where it's coming from. Moving on to Ortex data. This may actually help us with some of that problem, discovering where it's coming from. Shares borrowed changed earlier an hour ago is 971,000 shares having been borrowed. It's now a return of 495,000 shares. Cost borrow max is at 17.61, average is at 11.04, and min is at negative 0.2. Shares on loan is 138.56. It did drop a couple million, 5 million, I think, day over day. The return of shares by a little over a million shares is going to decrease the short interest of the free float down to 17.64%. And looking at the options, somebody was asking earlier about the $15 calls. At a $15 strike price, the calls, there's 26.7 thousand in open interest and 12.6 in volume for the day today. At a $16 strike price for calls is the highest amount of volume currently. But we have a secondary runner-up at 20. We could legitimately see this drive from 16 to 20 being the highest amount of volume for the day. But it went from $15.5 with 11.4 thousand contracts to $16 with 18.9 thousand contracts. On the puts, highest amount of volume at a $15 strike price is the same from an hour ago. There was 4.5 thousand contracts. Then there's now 8.8, leading to about getting close to a 2.5 to 1 ratio. But we have a spread between $16 and $15 on the call versus the puts, signaling for a closing price between 15 and 16 for the day. But like I said, in the next hour, that could rapidly change to maybe a 17.50 closing price. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers, let's see if it's let's see if AMC shareholders are buying or selling. AMC coming in 10th most heavily traded stock with a 52% buy to 48% sell ratio. Not as high as I'd like to see it. GME is coming in 8th with a 80% buy to 20% sell ratio. It's just looking strong. $13.46 was trigger price for SSR. Boy, am I wrong today, huh? Sheesh. 1.3 million shares available to borrow. Looks like only returns on the available amount of shares to borrow, and in the ETFs also only returns. The fee for borrowing right now is 10.5%. There's currently 490.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 86.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 154,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 62.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. We have an advancing market with the Nasdaq up 0.17. The Dow Jones is up 0.47. The S&P 500 is up 0.18. The market is advancing over declining with 3,570 advancers to 3,075 decliners. The VIX is up 0.42. This is so strange. The market is heading up with the VIX going up at the same time. This is really, really odd. IWB is up 0.22. IWD is up 0.51. IWM is up 0.54. Tesla is down 0.13. Amazon down 0.74. Cinemark is up 3.31. Doge is up 0.33. Bitcoin is up 0.08. GameStop is up 4.45. HYMC is up 0.99. Hood is down 0.66. NCMI is up 4.94. And AMC is up 7.06%. Our inflow versus outflow is currently a $16 million difference with more outflow than inflow. Current volume is at 23.54 million shares having been traded after 102 minutes, which is putting us on a pace for 90.4 million shares traded for the day today. That is definitely more volume than I insinuated in the pre-market with 20 to 40 million as a prediction. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.72, which is just below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.14, which is above average. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an overbought signal on RSI at 75.62. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 83.82, which is above average and signaling overbought. On a 5-minute interval, again, more buying pressure than selling pressure with RSI at 67.54, which is above average. Having signaled twice today so far for being overbought. We hit 1604 and then had an immediate drop down. We did, on this run up, we did hit the top side of the Bollinger Band, which typically means you'll see price run back down to the simple moving average. If there's still more buying pressure to continue, it will bounce off the simple moving average and head back up again. If not, then you'll see price drive back down. Let's try and see what kind of oops. I feel like we're on an ascending wedge with the good news about this is that price is increasing and it looks like volume is increasing, which could be bullish. Normally on an ascending wedge like this, if you have price rising and volume falling, then you would have a breakout going down. But in this particular situation, we actually have volume increasing, not decreasing, which is bullish. Let me just look at a trend channel on this real quick. It does appear that the trend channel is pointing towards the bottom side of the wedge, which could mean a breakout going up. I would look for a breakout potentially maybe somewhere in there. Mainly because at $16.20, I think we're going to start seeing some big candles up going upwards if we can get there. All right. With that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Amy's saying we. We. Remtax says I'm getting used to these new colors. I like them. Ethan says we needed the RSI to cool off. This is good. Z-Man saying 1640 for the takeoff point. 1615 is what I got for the bullish triangle. If you're talking about the year-long descending wedge, then you're probably right. It probably is more like 1640. But if we take off out of that bullish triangle at 1615, I think it'll push past that 1640, no problem. Don't tell me these are cat ears. Does man, I hadn't seen that until you just said that. It does kind of look like it a little bit. Right here. I actually looked at his position, Cassius, and his position was like it wasn't really anything to bat an eyelid about. James of Arizona wants the itchy cloud. Let's take a look at it. You know, I really, in regards to SICP, you guys, or SIPC rather, sorry, I keep getting it wrong. I'm really kind of glad that you guys are taking it like champs. I was really kind of stressed about talking about it because my fear was is that it was going to cause fear, and it's not what I'm trying to do because I'm not trying to say you should be afraid. I'm just trying to tell you how you can mitigate the most risk. I don't think it's a bad thing. All right, the whole SIPC is a good thing. And I dreaded talking about it because I was afraid that the community would take it poorly. Um, and the reason I say that is because my delivery is so crappy. Out of all the people you guys could listen to about bringing you new information, I'm probably one of the worst ones for delivery. And let me tell you, you guys took it like champs. I'm just gonna say, I feel like you guys took it like champs. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud here, the conversion line and the baseline um, are still the conversion line is still above the baseline. The lagging line is above price line. We are still touching that conversion line with price, which is not ideal, but it is what it is. Taking a look at the 4-hour. Same thing. Price is touching that conversion line. All the rest of the indicators look really solid though. You got base below conversion, lagging above price. There's, it still looks it still looks incredibly good. I mean, there's some warning indicators in here. I used to, Leon, create markers, and somebody asked me about it a few weeks back, and I started creating them again. Nobody said anything until just now, like you did. So, because I did, I've been on and off on that, on creating markers to talk about different things, and then specifically like just the markers where I do the technical analysis on the hour. I was setting markers for those as well. Uh, you know, if I was a more organized person, Leon, before I started talking about something, I would just do it, and it would be really simple for me to do at the end of the day. Maybe I need to start getting better about that. Uh, I will. I'll do it. I'll do it because this is now the second time I've been asked in probably like the last month and a half. Thorbladed says I'm still calling 20 end of day gamma ramping. Let's go. I'm all for it, man. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. Carl says, "Hey Casey, could you look at the daily with the Bollinger Bands? Tell us what you think. RSI look good. Your thoughts." All right, let's take a look at the daily. Daily with the Bollinger Bands. Let's get rid of a lot of this other information that's in here. All right, so we've got a restriction of the Bollinger Bands right here. And I guess what I want to say, Carl, is are you aware of suck, squeeze, bang, blow? Have you read that? I'm just going to ask you that question because the way I kind of look at this is I look at this as the compression stage, right? When you have your Bollinger Bands tightened down like this, you have compression going on, and then you're going to have expansion, right? And once you have the expansion, then you move into the next phase, which is where price really starts to take off. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about then. This period right here where you see the Bollinger Bands tightening up on the daily is very, very similar to what you've seen every single time price has ever taken off on this. You see a contraction. This is your compression. This is your bang period right here, and this is your blow right here. So you could label these. You could literally put labels on each one of these. This is the sucking, where price starts to move downwards. You have sucking in here. You have squeezing occurring here, banging occurring here, and then blowing, right? And it's just the four stages of a stroke engine. It's motion. How do you get motion? You have to compress everything, and then you have to have an explosion. Same thing goes back here. It's a little bit harder to see unless I kind of widen this up a little bit. Again, sucking right here, squeezing, banging, and blowing. Same pattern. It just occurs over and over and over everywhere you see it. You could even do it with that $34 run up that we had. You had sucking, squeezing, banging, and blowing. So in regards to what it is you're saying with the Bollinger Bands on the daily, that's good. RSI in this particular case, and I said this I think yesterday. I said that there may be one more cycle here. And I think this would be the argument for why I say there's one more cycle. I'm taking a deep breath before I say this. RSI is hot on the daily. If you come out to the weekly and you look at weekly RSI, it's not as bad, right? If you went back and you look at June's run up, it was actually higher on the weekly than where we're starting out right now, which is good. But if you go back down to the daily and you look at where we're starting, if this were the starting point of a big run here, we're like right smack dab in the middle. If you come back into June and you look at June's run up, it was actually much lower than that. It was down in the 40 range before moving upwards, right? And in January, it was even further than that. It was in the like 30 to 35 range. So on the daily, in terms of the daily goes, I don't like where we're starting because it was like mid 50s, but on the weekly, it doesn't look so bad. So my question to you is this: does RSI matter when margin calls roll through? And my answer to you, because I don't know if you're going to answer it or not, and that doesn't really matter because I'm just going to give you an answer anyways. My answer to you is no. RSI has no reflection when it comes time to margin calls. You will see some of the most incredible RSI numbers you have ever seen in your entire life. It will be epic, beyond belief. RSI will be super, super, super hot. Super hot. I mean, if you think this is hot back here in the 95 range, just wait. You ain't seen nothing yet. But I do think that what would cause this to cool off the RSI on the daily quickly is a sharp rise up in price and then a very hard fall back down. The kitchen sink. When the kitchen sink comes flying at us, comes flinging at us, let's go back to GME and look at GME and see what happens when the kitchen sink comes flying at you. Can I make this bigger? See the kitchen sink? Right here. See how far it cools off the RSI as price is moving upwards? That's your kitchen sink. That's them attempting to try and control price by selling a whole bunch of short-term loan shares back into the market and attempting to control price. So you're going to get these very sharp movement downwards in price, and you're going to see the kitchen sink thrown. I have a feeling now that I've talked about it, Cassius, that it's going to start getting out everywhere. I think guys are going to start picking up on it. And the reason that I say that is because when I say something about it, you guys start saying something about it. When you guys start saying something about it, everybody starts looking into it. So I have a feeling it's going to go make its rounds. I don't want to tell guys what to do. I don't want to tell guys what they should pick up and what they shouldn't pick up for content. I just don't. I love the idea. I love the idea that, hey, Casey, you should go tell somebody to go, research this. But you know what though? It's their content, and they need to pick it up on their own if they want to pick up on it. And I think that there will be people who do pick up on it, Cassius. I really do. So don't you? I just read what Brian wrote. Hope Casey likes green hair. So yeah, I think people will pick up on this. So don't you worry. I think you'll probably start hearing more educated people out there starting to talk about SIPC and probably giving you a better explanation than I possibly could have. So just give it some time. Oh shoot, I gotta catch up. Oh man, I'm way behind. You guys are like throwing in so many comments in here. Hold on a second. Let me catch. I'm like way behind here. All right, hold on. I'm reading. I'm only going to comment on things that I see is like super really important to talk on and touch on. So if I skip over yours, I apologize. Backyard Boogie, how's it going? That was important. Thick says this sounds so sexual. Do you know what though, Thick? I don't know if you read Suck Squeeze Bang Blow, but Mr. Lear, my auto shop. I'll never forget his name. I can't forget the man's name. He's passed away. Bless his heart. That's not meant in a bad way. Rest in peace, Mr. Lear. But he knew how to get guys to remember things. He knew how to say things in a way that would cause young teenagers to be able to understand how something works. And dang it, if suck, squeeze, bang, blow gets in your head, so be it. Nana says this sounds like sex to me. Myself says, please explain more of the sucking and blowing, Casey. Go read the article, myself. The article's quite honestly one of the best. Chrismo says that was straight up ASMR. This is why you guys are blowing me up here. I think I'm gonna go to break at 11:20 today, guys. Thorblade says tomorrow with the inflation numbers could be our cooling day. Yeah, I mean, I really felt like it was going to be today. You see how wrong I am right here, right? I don't get everything right all the time. I'm not perfect, guys. I really am. I'm not. None of us are. Um, with the price movement that we had on Thursday last week, I felt like it was going to be within the next 3 days. I was wrong. It happens. I'm okay with it though. Nobody's ever always right on this stuff. Otherwise, they would just be supremely rich. I wouldn't be here talking to you guys if that were the case. Beach Guy says, Casey, during MOASS, we're all going to be watching volume with you. We stick together. Volume's key, man. It really is key to this entire process. Harry Parrots is like, I'm going to get a lot. That's a funny comment there, Harry Parrot. I'm not even going to read it. Good morning, Dips. Lost Pro says, what was the RSI on the Volkswagen squeeze? That is a great question. Let's go take a look at it, shall we? Oh, man, hold on a second. You're making me think. I don't think it's been so long since I've looked at this. Hold on. I don't think it was VW. What was the ticker for it? Oh man, it's I can't remember. Hold on a second. Let me look it up. I can't even tell you how many times I've looked at this and I can't remember now, and it's really bothering me. That's not it. Okay, maybe that is it. That doesn't. I feel like that's not right. me try this one. Holy moly. All right, I think this is it. Because, well, no, 102 is not high enough. Maybe it was, because that might be, no, that's 98. That's 2008. This is right. This is the correct one. All right, let me just add RSI to this screen here. Holy moly. What just happened to my numbers? There we go. All right, let me just add RSI to this real quickly, and we should be able to see what it is. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay. Let's see. I'm on the monthly here though, so I don't know how far back. I don't know if I'll be able to drive back to. I don't know if I'll be able to drive back on a weekly to that date, but I can try. But the RSI for the monthly on October 1st of 2008 would have been in the 90 range. It was actually hotter than that. It was actually up in the 94 range in a year prior, as it was running up to that price, about 195 bucks before it kind of came down a little bit and then made the final run. But yeah, it was right around like 90-ish on the monthly. I'm gonna see if I can do the weekly here and drive back. Okay, I can. Still 90. The highest it got up to was actually 80, 86. It was hotter, like I said earlier, a year previous. Let's try it. Let's try stepping it down one more notch. See if we can go down to the day. I doubt I'm going to be able to go back that far. Yeah, 20. Let's see. Oh wow, I can. Okay, on the daily, right at the spike, it was at 80, 84. But what you have to remember, guys, and this is what I was talking about in regards to like the kitchen sink. Look at the cool off on the RSI on this. Look at the cool off right here. This is the kitchen sink that gets thrown. You see this? I mean, this is just a massive kitchen sink right here, right? And RSI cools off massively because it's such a sharp. What affects RSI the most is sharp movements in price in short periods of time. This is why for such a long time for us we've been struggling with RSI on our stock, is because whenever we move up we move quickly, so our RSI burns fast, right? And doesn't give we don't have any cool off period, right? It just blows up, and then we don't have any kind of downwards movement. I can actually show you that based on the synthetic price failures in the past, how whenever we blow up 40, 60, 100%, we would only have like a downturn of about 20%, and so that's how I knew the squeeze wasn't over. You got to have these massive downswings. That's how you know you're getting really close to the end of the MOASS. With these massive, the bigger the downswings that you have means you're closer to the end. These big, big downswings really kind of give you an idea that you're getting super, super close to the end. Mark this. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Can't get out of my head. Harry Parrott, if you haven't read the documentation on it that I've written, I mean, you really need to. I think it's a fundamental understanding of what some of the cycles look like for AMC. Now, here's the thing though. I've tried to take suck, squeeze, bang, blow and take it over to other stocks and look and see if the cycles match up like GME, and they don't. It doesn't match up. So why AMC has a suck, squeeze, bang, blow, and other stocks don't have these cycles, I have no idea. I can't even begin to fathom why it's only on AMC. But I can see it. I can see it happening over and over and over. It's SIPC, Danny. And where did I hear about it? I honestly don't recall. I don't recall. I wish I could tell you that because I honestly don't remember. Country Pride saying my Fidelity now saying tech issues. I'll be logging into it here in 18 minutes, so I'll tell you what I get on my side. Donald says, "False, Casey. You were perfect. I mean, look at your van. Uh, it was given to me by Thick. Holy crap! I'm so far behind. Hold on a second. Just stop writing stuff for a minute, guys. I want to catch everything. Leave no ape behind says turbine theory. I've actually seen some people relate it to turbine theory before, but I would actually relate it more to there's something that used to be called the crazy. If I told you the story behind all of this, it would just be absolutely insane to you that you wouldn't even believe me. But when I looked up these cycles were doing this four phase cycles, right? Which is why I relate it to a combustible engine, right? So it's suck, squeeze, bang, blow, and there was this fifth period of time where it was cooling down in between cycles, and so AP was like, dude, you ever heard of a hit or miss engine? And I was like, no. And he's like, you need to look it up. And so the amazing part about a hit or miss engine is that because I did go and look it up, is that there's these cool down periods when price is out of control and it's becoming too fast in speed, right? Like if you consider like how fast or out of control it is, then you have the limiter that kicks in, right? A limiter that kicks in, it's your hit or miss engine. And that limiter kicks in and reduces the speed and causes the everything to kind of start the cycle back over again. So basically, it's like a misfire, and so basically what we have in AMC's price movements is a hit or miss engine. Beach Guy says, is it possible that they're having a hard time controlling both AMC and GME at the same time? Very, 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 very possible. And with the amount of information, with the amount of positive news and positive things that are happening for both companies, I think it's becoming increasingly difficult. Nana Ape says, I love this talk. Yes, Harry Parrott. I did look into it. I don't want to say that I looked in. DWAC was not a squeeze play. Kodak, I didn't look at it with Kodak, but I did use it to look at Tesla, Volkswagen, also GME as well. I think those were the three main ones that I kind of checked out. Once it didn't line up with any of those, I kind of gave up and was like, well, I don't know. I don't know why AMC does why it has this very cyclical pattern, but it does. It's unusual. Mike Millspa says, I learned about suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory during private pilot ground school. Yeah, I learned about it in auto shop in high school, my senior year. Leave No Ape Behind says, yes, now I can see it over and over now, the cycle. It's insane. I've tracked it. I've tracked it multiple times. I've got all the dates listed and everything here. Each one of the cycles, I've got the suck is blue, the squeeze is yellow, the bang is orange, and the blow is red. And it's the crazy part about it is that there's no way to know how long each one of the periods is. So this doesn't really predict the future. It's just telling you here is a cycle, and here's what's going to happen in the future because you know what's next. You know what is happening next, and then everything that's in white is a cool down phase. This first one that you're seeing right here is pre December of 2020. Then the very first cycle that we saw in 2021, leading up to the January run, was probably one of the best formed cycles that I've seen. It was actually the one where I created the definitions for each of the phases of the cycle. But you can go through and you can see the different cycles periodically. Ignore the pink ones. The pink ones are people selling shares. You can actually see that. You can see it in these cycles. We had this massive cool down period. After the June run up, we had another run up cycle that occurred in the end of August, and we hit we went up to like $44.25, and then we had this massive cool down phase, just absolutely massive, and we didn't enter into a new cycle until people sold off some shares, and then we entered into a new cycle back in November of 2021. Then we've got another one that started in December, another cycle that started in March, and that's the cycle that we're in currently. We're in the March cycle, and it's probably one of the most massive cycles that we've had yet. I mean, the amount of time that we've been in each one of these phases has been monstrous in contrast to any of the other cycles. But there's a couple different reasons why I think that's going to lead to another. I think there might be one more cycle. All right. I think I may have skipped over some stuff in here. If I did, I apologize. Yucca Frida says, Casey, this engine you speak of, is it V8 or a four-cylinder? Actually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, those hit or miss engines were actually a two-stroke engine. So 2 cylinders, I think. I'm not positive. You'd have to do some history on it. They were mainly put into, I think, things like tractors. Casey quotes, "This doesn't predict the future. It says what will happen in the future." So, right. I mean, it's not. It like doesn't predict dates, is what I'm trying to say myself. Like suck, squeeze, bang, blow doesn't say on this date something's going to happen. It just says that this is the cycle that you've just entered into a cycle. You know what's going to happen next with the cycle, but it doesn't tell you when it's going to happen. So that's what I mean by it doesn't predict the future. It never does. You just have to wait for the indicators to pop up, and then you're like, oh, hey, we're in the next phase now. So you know what to look forward to. Crismo, go read in the description box in here. Go read the section on suck, squeeze, bang, blow, and I actually talk about what each one of those, how air is like volume, uh, price discovery or price movement is us buying shares and holding them. And I link all of that. It's in the description box if you go into the description box of the live stream, and I can also post it here as well if you don't want to go in there and look at it. I'll just post it for you. There you go. But go read it when you've got some free time because it's a kind of long read. But I basically like break it all down and kind of give you like a good idea as to um, what fuel is, what volume is, and why they have the reactions that they have. Specifically, Ray, I couldn't, I don't know that I could necessarily say. I think it's a lot of different things all happening all at once. Ken says it looks like we're just banging right along. So I'll say this: we entered into the bang phase, and our price point was 14.13. And normally the rule for the bang is that price remains relatively the same. If I wouldn't say that $16, 16 plus dollars is relatively the same of 14.13. So either today's going to be a move out of the bang phase, or you're going to see a very, very, very hard kickback from this move. One of the two things is going to happen. Very similarly to what we saw when price started getting too far away on the bottom side, right? So price 14.13 was kind of the price that I'm calling like the central point that we should be looking at and saying price should remain relatively close to 14.13, but volume should decrease over time. And you did. You started to see volume starting to decrease day over day, but it was decreasing too fast, and so you had a pop, and you also had price that got too far away. It was 12.57 off of 14.13, and then so it popped and immediately put us right back to where we were at 14.48, which is really darn close to 14.13. I think the exact opposite of that is happening right now. I think we're getting a reversal in this. You're seeing volume decreasing again, right? It went from 62 to 48, and I don't know if we'll break 48 or not today, but if price is moving up on low volume, you're going to see the exact opposite of this happen, where it's going to pop downwards really quickly back down to the 14 range. It is a lot like that, Harry. In fact, when I read Astro's cycle theory, and I read it after I had done some of the work that I had created on the suck, squeeze, bang, blow. When I saw his cycle theory, I was like, holy crap! It's very similar, but drawn up from a different perspective. And I really kind of like. I mean, the way that he compiled some of the data and put it into some of his charting was pretty cool. And but I don't know if he had all of the I don't know. I feel like he may have been missing a few key ingredients. I was looking over some of his data and I was like, he's kind of missing some because I think it's real basic. It's really just it stems around volume and price. Nikki, how's it going? It's about 5 more minutes, Nikki. 5 more minutes, and we'll take a look at those numbers. We're hovering right on the bottom side of this ascending wedge that we have here. I wouldn't necessarily call this a dropout just as of yet. I might actually just kind of widen this just a tad bit to account for, son of a gun, account for maybe a little bit of margin of error on my drawing. But I think we're going to get a breakout here pretty soon. I'm not sure. I'm kind of suspecting upwards, but because let me just check the trend channel again real quick here. I feel like we're still trending towards the bottom side of the wedge, which usually means we're going to break out going up. Although we have had, since earlier, we've had volume starting to decrease now. So we had a decrease in volume and then a sudden spike in volume, and I was kind of excited about that because there was a chance that we might break out going upwards. Didn't quite follow through, and now volume's starting to sink again. So you could have something that looks a little bit more like this. It broke out of, so if I were to drag this back here like this and say, okay, this is the breakout right here. But due to the fact that we have falling volume, we have a new pattern that starts right here at this point. I should use this back point here and continue to look at this and say like, okay, now we have a new trend here. We have price rising, volume falling, and probably trending towards the top side, which would make a breakout going down. Nope, it's still trending to the bottom. I don't know. We'll see. Wedges are real difficult to figure out, but usually ascending wedges do break out going down. Three more minutes. Myself says, I bet Casey's favorite song is My Boy Lollipop. I don't even know what that is. You get Nana, go read my book that I wrote. It'll I don't know. It's kind of gross, but it's kind of funny too. I try to make it as funny as possible. I try to make it entertaining. You can see my sick sense of humor. Because poop is always funny. Poop jokes are always funny jokes. Yeah, we'll check it out here in just a second, Nikki. 2 more minutes. I know you want to see that off exchange, see if that's what's causing the volume to be low. I wouldn't doubt it if that's the case. You know, we were already trending. I'll just tell you from an hour ago. We had 61.92% an hour ago in the off exchange and 11.73 in the EDGX for a grand total of 73.65% of our volume, which is super high. You know, considering the fact that 73% of our volume is going into the off exchange and we're still rising in price as of an hour ago, that's super bullish. But if the buying pressure eases up, right? If there's less buying pressure and they're still putting in this much volume into the off exchange, then you would see price start to drop pretty dramatically. 1615 is the magic number here, guys. I think we really need to break that number. Let's see if they got a wall up here. 1650 seems to be the magic wall that they got up. They got about 7,000 shares at 1650. 1638, they've got 5,300, and 1637, 1630s, they got some shares set up there to block movement as well. But Nikki's been waiting patiently. It's not really a book, Nana. It's just a short story that I wrote. I linked it just a minute ago. It might as well be a book. It's a pretty long read. All right. It's looking sexy. We need a sexy song. I'm sure I could come up with a sexy song. Wait. I I gotta do this. Hold on a second. I can't do this. I gotta do it. Hold on. Wait, hold on. All right. While I log into Fidelity, since you've been patiently waiting, I'll just play this little ditty here that I know you'll enjoy.
I'm too sexy for my love, too sexy for my love, love's going to leave me.
Oh man, this song.
I'm too sexy for my shirt, too sexy for my shirt, so sexy it hurts. I'm too sexy for Milan, too sexy for Milan, New York and Japan.
Too much fun. I love you too, Doug. No homo. Good times. All right, let's go through the data, guys. Stop. I stopped it at the worst moment. It's like all I see is his mesh man boobs. It's like the worst place you could stop the video. My eyes. Too much. All right, let's quick look at these numbers. Taking a look at off exchange here. This is so bad. 61.92% and 11.73 were the numbers from an hour ago. Let's take a look at the new numbers now. Give it a chance to update. It's trying. The website's not updating. Come on. All right, we're gonna have to move on. It's not. Oh, there we go. It just updated. 63.26 out of off exchange, and EDGX is at 11.3, giving us a grand total of 74.56% of our volume moving through the off exchanges. Nearly 70, almost 3/4 of all volume. It's pretty high. Taking a look at Ortex data here, shares having been returned is gone from 495,000 shares to 2.57 million. Cost to borrow max is at 17.61, average is at 11.14, and min is at -0.2. Don't ask, it's just bad reporting. Forget about the -0.2. The decrease, or the amount of shares having been returned or borrowed, is going to decrease the short interest percentage of the free float to 17.45%. Shares on loan for the day today is 138.56, which is a reduction of about 5 million shares day over day, and most of it was not short interest. It was just shares on loan. And I'm laughing because every time I pull up my screens to see the next one, I see Right said Fred's man boobs in netting. It's terrible. My poor eyes. Let's see here on options. Let's see. We've got highest amount of options currently coming in at a $16 strike price. An hour ago there was 18.9 thousand contracts. There's now 27.8. On puts, highest amount of volume at a $15 strike price. There was 8.8 thousand contracts. There's now 11.1. Is that, hold on, 22 plus 6, 6, 7, 8. We're real close to a 2.5 to 1 ratio on volume for calls, but they're still signaling for like a closing price between $16 and $15. Give me just a second while I move some screens around here. AMC is currently the sixth most heaviest traded stocks right now in Fidelity based off of orders. We have a 49% buy to 51% sell ratio. GME has a 10, is ranked 10th with a 78% buy to 22% sell ratio. I don't like our buy versus sell ratio, but it is what it is. It's going to happen. SSR trigger price is $13.46. Shares available to borrow has not changed in the last hour. It's only been returned shares. Fees for borrowing is 10.5. They've borrowed so far, according to Stonko Tracker, 1 million shares for the day today. Currently, there's 474.8 million share. What am I saying? 474.8 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 102.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 155.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 61.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. This could gamma pretty quick, especially with these numbers for this week. I don't know. We'll have to see what happens, but that's it's pretty monstrous. The VIX is breaking even. That's crazy. NASDAQ is down 0.08. Dow Jones is up 0.2. And the S&P 500 is down 0.04. The market is currently advancing over declining with 3,677 advancers to 3,023 decliners. The VIX, like I said, is breaking even. IWB is down 0.05. IWD is up 0.31. IWM is up 0.12. Tesla is down 0.11. Amazon is down 1.15. Cinemark up 2.95. And believe it or not, AMC is actually outperforming Cinemark right now in price. Doge is up 0.15. Bitcoin is down 0.27. GME is up 6.31. HYMC is up 1.97. HOOD is up 0.12. NCMI is up 5.89. And AMC is up 6.86%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have 25 million more dollars in outflow than inflow currently, with a 32.12 million share trades in trades so far. Let's see what kind of pace that we're setting here. $159 minutes of trading. We're on pace for about 78.8 million shares traded for the day today. I said in pre-market 20 to 40. I will definitely be wrong. It looks like I might be wrong on two different accounts today, both price movement and volume movement. On weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.76, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.18, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 76.05, which is signaling overbought. On a 30-minute interval, we have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 78.76, which is signaling overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure, with what appears to be an imminent crossover of the buying and selling pressure with RSI at 60.39, which is above average. It does appear like we broke down out of that ascending parallel channel, oh man, I can't talk. The ascending wedge. It's not even parallel. I don't know why I say some of the things I say, guys. It's like it just rolls off my tongue and it's not even the right words. I don't know. What am I going to do with me, guys? I don't know. We'll see if we can support $15.46. And with that, I really got to get this image out of my head, so I'll just make sure you guys see it in your heads. There you go, guys. Now you got your image.
I'm a model, you know what I mean. And I do my little turn on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk. Yeah, I shake my little tush on the catwalk. I'm too sexy for my cat. Too sexy for my cat. Poor pussy cat. I'm too sexy for my love. Too sexy for my love. Love's going to leave me. And I'm too sexy for this song.
There you go. You got it. Tim says you're doing great. I won't judge on terminology. I appreciate it. Thank you, Tim. Oh no, who said that? Yeah, Tim said that. All right. Where else can you go and hear Right Said Fred and Catwalk? Highway Frog, how's it going? Yeah, I really did NC Proud Dad because I just didn't think that you guys would believe me one way or the other unless I put it up there. Oh man. Samuel the Desolate One says, when you play that song, it summons me. Ryan says, we need a full hour of this consolidating to let it cool off and then hit afternoon push. I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. The consolidation just under 1615, I think, is ideal. I want to see it consolidate right under that 1615 range and then just rip right past it. Nana says it's better than seeing Lou in a t-shirt. No pantalones. Why do I feel like I've heard that somewhere before? We used to sing that, I think, in where was that? I feel like in high school. Is that really old? Because I know I've heard that before. I feel like that's like such an old. I love my pantalones. When was that done? I don't know. I know I've heard that before somewhere. I don't know. I don't know where I've heard it from. Jeff says end of week prediction for AMC. I tend to think that we're going to be looking pretty strong by the end of this week. I had mentioned, and I'm just going to pull the screen over here real quick just to kind of show you guys. The most accurate indicator that I can find anywhere is on loan average age per day for predicting when price movement upwards is going to happen. I know I've said this quite often. Starting on June 27th, we had a rundown that ended on July 1st. And I said within 15 trading days of July 1st that we were going to have a price movement upwards. I confirmed it on July 5th because we hit the top on July 5th. Actually, I said it on the 4th. On the 5th, no, I didn't say it on the 4th. Oh, I said it on the 5th when I came back from my trip. No, I came back on the 6th. I came back on the 6th and said it to you guys because we had those 2 days. We had the 4th, which didn't trade here in the US, but it did move up. And then in the US on the 5th, that indicator continued to roll up. And I said, count your business days from July 1st. You're going to have a big price increase incoming. Then we had a double dip. And as of right now, it's gone up again. So very, very likely you're going to see something that looks like where have we seen this before? I know I've seen it before. Hold on. Here we go. Very similar to something like this, where you see an initial run up, right? In price. Hold on a second. Let me get rid of all this junk on here. No. Where is it at? Here's your initial fall. Here's dip 1, your secondary drop, and a bottoming out. I'd say the real bottom on this probably occurred right around here. So 2 different dips on this thing. So you've got price rise number 1, a little bit of consolidation, and price rise number 2. This by far on loan average age per day is one of the only indicators that I've seen as accurate as can be in predicting within a 15 business day time span when you're going to start seeing price increases. So prediction by the end of this week, since we're running in price right now, I think we're going to look pretty good by the end of this week. And then I think moving into next week, provided that this goes up at least one more day, I think next week we'll have some kind of leveling off, and then another run incoming. Oh. I don't know. I know I've heard that before. I don't know. I don't know why, but I feel I've heard it before. I swear we used to. I don't remember. Like me and a group of friends, there was a song or something about no pantalones. Casey, shares to borrow increasing while the fee is decreasing. Do you think they will hit us with a massive short attack in DTGE in the next few days? Not really. Who says I didn't wear pants in school? All right, it's 11:20, guys. It's time for me to take a break. If I don't get out of here, I'm not going to get a break. I would look for $15.46 to hold price if this does drop a little bit here. I am going to mark 16.14 as our new high. in price that's going to change synthetic price failures. Let me mark this in here. So first off, at 1614 from 1109, that's a 45.5% increase in price. That was our last synthetic price failure. At 1614, let me figure out where synthetic price failure begins. $12.99, $13 on the spot. $12.91 is 20% down from the 1614. And the last one is 21.5% down, which is paper hands begin at that point. Which is $12.67. I'm going to put this line up here at this is the value that I want to see us cross is 1615. I think a hard push past 1615 would really start to launch the price quite a bit. I don't even know what this 1345 is. I'm getting that's SSR tripping. All right. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and put up my notes, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Let me just read real quick what you guys are saying. Charlie says, thanks so much for it's SIPC review. My remaining question is if the bank is managing your retirement account, which is maintained in reputable brokerage, then who is responsible to apply to the SIPC? If the bank is managing a retirement account, which is maintained in a reputable brokerage, then who is responsible? I would... If your money is in a brokerage account to where you can easily access those funds for trading, then it would, in my opinion, and I'm not an expert on this, but it would be SIPC. If it's in a banking account, then it's FDIC insured. If it is truly indeed in a brokerage, though, it should be the SIPC. I know I got it wrong forever, Charlie. Don't feel bad about spelling it incorrectly. I think I even told somebody to look up CISP. Don't feel bad about it. I got it wrong too. These acronyms are crazy, but it stands for, in case it helps you out at all, it stands for Securities Investor Protection Corporation. Dips says, I'm ready to visit your surf shop and try surfing. You know, that would be really fun, Dips, is to open up a surf shop, but I would feel like ultra not cool if I didn't actually surf while had the shop open. So I would have to probably start surfing a lot and you know, have like one of those like leather skin tans or tan that is you know, you just look at the person, you go like, holy crap, that guy's like just walking with skin cancer. You know, and the crusty lips, you know, and the eyes that look like they've seen like just went way too many days out in the, you know, sun reflecting off the water. But yeah, it sounds like fun. Javi, how's it going, man? Hope you're feeling good. I agree, Ryan. That would be fun to get a surf rack for the van. Alrighty, guys, I'm out of here. I will see you guys back at 12:10. We're gonna make it 12:10 now because oh yeah, I'm leaving 10 minutes late. I already did make it 12:10. All right, see you guys at 12:10.
Hey there, this is Josh from AK. I hope you're enjoying my music and it's helping to inspire your content. To get all of my tracks and more amazing music on Upbeat, click to upgrade to Premium now.
Hey, this is Sencho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Alrighty, I'm back. Pantheon, good to see you. Let's see, I think it's time for numbers. By the way, Pantheon, I absolutely destroyed trying to present SIPC to everybody today, as I'm not a man of many words, so, even though I talk for a straight 9 hours. But all I want to say is that somebody said I should ask other people in the community to pick up on this as well. And I told them, I said, I don't tell anybody what to do. It's you guys get to do your own content, and it's your, everybody gets to do their own channel and pick up on the content that they want to pick up on. But that's the topic for the day today is SIPC, and I want everybody to understand what they have for securities or protection within their brokerages, and how that may impact them in the future. I'm not even suggesting that it's going to even be an issue. I'm just saying it could be. It could be an issue, and it's something that you should know what it is, and what your protections are. So look into it, and the link to about information about SIPC and what it is and how it may affect you is included in the top of the pinned links today. Whether or not your brokerage is listed as an SIPC member is also can be found. Let me see. Actually, I'll post that up again just in case anybody wants to see it. But I guess more than anything, I want the community to be informed, and I want the community to be safe and mitigate risk. But I don't want to tell you what to do. It is your money, it's your choice. I just want you to know what's out there. Having said that, Nana says, but he explained squeeze, blow, and bang. Yeah. Oh, let me see. I know all about that. Oh man. All right. Let's take a look at our numbers here before I lose myself in the moment. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page, so I'm not going to be able to see what it is that you guys are writing from this point going forward until you see the low rider big tramp back on the page. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, it may be worthy into looking into getting it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime play. You might want to protect yourself to make sure that nobody else is logging into your account except for you. And if you don't like it, you don't have to have it. It's your choice. But I am logged into Fidelity. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these numbers here. Actually, I gotta move 2 pages real quick. When I was on break, I did pull up Twitter briefly to look at it and noticed that somebody had said that a whole bunch of shares had been borrowed again. Can't wait to take a look at that. So let's look at these numbers. Off exchange. I'm like looking around all over. Where did it go? Where? Off exchange, 63.26% an hour ago and 11.3 on the EDGX. Let's refresh that and see where we're at now. The new values are 63.23 and 10.92. No, that's not the new values. Those are the old values. Still updating. Wow. This website's been, chartexchange.com has been relatively slow in reporting the data back. Let me refresh one more time. All right, final numbers. Here we go. 63.13 and 10.93 in the EDGX, giving us a total of a number that I didn't put in correctly. A total of 64.06. Is that right? That can't be right. No, it's not right. Why did I keep getting this wrong? I must have been fat fingering something. 74.06% of our total volume today. We're about a percent shy of 3/4 of all of our volume going through off exchanges for the day today. That's extremely high. At least 10% higher than a normal day for us. Updating Ortex data. An hour ago, there was 2.57 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.86. That is an increase in returned shares, meaning that the short interest of the percentage of the free float is going to decrease, but to 17.46%. Cost of our max is at 17.61, average is 11.3, and min is still reporting negative 0.2. Shares on loan for the day today is 138.56 million shares, which is about 5 million less than what it was reporting yesterday. And taking a look at those options, if I can find them, there they are. Highest amount of volume today was as last reported at $16 strike price. That's still the same. An hour ago, there's 27.8 thousand contracts. There's now 33.1. For the puts, at a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 11.1 thousand contracts. There's now 12.9. So we have we're getting closer to a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts, and the market's signaling for a closing price somewhere between $15 and $16. I might get lucky here. I don't know. I would love to see us close higher to 16, but my top on my price prediction for the day today was 15.63. So we'll see. I'm gonna be very, very close to not getting a rate today. It's gonna be a hairy edge for me. AMC is currently trending as number 4 on Fidelity's website for highest most trades on orders. We currently have a 48% buy to 52% sell ratio, which is not great. GME is currently coming in 8th with a 74% buy to 26% sell ratio. Much better ratio. I'm pretty sure that AMC is losing some of their buying pressure to GME. As if you were to rebalance those a little bit, I think you would see that I think some of our buying pressures has gone over there. I expect that probably to be the case until the split occurs. Excuse me. Hiccups. Trigger price for the day for SSR today is $13.46. Shares available to borrow. Let's give this a refresh and see if they actually did indeed borrow some more shares here. No, I'm only seeing returns. Weird. Maybe I just saw a mispost. Maybe somebody didn't see it accurately. I'm only seeing returns on shares so far since earlier this morning. We've got 9.7% is the fee for borrowing currently. There's 490.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 86.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 154.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 62.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.05, Dow Jones is up 0.26, and the S&P 500 is down 0.09. We currently have more advancers than decliners, with 3,711 advancers to 3,062 decliners. The VIX is up 0.23, IWB is down 0.07, IWD is up 0.21, IWM is up 0.37, Tesla is down 0.19, Amazon is down 1.5. Cinemarket is up 2.59, Doge is down 0.41, Bitcoin is down 0.5, GameStop is up 6.2, HYMC is up 1.98, HUD is up 1.68, NCMI is up 6.01, and AMC is up 5.47. Refreshing inflow versus outflow, we currently have $21 million more in outflow than inflow, with 38.67 million shares having been traded for the day today, and we're not done, and that means that I'm going to be off on the price or the volume prediction. I could end up being wrong on both price and volume predictions for the day. 38.68. Let's see how we're just a little over halfway through the day on trading. So 229 minutes of the day. Puts us on pace for about 65.9 million shares traded for the day today. We started out the day at around 100, and it's definitely settled down, that volume throughout the day, but I don't think that I'm going to end up being right. I said 20 to 40 million shares by the end of the day. Probably end up being on the low side. We might see 60, might see 55. Not too far off, but I'll be off. Taking a look at the weekly. Vortex indicator showing more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.51 on the weekly, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.74, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 72.42, which is above average. Or, sorry, oversold. What am I saying? Overbought. We're signaling for overbought on RSI. Oof. I really need to get more sleep these days. On the 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.73, which is again overbought. And on a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.35, which is just about average. Getting a nice little run up at this moment. We're getting some good consolidation and cooling off on RSI after this somewhat of a decent run that we had this morning, getting us up to a top of $16.14 and then breaking out of this ascending wedge, kind of moving downwards a little bit. If I shorten this up a little bit to like maybe a 30-minute interval, you can see what might be the start of a pennant. Let me just see here. Let's call it actually, I think sideways trading from here on out if we were to complete a pennant on this run. So very similar pattern right here as to what we had back here. Very, very similar. To where maybe price drops a little bit throughout the rest of the day, maybe dropping a little bit down to the 1530 range, closing out trading sideways, and we could end up seeing it consolidate in the aftermarket hours, and then potentially getting another run up again tomorrow. Like if I get rid of this extended hours in here, you'll see what I mean a little bit more. But I would think that on this next run up, it won't go quite as far. Although I do have us breaking out at 1615. We should have a pretty decent breakout. So we may just see that touch off of 16 at 1614. We may see a touch there and then a little bit of a pullback again. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards. I really thought SSR was going to trip today. Maybe it's tomorrow. Maybe I'm off by a day. If I'm wrong by a day, oh well. It happens. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing here again. Thick is coming in with the reverse repo for the day today at 2.146 Previous day was 2.164, so that is dropping. Seems like the reverse repo is starting to kind of settle in where it's at right now. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it looks like the reverse repo may have found a top at 2.329, and it's come back down. It's starting to consolidate a little bit here, it seems like. Based on this charting that I'm seeing, we may have found a top. We'll have to see if it continues to push higher here in the next few days, then it's not really the top on this. Because you could have something a little bit like this back here, where you have a little bit of downwards momentum, and then it's just kind of it's a short-term trough in the upwards movement. Hopefully you guys can see that. Slider MV says low strike August option monthlies. Low strike August option monthlies. Yes. Let me go back. Let me check the options here real quick. Hold on 1 second. Because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 20. So like the max that we have is 25 is the highest that we're seeing in August for the first 2 weeks. The third week is 25, and the fourth week of August is 25. Yeah, so they're all the highest strike price that there is in there is 25. So definitely some low numbers. And the other exciting part for me, not everybody has to agree with me on this, but for me, I think one of the other exciting factors to be looking at in regards to this is if you pull up stock tracker, not only are the strike prices low, but the amount of volume that's stacking for those weeks is really low too. So here's those 4 weeks in August. The biggest week in there is August 19th, but look at the amount of out of the money call options that are here. 7,000, 4,000, 583. Like what? Like that's only 5 or 6 weeks away. How many weeks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks away. Less than 6 weeks because we're already into this week. There's like basically zero in options open during that period of time. That makes me bullish. I know normally in a squeeze play you're supposed to have a gamma squeeze to trigger everything. I don't think that's what's going on right now though. I think long institutions are controlling price, and I think hedge funds are just hanging on for dear life at this point. And I think that long institutions are trying to make as much money as they possibly can on the front side. So seeing the derivatives drying up like this is bullish for me, because that tells me that they're probably going to try to run price in order to get more action. Chris says reverse repo, so 93 million overnight doesn't even hedge inflation. When you're talking about trillions of dollars, apparently not. It's pretty sad state of affairs that we're in. Wouldn't you agree, Chris? Rashad, I appreciate it. You don't have to though. Don't ever feel like you need to advertise on my behalf. I get nothing out of it. If you think it's good for you, if it's healthy for you, then that's what's needed. Um, hopefully the mental exercise that you get from watching this makes you a better ape. But more important, more importantly, Rashad, I think that the community is more important than anything. Having a place where we can all go, talk, bounce ideas off each other, and just watch the favorite stock that we have in common is vital. So, but don't ever feel like you got to push it. Slider says, any thoughts why the chain isn't built out for the August monthly? It's been drying up. It's been drying up since our $34.33 run. And when they let the price run up during that period of time, they didn't get. I think people are kind of smartening up a little bit. To be very honest with you, Slider, I think a lot of apes are getting smart to the fact that max pain controls where we move in price. And if those, if those are going to be the actions of the institutions to drive price to keep the most amount of options out of the money, then why would we continue to buy options? If they want to make money off of us, they can, go F themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? Like, no, we're not here to have you make money off of us. We're here to make money. So go make your money somewhere else. Not you. I'm talking about institutions. And so I think people are smartening up to it, and I think there's a good chance that um, maybe people are wisening up a little bit. I hope so. That's my hopes. I don't know if it's the case. Beach guy, I've been catching a little bit of what you've been saying. Um, so I'm really sorry to hear about your condition. I'm not even really sure what went down, but it doesn't sound good. I've looked at that before, Caitlin, but I prefer RSI. But I have looked at it before. Cuddy, Cuddy Cut says, Casey Shaw, you bastard. I don't know what for, but that's definitely me. Just kidding. What did I do, Cuddy Cut? Take care, Danny. So Slider saying, do you think that they're going to blow up the chain with the supply, with supply, if we start running hard to limit the run? They did that with the 50 cent strike editions when we ran to 34, I believe. I do think that that's going to be a possibility. Absolutely. Maccabee says, I'm just here for the cockles. You're missing a C or H. I mean, you're missing an H in there. The chuckle or you got an O and a U and an H all mixed up. You mean chuckles? Abby says, I'll be honest, Casey. I feel we do need to push the channel. The amount of FUD that's out there. Your channel is a beacon of light. The more people see this, the more they'll benefit. Do you remember that movie? One of my favorite movies is called Field of Dreams. I'm sure you're quite familiar of that Kevin Costner film. Not exactly one of the most exciting movies ever, but one that tugs on my heartstrings. I mean, just really tugs on them. And the whole mantra in that is if you build it, they will come. I believe in that. I really do. I think that you grow what you produce, and more people will just come naturally. It just happens. There's nothing we have to do. Danny says, cockles, 2 weeks. But that idea of building it and they will come has just always kind of stood out in my mind. Uh, another movie that I like, not because it's got my last name in it. I know everybody's gonna think that, but Shawshank Redemption was another one. Um, and I think that there's two common stories. It's really funny that you guys are saying this because I actually just mentioned this not too long ago, like an hour ago when I was on break. But I'm all about the underdog story. I love an underdog story. And there's two things about those two movies, both the Shawshank Redemption and Field of Dreams, where it's an underdog story. It's somebody who's suffered, somebody who's going through pain and strife, and if they just persevere and continue, they win in the end. I love those stories. Some of you guys are probably thinking right now in your head, Rudy. I don't know why I didn't like that story as much, because the guy just got his ass kicked all the time. But that is another good story. But I'm a big underdog fan. I love underdogs. I love seeing the small guy win, and they're the most memorable stories. Leprechackles? What the heck is that? Pantheon says Shawshank was amazing. Those two movies are in my top 10 list. I want to say top 5, but I think one of them gets pushed down by a couple other movies. A great movie is Grand Canyon with Danny Glover. I'll have to check it out. I don't think I've seen it. The Warden reminds you of Kenny Griffin. Man, good call. Remtac says Rudy, Rudy. Yeah, man. I don't know why that story didn't. It's a huge underdog story, and for some reason it didn't have the same heart tugging feelings that I got for Shawshank and uh, Field of Dreams. But whatever. It is a good story though. Eddie and the Eagle. I've not seen that movie either. Let me check a few things real quick here, guys. I just want to check and make sure we haven't missed like any Adam Aaron tweet. He's been really active on his tweets lately. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anything. Nope. Okay, just the most current one. Yes, LA saying The Sixth Sense was a good movie. Um, you know what I liked about The Sixth Sense, LA, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody who hasn't seen it, so I'm just gonna say it's not very often that there are movies that fool me. Uh, Oftentimes I'll ruin it for my wife. I'll lean over and I'll be like, I'll say something like, Darth Vader's his father, something like that, right? And I'll completely ruin the movie, like something we've never seen before. We'll be watching and I'll just lean over and I'll tell her like, it's not really her son or something like. I'll say something to her and she's just like looks at me and then we keep watching the movie, and sure enough, I've ruined the entire movie because it's the entire plot line. Some things just don't escape me when I'm watching movies. But with The Sixth Sense, oh man, that one got me big time, big time. I did not see that one coming. I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but I'll tell you another one is Fight Club. Fight Club was another one that caught me off guard. I did not see that one coming. If you have not seen either of those two movies, and you like movies that throw you for a loop and you just don't see it coming, both those two movies are great movies. Sixth Sense and Fight Club. Which Fight Club is also I don't know if it's on my top 10 list, maybe top 20, but Fight Club is definitely on the list. It's kind of an underdog story as well, in a weird kind of roundabout kind of way. It's also kind of a screw the man kind of story as well. But oh, Cuddy Cut says, "You bastard" was for the image you shared and burned into my brain. The right said Fred Man Boobs. I got you, man. I couldn't help myself. I mean, because I burned it into my own eyes, and I was just like, I got to do this to everybody else. This is so painful. I got to share. Mackenbee says, yeah, the ending in Sixth Sense basically makes you rethink the whole movie. It does. There's been a couple movies like that that have gotten me, but it's very far and few in between. I knew somebody was gonna say it, Abby. It had to be you. I guess you'll have to go find out to know. You know what else is in my top 10? These are the three most boring movies that I have in the top 10 list. Because I do have some action-packed ones like Matrix, but in the top 10 list, the three most boring movies of all time for my top 10 are Shawshank Redemption, Field of Dreams, and For the Love of the Game. I'm not even gonna recommend the last one. I don't know why it got to me. I think it's Kevin Costner. I think it's the way that Kevin Costner tells a story or how he puts a story together. I hate the man. He knows that man knows how to pull on my heartstrings so well. And if you ever seen it, it's another baseball game, and it's basically about a pitcher who's trying to pitch a perfect game and then talking about his life and how he got to where he was in that moment of pitching that perfect game. I don't know what it is with that guy, but he's a bastard because he pulls on my heartstrings every single time, and he gets me. He gets me right in the feelers. For the love of the game, you probably never even heard of it before. I know I hadn't. It was by mistake that I even had a chance to see it. I'm gonna go see it, BioLife. We're gonna go see it either on Thursday or Friday. I'm not sure which. I have to wait. I'm gonna make a complaint here about AMC. I don't know what's going on because I don't ever remember this being the case before, but we went to go look for movies for this Thursday and Friday, and it says on the site, when you go into the app, it says that the movie times will not be, um, I can't find the movie times until Wednesday. I gotta wait until Wednesday to make a Thursday or Friday showing. I'm like, what? When does that happen? I swear I signed up for like weeks in advance before for movies. So I don't understand what the heck's going on with that, but I almost feel like it may be because it's a laser. They may have just put in the new laser projectors in the theater, and so they may not be sure what time they're going to have the movies available. Because I do know that they've just put in the new laser projectors in my movie theater. It's showing the movie as being laser projected. So I'm gonna get to see Top Gun on the new laser projectors. I don't know what it's going to look like in contrast, but I'm going to see it with a laser. Laser. With sharks. Sharks mounted with lasers on their heads. Ooh, Moneyball's that's not going to be in my top 10 myself, but I love Moneyball. And the reason I love Moneyball is because I'm a statistics guy. And you're going to get me going down this whole path. I think I know how to change football forever. And it's very similar to what happened in Moneyball. It's a simple statistic that everybody ignores. When I went into the app, Kathy, I'll show you. I posted it. Super Steven wanted to see it because he didn't know that was possible. When I went into the app and pulled up the movie theater, you can see it says next to it, it says laser at AMC. Laser. So they're gonna have the new screens set up there with the laser screens. But for some reason, when I try to pull up movie times for Thursday and Friday, it says there are no movie showing times. So I don't know what the heck's going on with that, but I have to wait till Wednesday, it says, to to get a movie seat, to pick my seat. I don't think it's those kind of lasers, Kathy. I don't think it's gonna burn out any screens. But I do. There's a possibility that they may have a different screen for it, though. Rashad says AMC about to rip again. Let's check it out here. We got to see this thing break past 1615. That's gonna be the magic number I want to see it break past. You know what, Jabibs? We were talking when we were on vacation about who our most hated actor was, and I think I settled on Quentin Tarantino. I love his movies. I hate him as an actor. That dude needs to stop putting himself into movies because he cannot act. He's so eccentric, but he just can't act, and it destroys every movie that he's in when I see him in there. Pantheon says Kelly Preston had good chemistry with Costner. The scene where he hurts his hand and makes you really feel him for him. Yeah, man, man. I'm with you, Pantheon. I can't believe you've actually seen it. I'm impressed. Not very many people have seen that movie. Every time I ever say "For the Love of the Game," people go like, "Huh?" Nobody's ever heard of it before. But Harry Parrott says Costner can do no wrong except Waterworld. I actually didn't like Postman. I hated that movie. I fell asleep through it. I thought it was terrible. It didn't have the heart tug pulling strings that he normally gets me with. I don't know why. Just didn't like it. Yeah, Kathy, I'll let you know. I'm thinking maybe we'll go to the movie on Thursday, but I'll let you know when I get done seeing it. I will let you guys know how it looks. Oh man, Buck, I can't wait. Avatar is definitely in my top 10 as well. I've given you 4 out of my top 10 just now. Avatar is definitely on the top 10. Jabib says, great movies, terrible actor, 100% agree. It's like, I understand why Quentin Tarantino puts himself in movies. I get it. I understand he wants to make a footprint. Um, he needs to stop. It's terrible. Django. Not top 10, but I love. It's Christopher. What's his last name? I always forget his last name. Hold on a second. I gotta pull this up because I always forget his name. Christopher Waltz. I think there's. Hold on, I got a fly flying around here. Christopher Waltz has to be probably. I have two favorite actors. I think he's number two. Um, his acting is just so he like draws you in and just um like you're stuck on like every word that comes out of his mouth. The way that he can tell a story just makes you want to just like I could sit next to him in a campfire and just listen to him talk forever. And it's not an accent thing. It's just the way that he tells stories. It's so perfect. I could listen to the man forever. The other person, I can never remember his name. Um, and you guys are gonna like shun me for not being able to remember his name. My favorite actor, I can't remember my favorite actor's Gary Oldman. I think Gary Oldman is my favorite actor of all time. I think Gary Oldman has done an incredible job of playing so many different parts. He's a versatile, good guy, bad guy. He can play anything, absolutely anything, and get away with it, and you would never know it was him. And that's why I have such a hard time remember his name because he's been in so many different movies, and you just don't even know it's him. That you don't even realize it. You have no idea it's him. He's been in so many different parts, and to me, in my opinion, it's just my opinion, right? Um, that's true acting. When somebody can get into a role and you don't recognize them as a person because they've become somebody else. They've become an entirely different person. And you no longer look at the face or the body or any of that stuff. You just listen to the person. That's true acting. And you just don't see that all that often anymore. It's lost. Buck says, great as Winston Churchill. People don't even know he played that part. When I found out Gary Oldman played Churchill, which was one of the last movies my dad saw, and I've never even seen it yet, and I want to. When I found out that Gary Oldman was Winston Churchill, I was like, I got to go see that, and I told my dad about it. I was like, Dad, you got to go see it. Gary Oldman he's a master at what he does, and so my dad went and watched it. And he said, "Oh my God, it was so good." DiCaprio, all right, so myself, I used to hate DiCaprio. In his younger years, I would disagree with what you're saying. In his older years, I totally agree with what you're saying. He is another person who can play different roles, and he does a really good job at it. Not quite as good as Gary Oldman, but definitely really, really. And then so to have Christopher Waltz and Leonardo DiCaprio in the same movie with Django, holy crap! They had a cast. What a cast they had. So many good names in there. Captain Awesome's going for Jim Carrey. I like Jim Carrey. Thick's going for a different genre of actors and actresses. Oh man. You know who used to be one of my favorites was Kevin Spacey, and then of course his all his crap that he did. I loved his acting. I didn't like him as a person. Sean, I can see you. I may have missed some of your other notes, but I can see what you're saying right now. Bill Pullman. Hold on a second. Let me check him out. I'm not sure. I'm really bad with names. Ah, yeah. The 4th of July guy from the Will Smith movie. I can't remember what it was called. Independence Day? I think that's what it was. He's all right. I don't know if he makes my top list, but he's good. Myself says Will Ferrell. Sometimes I hate Will Ferrell and sometimes I love him. Like I feel like he ruined what movie was that? The modeling movie with Ben Stiller. I can't think of the name of it, but you know what I'm talking about. I feel like he ruined that movie as the bad guy. Yeah, myself, Tom Hanks. He's a great one. In my book, he goes down as like an epic all-star. He's played a lot of different roles. The problem is with Tom Hanks is that it doesn't matter if he's playing Forrest Gump or he's playing Neil Armstrong or whoever it was that he played in I don't remember which astronaut it was. It doesn't matter what part he plays. I always feel like I'm getting Tom Hanks. It doesn't matter what it is. Even in this most latest movie where he was the Candyman in Elvis, I still felt like it was Tom Hanks. So I don't ever really feel, but the thing is though is that he does a really good job, except for Mr. Rogers. He destroyed that, by the way. In Mr. Rogers, he did a terrible job of. I just felt like there was some kind of creepy uh, old man. His representation of Mr. Rogers was not good. He looked good, he played the part well, look wise, but came off as being real super creepy. And it started to make me question whether or not Mr. Rogers was creepy as a kid, and I never felt like Mr. Rogers was creepy. But I do love Tom Hanks though. I think he's great. Brad Pitt's good. He's done a lot of versatile roles, but again, I always get the feeling that it's Brad Pitt that's standing there that I'm watching. I like Keanu Reeves. Again, it's always just Keanu Reeves. It doesn't matter what he's playing. He's always, whoa. You don't say. No, that's somebody else. Whoa. Robin Williams. The American Trader said Robin Williams. He goes down in the books for me as being probably one of the most versatile comedian actors in history. Brian says Amber Heard. Oh man. Yeah, Denzel's pretty good. I like Denzel. He's not bad. No War Dog, but my wife just told me that it's on like Netflix or something like that now, and we're gonna be watching it here soon. Thank you, Thick. I appreciate that. All right, let's do that, Pantheon. Let me cover the numbers, and I'll go to the back of the Big Tramp, and we can talk. We'll talk movies and actors for a little bit because it is time to take a look at the numbers. I love Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman's he's up there. You know who you guys haven't mentioned yet? That I think's really good. Hold on a second. Again, I'm really bad with names. Shoot, what was he in? Highly underrated, in my opinion. Edward Norton. Why Why did Edward Norton quit doing movies? Please tell me. Why have I not seen Edward Norton in any movies? What happened to him? Where did he go? Why is he no? That man was so talented. Edward Norton, incredibly talented. It's almost like when he did the Hulk, something happened and he was like, "This is not for me anymore. I went too far." It's like he just went too far. He's like, I did it. I went and done it. I got in the I got in the Marvel universe, and now I've just ruined my career. But an amazing actor though. War Dog says Edward Norton got too political. Hmm. I did not know this. I don't know what his history is. I feel like he just kind of like disappeared. Oh man, I like Dave Chappelle. He's pretty funny. Don't you start with me, Joan Cusack, Brian. I know what you're doing. You're trying to push my buttons. Don't even start. Don't you even start with me. I'll fight you. I will fight you to the death, Brian Carpenter. Don't you even start with me with that whole Joan Cusack. That is the worst. Please, don't go there. I can't with her. I just can't. You've gone too far. Every time I see her on screen, I just want to throw something at it. I'm like, just stop talking. Stop. Don't say anything else, please. She angers me. I don't know what it is. It's I feel like it's maybe like it's fake acting, or she's just like way too over the top, or I don't know what it is, but I'm just like, people aren't like you. You're fake. Stop doing what you're doing. I can't take it. All right, let's take a look at the numbers, guys. Here I'm like criticizing like all these actors as if it's like an easy thing to do. Tammy, that was the first movie I ever saw with Edward Norton was Primal Fear, and I was just blown away. I was blown away. I was like, "Who is this guy? Who is he?" Because he's gonna be amazing. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at our numbers here, guys. I'm not gonna be able to see what it is you guys write going forward. It is time to take a look at these. Got you guys on the other page, so I won't be able to see what it is you're writing from here on forward. So if you have comments, just hold them for a second. We'll get Pantheon in here in just a minute, and he can talk with us about movies, and we'll just have a grand old time. Starting with off exchange. 63.13 and 10.93 in the EDGX an hour ago. It is now currently 63.54 and 10.98 for a grand total of, man, I am fat fingering the heck out of the keypad today. I don't know what, man, I did it again. I think I pushed the keyboard back too far. 74.52. We are 0.5% away from 3/4 of all of our volume moving through off exchanges. Taking a look at Ortex data. As of an hour ago, there was 2.86 million shares having been returned. It's now 2.76. It's going to have a minuscule to no change on the short interest percentage of the free float at 17.47. Cost to borrow max at 17.61. Average is at 11.73. Sorry, 11.37. And cost to borrow min is at -0.2. Just ignore that one. Shares on loan currently at 138.56 for those of you just joining for the day today. That is 5 million less than what it was yesterday. And in the options, at a $16 strike price, an hour ago there was 33.1 thousand contracts. There's now 36.8 on the puts. At a $15 strike price an hour ago, there's 12.9 thousand contracts. There's now 14.4. Market is still signaling for a closing price somewhere between $15 and $16 for the day today. According to Fidelity's, the most amount of orders AMC has traded fourth highest rather. I missed one of these. Fourth highest with 47% buys at 53% sales. GME is currently ninth with 73% buys to 27% sales. SSR trigger price for Stonko Tracker is showing 1346 is where we would have tripped if we had been there. No new shares having been loaned. Fees have been dropped down to 9.7%. My guess is they're trying to get some more lending going on, but no lending has occurred. So far for the day, Stonko Tracker has shown about 1 million shares having been lent. Currently, there's 490.6 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 86.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 154.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 62.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.12, Dow Jones is up 0.2, and S&P 500 is down 0.11. The VIX is down 0.15, IWB is down 0.11, IWD is up 0.23, IWM is up 0.34, Tesla is down 0.5, Amazon is down 1.49, Cinemark is up 2.11, Doge is down 0.5, Bitcoin is down 0.78, GME is up 6.83, HYMC is up 1.24, Hood is up 1.26, NCMI is up 5.49, and AMC is up 6.22%. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but AMC is technically trading higher than Cinemark right now. It's not very much. It's only 12 cents, but we're there. We finally broke them. Taking a look at inflow versus outflow, let's see. We have $16 million more in outflow than inflow, which is a pretty big difference from where it was an hour ago. We had like 20-something million. 42.43 million shares having been traded with just about 2 hours left to go here for volume. Let's see what kind of pace we're on after 277 minutes of trading. Puts us on a pace of 59.7 million shares traded for the day today. In pre-market today, I said somewhere between 20 and 40 million. It looks like I'm going to end up being pretty wrong on that. It is what it is. I'm still trying. There's some weird fluctuations that's been going on currently in the pre-market. It hasn't been very stable. It used to be much, much more reliable on pre-market for guessing volume. It's been fluctuating kind of a bit. So I'll try to dial it in a little bit here because it is kind of one of the key things that I need to be watching and getting at least a little bit more accurate. I don't mind when I'm under on my predictions and being 20 to 40 as a spread. And if we end up closing at 55, only be off by 15 million. I won't care if that's not that much. It's just I don't like being wrong. I don't like being wrong. On the weekly, our Vortex indicator is showing that there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.65, which is slightly below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 64.1, which is above average. On the hourly, slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 71.69, which is showing that we are overbought. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.49, which is has signaled twice earlier of overbought, but is dropping. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.72, which is just about average. I'm looking for us to break 1615. We've already touched it once today at 1614. Volatility is still pretty wide right now, which should mean we should be getting some pretty good volume, but we're not. Most of these minutes in here there are still some minutes in here that are under 60,000 shares a minute. And then we get these like weird spikes up to almost 200 million or 200,000 shares a minute. So volume is all over the place right now. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing, and I'm going to head over to the back of the big tramp where Pantheon is already there waiting for me. Pantheon, how are you doing, sir?
Hello, Casey. How you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. So
Am I
who is?
coming in loud?
Oh yeah, I got you in good sound quality wise. What's
Perfect.
what's your favorite actor of all time?
Oh, favorite actor. That's a tough one. I can tell you my favorite movie of all time. That's an easy one. That
Okay.
would be Casablanca. Did you ever see that one?
I think I did when I was younger, but I don't know that I would have appreciated it at that time.
Humphrey Bogart, Ingrid Bergman. Man, it's a beautiful story.
I think maybe now that I'm older, I would probably appreciate it more.
I think so. Yeah, but as far as favorite actor, well, that's a tough one. Gary Oldman's an excellent selection, by the way.
Thank
Great
you.
pick. He's like you said, extremely versatile, and you look back at his history of movies, and he's just played so many different roles. It's just it's fascinating to see his career.
Who do you think, in your opinion, is the most underrated actor or actress of our genre?
Oh, see, that's a tough one too. You're asking me tough questions. Because I remember growing up, there were actors that moved the needle, right?
Hmm.
Like you didn't even have to know what the movie was. You just had to hear an actor's name, and it was enough to say, I have to go see that. And I don't find that's the case anymore, you know? I find there's a lot of typecasting these days, and people play the same role over and over. I think Brad Pitt is underrated. I think Brad Pitt is an excellent actor. I think he actually it's hard not to see Brad Pitt, but I think he actually can make himself, he can reinvent himself each time he does a movie. I appreciate that. Back in the day, back in the day being 80s and 90s, someone like Arnold was the typecast. Stallone, right?
Hmm.
You knew it was going to be a Stallone type movie. But these days, it seems like you've got this I don't know, this group of like younger actors that have come up in like the CW kind of era, the 90210 era, that they just sort of like do the same things over and over.
Hmm.
So it's tough. I don't know. There's not a lot of like Meryl Streep is one of my favorite actors of all time.
Oh, that's a good one.
I think you watch anything Meryl Streep has done, politics aside, you watch anything she's done, she doesn't seem like Meryl Streep to me. She seems like the role. Like I believe her when she's up there doing her act, man.
What about Kathy Bates?
She's good. Yeah, I think her first role wasn't that Misery.
Yeah, I mean,
Wasn't that one of
I
one
don't know
of?
if that was her first role or not, but I don't know about you, but I believed it when she hit his ankles. That look on her face was, I mean, oh, I'll never forget that look on her face when she was taking the swing.
Oh, she was excellent. She's always been a really good actress. Let me just look her up real quick. What was her first role? Oh, she was on TV for a bit. She was on the Love Boat, man, back in 1978.
Wow.
Who knew?
No, I
Cagney
didn't.
and Lacey, St. Elsewhere. Oh, she made the rounds on the China Beach. Now that was a good TV show. Um, yeah, Misery. I think was one of her first movies. She was in Dick Tracy as well. Remember that one from
I do.
1990?
Yep.
The success of the Batman movie with Michael Keaton, and then they wanted to do Dick Tracy with the bright colors, and yeah, that was pretty successful.
Yeah,
Warren Beatty, I think, played Dick Tracy.
that's correct. Yeah.
But yeah, man, and then like she was excellent in Fried Green Tomatoes, and wasn't she in the one with Julia Roberts, Steel Magnolias? Was she in that? Or no, she wasn't in that one, was she? That was somebody else.
I know she
That
was
was a good
in
movie
with
too.
Leonardo. I think she was in Leonardo DiCaprio's Titanic, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, yes, sir.
And I love the Western. She was kind of like this Western rich oil lady who wasn't always rich before they got their oil. And the part that I loved about her was she was kind of that down to earth, like, let me show you how to do it, honey. And it's like we weren't always rich before. Let me show you how it's done. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love the part that she plays.
she was. She was still a person of the people. That's right.
Yep. I do miss
Yeah,
Robin
you know, she.
Williams.
Oh man, what was that? Was it 1 Hour Photo? Was that the movie where he became the bad guy for the first time? Now
Yeah,
that was cool.
yeah. I was kind of I was thinking to myself, how in the world is he going to pull this off? I can't even imagine him as being an evil character, and he did it so well. I was actually genuinely scared because I was like, oh crap, uh, Robin Williams can act. We're in trouble. We're in trouble because we don't know what this guy's capable of. But yeah, he
You know,
was
I'd look at someone like Willem Dafoe. I think is quite underrated.
good one.
He's been in a lot of different things, and he really should have been the Joker in a Batman movie at some point in his career. You look at the fan art people have done. It looks perfect, you know.
Mm.
He's one that I would say is kind of underrated. Let's see. Hugo Weaving, although he's upset a lot of people. He's a good one too.
Oh, is he the guy that plays in the Star Wars? No, I don't know who that is. What's his name? What's
Oh,
his name?
he played Hugo Weaving. He played Agent Smith in The Matrix, the original Matrix trilogy.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Wrong
He was
person.
the head elf in the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude's been all over the place, man, and has killed every role he's been in. He was also the Red Skull in the Captain America movie, and then refused to play the role anymore.
I didn't realize this, but that's Agent Smith.
Yes, sir.
I fully agree. I had no idea. You've just taught me something that I did not know. I honestly didn't know his name. So, and you're right. I'm looking through some of the different movies that he's done here. I had no idea he was Red Skull. Boy, he sure
Yeah.
plays a great evil person.
Oh yeah. Chris here mentions V for Vendetta. That's right. That was another good one too. Absolutely.
That was Hugo?
He was in that. Yes, I think he was the voice of the. Wasn't he the voice of V? They
No.
originally had it somebody else, and a different actor had played the role, and he voiced over the actor's movements later on. I believe.
No.
Maybe I'm wrong. Someone will correct me on that, but I believe I read that somewhere.
I'm looking this up.
But
Oh, all I had to do was type Hugo Weaving and then type a V, and it instantly went to V for Vendetta. Let me see here.
I think they filmed the whole movie with a different actor, and then they got him to voice over what the other actor had already done physically. I
They they
believe that wasn't him physically. Yeah.
they played a Darth Vader on him.
Yeah. And Blake's asking in the comments here, says that didn't know he was the Red Skull. He was the Red Skull in the first Captain America movie. He did not play the Red Skull again after. There's an actor from The Walking Dead. That's the guy who does amazing impressions. That guy has played the Red Skull since the Captain America first movie. Like in the Infinity War and stuff, that was a different actor.
Huh.
You wouldn't know though.
Wow, that's so interesting. I actually did not know. I mean, I know exactly who Hugo Weaving is. I had no idea that he played in so many parts, and it's starting to make me feel like he's now in my contention for runner up to Gary Oldman, because I mean Gary does the same kind of thing where he does so many different parts that you don't recognize him in the roles that he's played in, and wow. Has he ever played in a positive role besides like being this evil villain?
Oh, good question. Good question. I bet I'll have to look that one up. I bet you your very smart audience will beat me to it.
I'm pulling up IMDb to see what he's played in. I guess in Lord of the Rings, but I didn't really. I mean,
I mean,
I felt like he had kind of a minor part.
well, yeah, he was Elrond, right, from The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. But that's a good guy.
Yeah,
You're right. It didn't have a lot of screen time. You're right.
and he also seemed like a dick too, though.
Oh, but did you know he also did? Yeah, you're right. He did the voice of Megatron in the Transformers movies.
Get out. Are you serious?
Not the
What?
cartoons, not the cartoons, but the movies. He did the voice of Megatron.
That's crazy. I didn't know this. Huh.
I knew you'd appreciate that.
I love this.
Let's see. I mean, V's a pretty good character, but you're right. He's kind of a. I mean, he blows up stuff, so it's sort of echoes today's world, in a way.
Some
Um,
people were talking about Cloud Atlas earlier, saying I need to watch that one. I'm pretty sure that I've watched it before, but I may have fallen asleep through, so maybe I need to give it another try.
I haven't seen that one. You ever see the TV show Silicon Valley?
Uh-uh.
Oh, they make fun of Cloud Atlas in that TV show. I don't know. I just thought I'd mention that. I've never seen Cloud Atlas. I'm sure it'll be great.
Russian Doll. I think I saw that movie. What was that about?
Yeah, not recognizing a bunch else there, but when you've seen him, he's always been impressive. Another one is Guy Pearce from the movie The Time Machine.
Yes, and I think I know who it is you're talking about, but I'm gonna have to look him up.
Yeah, he's been in a ton of stuff, and yet he's not a name that a lot of people think about. Since you're on the whole underrated actors thing, I think he would fit my list there somewhere.
Oh yeah, Memento. I remember that one.
Yeah.
The Hurt Locker. Dang.
He's had an impressive career.
Yeah, no kidding. But I didn't recognize the name. I mean, I recognize the name, but I couldn't put a face to it. Interesting.
Just trying to think of some other actors that might be underrated. Paul Bettany might have fit my list on that, but he's gotten a lot of exposure playing the Vision in the Marvel movies, so I don't know if he's as underrated. He's had quite a good career too.
Yeah. Michael Rooney saying Denzel Washington. I really do appreciate Denzel Washington. I like his I just like the way he comes across in almost every movie that I've ever seen. And there was one movie, I can't remember what the name of it was, where he was in, I think it was Denzel Washington, but he was like a mayor or something like that, and then he got drugged and kidnapped, and then they made some kind of like sex video with him and a prostitute, and then they started blackmailing him to do things that they wanted him to do. It was like, I don't know. I was on the edge of my seat, and then he ended up getting like some kind of STD from the prostitute, and it was just like one nightmarish thing after another. And I was just they took this, what appeared to be a good man, and turned him into this person that was hated by the community by kidnapping him and doing things to him while he was drugged. And it was just like, it was kind of one of those, I don't know, the movie had a big impact on me, although I couldn't remember the name for it, to save my life, but it was one hell of a movie.
That one doesn't ring any bells. Does anybody in the comments know what that movie's called?
Let me see if I can find it. Watch It Not Be Denzel Washington. I'm pretty sure it was, though. It was one of his earlier movies.
That sounds interesting.
Oh, maybe he was a district attorney. I don't know for some reason, but it looks like Ricochet, maybe? Might have been the name of it. It's 1991.
Ricochet. Okay. Yeah, just recently I rewatched He Got Game with Denzel. I got on a kick of wanting to watch, I don't know why, wanting to watch real athletes acting. I don't know why I got into this kick. So I watched Blue Chips, which had Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway with Nick Nolte, is a college basketball movie. And then I watched He Got Game back to back. It was enjoyable.
I'm looking at the movie.
You ever see Blue?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. By all means, please.
I was just looking at Ricochet. I don't think that was the movie. I'm trying to see if I can figure out which one it was, but keep going.
Have you seen Blue Chips? Did you watch that one with Nick Nolte's a college coach, and there's a cheating scandal going on. So they're trying to recruit the next class of high school kids to come to college and play. And he's got this record of his team kicking butt, but the last couple of years they were losing.
No, I've never seen that.
Oh no, Nick Nolte's really good in this movie. So it turns out that the whole, and it's so old, I don't think I'll spoil it, but the boosters are the ones who were actually bribing these kids and giving them cars and paying off the kids' parents to come to the college. But the coach didn't really know about it, but he sort of knew about it, but he didn't actually know in evidence, but he just kind of didn't really look into it. So when the scandal keeps coming, and actually Ed O'Neill, Al Bundy plays the reporter in that movie who's trying to uncover the story. And so they bring in these top chip prospects, Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, and they come in to play at this college, and they transform the entire team, right? And it's a cool story. And then the whole thing is Nick Nolte at the end has a crisis of conscience, and actually in this press briefing, like it tells everybody the whole story and kind of just comes clean and then quits. It's a really interesting movie, man. It's an underrated one that people just don't. No one's ever heard of it. Blue Chips. And it's got Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal. So I mean, the acting is, as you would expect. It was Shaq's first movie, right? But that was when they just started off playing together with Orlando. So they actually were teammates on Orlando, and then they were acting together in the first couple of years of them coming into the NBA. So they were young, man. It was good.
AMC2 Sky is asking a question. Says, "Hi Casey, Ryan Cohen's tweet of oops MOASS question marks. Some people were kind of looking at some of the information that was rolling through on the ticker on the aftermarket hours of yesterday, and kind of relating it to. Hold on a second. I forgot that I don't have extended hours on here. They were saying that it's possible that the price run up that was seen was right when he had tweeted to 135. And some people were suggesting that there might have been a purchase in there. It was at 1621. The volume for that minute was like an additional. It was 5,671 shares that were purchased in that minute that drove price up to 135.30. But some people don't necessarily agree with that. I just know that's one of the rumors that I saw that was out there. I have no idea what the tweet was for. I mean, half the time these guys are putting out tweets. I think they're cryptic for a reason. They can't say what they really want to say, and so we get to find out later, like, oh, so the reason they put a gold and silver chessboard that was 4D was because they were buying a gold mine. It's just nobody would have guessed that at the time. So we'll probably find out later why he put that. I don't know. I really don't know the answer. Caitlin says blue chips is like white men can't jump. Oh, what was that? What was that movie with Woody Harrelson where his wife has to spend like 24 hours with this rich dude? Indecent Proposal?
An Indecent Proposal.
Yes.
Yep.
I hated that movie with a passion. I hated the idea that because deep down inside I knew that money can really pay for anything. And I didn't like the idea that money could pay for anything. And I think at the time I was newly married. Let me see what year that came out, because I think I might have been newly married. 1993, I got married. Okay, so it actually came out 3 years before I got married because I got married in '96. So it came out just before I got married, and it was kind of one of those things where it's like I was young. I saw the movie. It came out on TV, I think, when I was married, and I saw it on TV, and I was just like, I don't like this. I don't like the idea that some man can come along with a bunch of money and just steal my wife. And it pissed me off to no extent, and it changed how I thought about life. And how money does control people. It's kind of one of those movies that it's thought provoking.
I don't disagree. That's a tough one. You know, you can understand in their situation why they would consider doing that, and on the other hand, there's no possible way I would ever agree to that. You know, no possible way.
Yeah. It's kind of like that movie where the guy and his wife are driving down the road. Their vehicle breaks down. Some guy drives up and offers to take the wife into town to get help or something at a gas station. The husband's all like, "Yeah, sure, go on ahead with him." This complete stranger out in the middle of nowhere in a desert. I don't know what the name of this movie is. I remember seeing it.
That's Kurt Russell. That's a Kurt Russell movie.
And I was so pissed. I was like, who the hell lets their wife just go with some random stranger in the middle of nowhere in desert Podown tongue? Just, who knows what's going to happen to her? And it's just like, I was so angry at that movie because I was just like, that never happens. That does not happen.
No, you'd go together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Screw the car. You go with your wife. He's like, I'll stay behind and protect the car. What a terrible husband.
I think it's called Breakdown.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, a Kurt Russell movie. He's got that nice SUV, and they target him because he's got a brand new SUV, but he sold all of his stuff so they could move across the country. Yeah, I remember that one. He was out. He had hang behind a semi trailer, a tractor trailer, right?
Mhm.
Caught them at their base.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Francis Boyce is saying The Abyss. I don't know what it is about The Abyss, but I really like that movie a lot. And I'm not sure what it is though. It's not incredibly terrifying, but there's just something about it that I don't know. I liked it. I liked The Abyss a lot. It was not one of my top 20 favorites, but it's on my top maybe 100. So it was weird.
That's by the same guy who. That's the guy who did Titanic, right? That's by same director. The
I don't know.
Abyss, wasn't that?
Maybe.
And yeah, let me see here. What's his name? Come on, how do I not remember this guy? James Cameron. Yeah, James Cameron did The Abyss. Man, the story behind filming The Abyss, it's pretty harsh. Actors almost died on set. Have you seen any of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the water, the pool they had to build, and then like the divers and all that. Yeah, man, that's some pretty cool stuff. Like the story behind the movie is really fascinating.
So I'm a certified diver, and so I guess I've always had a fascination with underwater diving, and obviously that movie was well before I ever got my license. But the idea of just a lot of what they were doing seemed really kind of adventurous to me, and but yeah, it was scary at the same time. I mean, it's the whole scene where they put the guy into the fluid that he can breathe through, the I want to call it like embryonic fluid, but the liquid oxygen that he could breathe was incredible. I know that was fake. I know it wasn't. I don't think that was really real in there, but that exists. It actually exists. The
Yes.
ability to be able to do that, and it fascinated the crap out of me when I saw it. I was like, that is so cool.
What I liked about it was how in the story of telling how they made it, James Cameron made it clear how he just told the studio, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to build the largest pool that's ever been created, and I'm going to film all of it actually underwater in this place. and then the time it took him to fill it with the water, like nobody could tell him no. He told them this is how it's going to happen, and all the studios just said okay. That dude's got some major power.
Yeah. Bjork is saying the Bollinger Bands don't matter, I see. They do. It's just that when price runs into those Bollinger Bands like that, you're going to see a return on this. It'll probably start driving back up towards the simple moving average at some point when it does start to turn around. The data doesn't have to be inside the Bollinger Bands constantly. ABC says they just borrowed 50K for this downwards push. Corey says Black Hawk Down was a great movie, but I'm meeting some of the people that were really there. They're incredible. That's cool.
Wow.
Justin, that is a great question. It's one because of who I got certified through. It's one step better than just a regular. I'm trying to think who does the normal certifications. Give me a second. I'm not certified by the same company that everybody else goes through. See, I'm trying to remember who. So I'm certified on dual tank, a little bit deeper dive. I have to pull out my license. Give me just one second. I'll be right back. I'll go pull it out. I can never remember the numbers off the top of my head. Be right back.
I'll tell a story while you're away. Nana Apes mentioning we could make fake ID licenses to go into bars if they even carded. That reminds me of a story from back in the day, Nana Ape. There was back in Saskatchewan, Canada, back in like the would have been early to mid 1990s. To get a driver's license or a photo ID, you just had a driver's license separate piece of paper that slipped in the back of this plastic card that had a little sleeve on the back for your ID. And to get the ID, all you had to do was go into what was called Saskatchewan Government Insurance, SGI. You can't do this now, but you walk in there with your social insurance card, like a social security card, and another piece of ID, both with no pictures, and you just put it down and say, I lost my ID in the bar last night. So I actually did this when I was a kid, man. I don't recommend this. This is not recommended. I took my brother's 2 pieces of ID, went into SGI and said, I lost my license in the bar yesterday. Can you guys help me out? And they took a look at the 2 pieces, asked me 2 questions. What's your birth date? And, what's your height or something like that? And I answered both. And they said, okay, no problem. And they took a picture of me and put it on an actual government issued photo ID and put a new copy of the license in the back and handed it right to me on the spot. It cost $10. So it was the easiest fake ID that everybody back in Saskatchewan back in the day used to do.
Which one?
And then,
what's the ID for?
Back in Saskatchewan, it was your photo ID, your driver's license and photo ID. That's how bad the system was back in the early 90s. So, I'm underage, and we all did it. We all had our older brothers' licenses. He just didn't want to get caught with it. Till one time a buddy of mine was driving and he actually got pulled over by the police. And he pulled that out because he was used to pulling it out for the bars. So he pulled that out and gave it to the cop. And the cop took it back to the cop car and then came back and said, something doesn't seem to add up. That looks like you, but something doesn't add up. And then he got all caught up in his story. And I remember sitting in the passenger seat going, "Oh my God, you didn't give him. You gave the cop the fake ID. Oh, you idiot!" And all he had to do to get out of it was tell the cop how he did it. And then the whole thing got shut down. I'm not saying my buddy shut down the whole thing, but it got shut down shortly after. I'm sure other people got caught. Just filling some time here for you, Casey. I don't recommend anyone. Nobody do that though.
I just pulled out my. Most people are certified through. I can't remember what the other diving company is because that's not who I was certified through. But I was certified through Andy, and I'm certified to dive up to 30 meters using 2 cylinders, 1 main and plus an RBS. So it's. I think the normal depth is less than 30 meters, but I may be wrong on that. So I think because of the Patty, thank you. I thought it was Patty, but I didn't want to say it without being wrong. Most people are certified Patty. I think with Andy certification, I think it's a little bit deeper, but I'm not positive because they were using yeah, deep blue. Yeah, that's exactly deep blue. Was the name of the scuba shop that I got certified at, number 230, Deep Blue Scuba number 230. But it's actually, the store's no longer there anymore. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Patty's actually a little bit less. I could be wrong. Just look it up and see. Oh, there says 40 meters. The limit for recreational scuba is 40 meters. Beginning scuba divers stay shallower than about 18 meters. That's weird. Mine says 30 meters. So I guess maybe Patty's is more. Patty is more unless they change it. Although the shop that I was going through at Deep Blue, they had a nitrous mix that they were using, and I'm pretty sure that they said that we could go deeper. But on the card here it just says 30 meters. And I went to a Patty shop to go rent equipment with my son, and they just treated me like I was a normal. They saw my card and they knew what I was supposed to get, but they just gave me like, yeah, nitrox. They just gave me like the standard setup for a Patty, which is not what I trained with, um, which is fine. It's just different. One less tank. Holy crap, this is really insane to me, guys, that there's so many people in here that are Patty certified. This is very odd because if you know what the statistics are on population in the world that are certified divers, it's very odd to me that this is the case, that so many of you guys are certified. Um, Justin says I've gone to 110 feet on nitrox. What is up with this? This is really strange to me. It's I'm gonna throw up. I'm not gonna throw up. I'm just I'm gonna throw up a statistic here. I want to see, are you dive certified? You guys don't really have to answer this. I just want to see how many people who are actually dive certified here in the community, because that would be a extremely odd statistic. You don't even feel like you need to answer. I don't need to see how many know. I just want to see how many people are actually dive certified, because that's to know that there's oh, I guess I can't see how many people. Okay, I can see how many. I see the percentage based off of how many people have voted so far. It's gonna be strange.
Hey Casey, when you're on vacation and you do a dive, like if you're going to the Great Barrier Reef, we did that, my wife and I recall them telling us that we achieved some kind of PADI initial certification by going through the prep with them.
Hmm.
What is that? Am I remembering that wrong, or what step of that is in the process would that be?
Well, usually, and I'm not sure about Patty. I only know with mine, but I would assume that they're somewhat similar. With their certification, you usually are required to do, a demonstration of skills, and then you also have to do like a dive. You have to do a couple dives actually, and just do like demonstration. Did they have you do things like clearing your mask underwater?
Yep.
Okay.
We went through all that training. We went under, we cleared our masks, we did all that kind of stuff. And they said it was some kind of initial thing that I could register with Patty. I wasn't certified, but it was
Yeah.
the first step.
So it sounds to me like they basically took you through the orientation part of physically doing everything, like the class portion of it. But then there's the other part where you sit down in a classroom and do the book portion where they talk about everything. So basically they did it out of order. You're supposed to do the book part first, and then go do your dive and your demonstration of skills on how you can swim, tread water for a certain period of time, and all that kind of good stuff. And so my guess is that they're basically telling you like, okay, now all you got to do is go take the classroom work, and you've got the certification that you need for basic diving.
Because they took us down in the Great Barrier. We did a whole Whit Sundays sailing adventure for a week, and the first time they went down with us, and then every time after that, they let me just go by myself, which doesn't seem right.
Yeah, you shouldn't go by yourself.
They
That's,
they they didn't go down. They were going down in groups, and then they would like for me. They just said you can go, and I would just jump in. If something felt wrong, but everything went okay. Yeah, it was
yeah.
weird.
Did they give you like how did you gauge like your surf when you were coming back up? How did you gauge where your stopping points were?
Oh, we weren't. They told us how many feet per on the way up to release the air and all that stuff, but and how slowly to release the air out of the vest. But we weren't that deep. To
Okay,
be fair, we weren't very deep.
30 feet.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe max.
Because
Like it was.
yeah, as long as you don't come up
Sorry.
really fast, maybe at 30 feet, you probably, it depends on how long you're down there for. You probably could get away with no issues, but still, like if you do the classwork and you see what kind of things that can occur from getting the bends, yeah, just definitely go through the class. Like go through the class and sit through everything and make sure that you're learning everything. You definitely want to have a diving depth gauge, and you want to be able to stop at the right places and on your way back up. Most of them are computerized nowadays, and it just tells you where it'll beep at you and tell you where to stop at. It'll tell you if you're ascending too fast, or it tells you, and then actually once you come back up, it'll tell you how long you have to be up before you can go back down again. So some of those computer gauges are really nice that they have now. Before
Interesting.
before you used to have to kind of calculate all that stuff out yourself and watch like the manual gauges. So
Maybe myself is onto something here. He says maybe they didn't like you. Maybe they liked my wife.
yeah,
Maybe it was a backwards indecent proposal.
oh man, jeez. But yeah, I'm really surprised. 55 people have taken the poll, and it's 35% of you. So, um, 20 of you, 20 of you are dive certified out of 200 people watching, which is 10%. I'm pretty certain that the percentage of divers in the world population is, I think, under 1%. So it's very odd to see 10% of the people watching this right now are divers. That's very, very odd. It tells me, I don't know what it tells me. It tells me that there's something unusual going on here. It's not very often that you get a whole bunch of divers in the same spot, unless there's a reason for it. I don't know. Oh, Michael Anthony. CPG is the cheapest oil company with a PE of 1.1 with a book value. All right, so Michael Anthony, if you're real, say hi. Actually, I feel like Michael Anthony has said some stuff before. Pantheon,
Yes, sir.
do you know how to drive a stick shift? Manual.
Absolutely. I grew up on a farm, sir. Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
That's also
No,
another
we
statistics that, well,
we had to haul our own water. There was a spring, and all the farms had to drive water trucks to haul water and fill up your cistern. And of course, grain trucks and whatnot on the farm. Yes, sir.
hmm,
I'm a farm boy.
interesting. It's becoming more and more rare to find people who can drive stick shifts, who drive manual vehicles. I taught my wife a while back, and she absolutely loves it. When we went on vacation, We rented a minivan that obviously was a manual or it was automatic, and she was like, she was like, I feel like I got to keep reaching to shift. I thought it was pretty funny. All right, we'll do a survey on automatic or manual here next, yo. I'll leave this open for just like 10 more minutes, and then we'll do the next one.
It's always fun in Vancouver watching people drive Lamborghinis and expensive cars downtown who clearly don't know how to drive a stick shift and just rev the hell out of it by accident. You know, sometimes it's on purpose, but you can tell sometimes they don't know what gear to be in. It's pretty rough. Such a beautiful car.
Which one?
Oh, just random like Lamborghinis, Maseratis. Vancouver's full of just people who've come in with lots of money and become students, right? Air quotes, but then just drive fancy cars and buy up a bunch of real estate and drive around in these really beautiful cars, Rolls Royces. I mean, they're all over the place in Vancouver downtown, but many of them that are manual don't know how to drive a stick shift, and it's you can hear it when they're crunching the gears, and it just makes you sad, you know. Such a beautiful car, and you hear them crunchy gears. You're like, man, if I did that on the farm, I'd be in so much trouble on a farm truck, let alone such a beautiful piece of machinery.
Oh man, yeah, it's rough. I think I've taught at least three, maybe four people in my Toyota Tacoma, my 1996 Toyota. Wait, yeah, I think it's a 1996 Toyota Tacoma, and it's never once had the clutch replaced.
Good man.
Yeah, so I feel pretty I feel pretty lucky considering the fact that I've owned that car since 1998. That it's still doing really well and holding up for me. But it sure has taken a beating and still manages to shift just fine. Although it has had some problems just as of recently, so it's almost like I just jinxed myself by saying that. All right, it is getting really close to time here to read off some numbers. Let's talk about female actresses because I always feel like I know we did talk about Kathy Bates and you'd mentioned that one of your favorite actresses, and I forgot her name. It's not going to come to me. Mel, help me out. Meryl Streep. Was that
Yes,
it?
sir.
Yeah, Meryl Streep.
Yep. Sorry, I was on mute.
No problem. Meryl Streep is a great actress, but I always feel like I neglect actresses when I talk about great actors and actresses. And I know actresses is probably not even a real word, but um, who do you think is, or who do you think, like, if you had to give one actress like the Golden Globe Award of all actresses for the last 20 years, is it Meryl Streep that you would give it to, or is there anybody
Yep.
else? Okay.
In a heartbeat, Meryl Streep.
Okay.
But I could go for a second one if that's too quick.
No, go ahead. Second one.
I got to think about that for a sec. Did you want to do that after the numbers, or try and squeeze us in before?
Yeah, I'll squeeze it in before. But let me think of who I would give it to.
Sure.
It's actually really a tough one for me. Because she's been controversial and yet I think also very kind of trend setting and she changed who she was, I think. Trying to think of her name and I can't think of it.
What movie has she been in?
It's Brad Pitt's ex. I can't think of her name.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
No.
Jessica, or sorry, from Friends.
No, not that one. Definitely not that one.
Not Gwyneth Paltrow. So Angelina Jolie.
Yes, Angelina Jolie. I don't know why I couldn't think of her name. She kind of transformed because some of her earlier year stuff was just kind of not all that great. But I really felt like I watched her turn into this much better actress, and I felt like it really kind of occurred right after she met Brad Pitt, and they started after they started, or after I guess they started dating or whatever. But she really kind of improved her acting, and I'm not sure if it's because she was with Brad Pitt or. But I saw a huge improvement in both the roles that she got, but also her ability to act in general improved like tenfold. And I feel like she's done some amazing parts. I don't know if I want to hand her the Globe though. I feel like there's so many better ones than that one. I feel like I'm and I'm actually let me think about it some more. I'm gonna think about it some more and see if I can't come up with a better one. Hmm. Actually, I know who I would give it to. Everybody's gonna boo me for this, hands down.
Go for it.
Um, Hold on, I gotta look it up.
So
Everybody's
many
gonna,
good choices.
everybody's gonna boo me for this, and that's fine. I'll take it. But Carol Burnett, um, I would give it to her. She's made me laugh. She's made me cry, and everything in between. So I give it to Carol Burnett. Carol Burnett.
It's not a bad pick. Not a bad choice at all.
Backyard Boogie said Halle Berry. Halle Berry's my she's my most beautiful actress ever of all time award. I think she's probably one of the most beautiful women ever. My wife knows it, and she even agrees with me. She says she's so beautiful. I just
You know, she
go ahead.
she attends UFC events now. She's friends with Dana White from the owner of the UFC, and you see her in there. Like she'll go in the ring and present the belt once in a while. She looks just like she did 20 years ago. She has not aged a day.
Have you seen her do the hot wings?
No, I didn't see that one. I
Do,
didn't see that episode. No.
you need to go watch the hot wings or hot ones with her doing it. She cleans the bones and she makes it
No
look
way.
like everybody else is just a major wuss. I'm telling you, if there was one actress I would want to go grab a beer with and eat wings with, it would definitely be Halle Berry. She would
Wow.
make you she'd make you feel silly.
I'll throw a few names out there right before you got to switch to the numbers. Some you say in the last 20 years or so, I think there's some really great names to choose from. You know, I can't say Margot Robbie's there yet. She hasn't been around long enough, but I'm impressed with what Margot Robbie does. She reinvents herself pretty well. I'm a fan of Diane Lane. I like Jessica Chastain. I think that Hilary Swank is an amazing actress. She hasn't done much lately, but boy, she really like when she did the role in was it Boys Don't Cry or something like that? That was great. And then what was the movie Million Dollar Baby? That was a great role she did there. Julia Roberts doesn't really change herself so much in movies, but I always love anything Julia Roberts does. My wife kind of looks a little bit like her, so that might be why. And then Michelle Pfeiffer, man, Michelle Pfeiffer's awesome.
Yeah.
And then the last one I want to bring up is Kate Blanchett. I didn't even know when I first saw Thor Ragnarok, the role of Hela. I had no idea that was Kate Blanchett when I first saw the previews. I was blown away.
Those are all, man. You knocked my socks off. There's so many good names right there. Somebody was asking when did Carol Burnett make you cry? She was a comedian, and I'm actually going back and looking through a lot of the different things that she did, and I'm trying to find what it was. But I can guarantee you that she definitely has, and I don't know what it was in. I just know that she's been. Um, I don't know. I'm going through and looking at all the stuff that she's done here, and I don't know what it was exactly that I saw, but I know I've seen her before, and I know that she definitely had me, forced me into a moment to where, I was either laughing and crying or crying because the moment was just uh, touching. One of the two. I'm not sure which. I don't know which one it is. I'm looking through here and I'm not sure.
She was in the original Annie movie, wasn't she?
She was
Yeah.
as Miss Hannigan or Flanagan or something. I'm not sure if it's an F or an H. Miss Flanagan. I think it's probably with an F. Which I love that part. I loved her. I loved her role in that movie. I think it was really well done. It is 2 o'clock, guys. So let's take a look. Yale says Spy fell off a cliff. VIX is going up. Let's take a look at the Spy real quick here. Spy is down 0.62. Those mortgage-backed securities are still up right now. They're trying to get me some numbers here at the end of the day. It is time to toast. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to step aside for just a minute to mix myself up a drink and so we can do a toast. And then I'll come back and then we'll go through the numbers. So give me just a couple minutes to mix up something. Pantheon, you don't have to take over, but if you want to, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, let's see. We'll do some chatting with the people. We're all about the people. Let's see here. Yeah, Backyard Boogie. Not yet. Man, you're always funny. What do we got going on here? Jessica Lange, excellent suggestion. Jessica Lange has done a lot of great stuff, but her role it wasn't that big of a role, but in Cape Fear, like Robert De Niro, Juliette Lewis, man, that movie freaking rocked. Yeah, Julie Newmar, holy smokes, Ariel. She was an amazing Catwoman, shall we say. Julie Newmar, yep. AEO agrees with Jessica Lange. That is a great selection. Absolutely. Scarlett Johansson, yeah, Gal Gadot, Charlize Theron. Hell yeah. Nothing wrong with those picks. I don't know if they've done enough. Like Gal hasn't done enough. She's been in what, Fast and the Furious. She's been in the Wonder Woman role. And what did she do? The Death on the Nile series movies. I'm not sure what else she's done that stands out yet. I think she'll be there by the end. She's going to play Queen Cleopatra at some point. She's producing and directing it. Not directing, producing and starring in it. And she'll be a fantastic selection. I think she'll be great. It's funny, they when she said she was going to do it, people threw kind of back at her and said they should get somebody who more represents what the people look like instead of her. But she's part Macedonian, so she's like, I am actually heritage of the people of the time, and it's actually true. So she's a great pick. Sally Field's another good one. Yep, I don't think I can think of a single bad movie Sally Field has been in. And if you haven't seen Steel Magnolias, that's a movie that Julia Roberts did, I believe, right after Pretty Woman, I think, or was it right before? Anyhow, it's right around the time she did Pretty Woman. It's a pretty damn good movie. Really great cast in that one, Steel Magnolias. If anybody wants to check that out, I think Dolly Parton was in that one too. And if you want a good Dolly Parton movie, although Deadpool makes fun of it, 9 to 5. 9 to 5 is a classic movie, and I think they're gonna either remake it or have remade it. I'm not sure. Mac and Bees. Pantheon sold out. They got me cheap if I did, man. They got me cheap if I did. I ain't got nothing. Nice to see you, Mac and Bees. Let's see. Yeah, Halle Berry accepting her Razzie Award. That was pretty awesome. And that's pretty classy too. You know, she did the Catwoman movie. It didn't go over very well. And she got the Razzie Award, which is the worst acting role, right? And she actually showed up to the Razzie Awards and accepted it, which I thought was a pretty classy change. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty good on her part. But you see her, yeah, she was at UFC as preparation for MMA. Oh, She's preparing for an MMA movie. I did not know that myself. I just thought she was friends with Dana White because she's been in a bunch of those events. Man, she looks as great as she. And I mean, it's not only but the looks, but I mean, she hasn't aged a day. There's some people. Jennifer Aniston has aged very well, you know. But the quality of their acting is still there. Halle Berry. You see Halle Berry in what movie was that she was in with Billy Bob Thornton?
Monsters
Was it
Ball.
her and Billy Bob? Oh man, she got the award for that one. She
Yeah,
she
well,
got
I
a
don't think
statue,
she
man.
I don't think she had to fake it either.
Oh, oh boy.
I don't know if there was much acting going on there.
Well, you're back.
Yeah.
Let's do your toast.
Awkward. Awkward. Okay. I'm I'm gonna I'm gonna toast to to all the actors and actresses that have made us laugh and cry. That they've made us feel like we've had uh, like we're experiencing life in the movie theaters, and that's why we're here to save them. So to continue on, I'm going to toast to the movie theaters, the place where our favorite actors and actresses get to perform and continue to make us happy in life and give us a time to release and get away from the troubles that are around us. So to the movie theaters, cheers.
Cheers, Casey.
It's that community experience of getting to experience those movies that I was just thinking just a little bit ago. I'm still kind of troubled about thinking about what it was that Carol Burnett caused me to cry in, and to be honest with you guys, I think it wasn't a movie because Carol Burnett actually had quite a big Broadway uh, showing. She was in a lot of different plays, and I have a feeling that it was probably one of her performances in a Broadway show that probably got me. Not necessarily a movie, but still, she's great.
Can I take a stab at that?
Yeah, absolutely.
She did a movie in 1994 called Seasons of the Heart, and I haven't seen it, but I'm reading the description, and that reads like one that might tug at your heartstrings. At
I
the height
honestly
of her
don't know.
publishing career, no, at the
It,
height of her publishing career as an executive, let's see, her world went into a tailspin with the arrival of her grandson, who is abandoned by his drug addicted mother. Anyways, it sounds like something that would be pretty dramatic.
I honestly don't remember what it was. I just know I'm a huge fan, and every time I've seen her in anything that she's in, it's just I've had an emotion one way or the other, and I like that about actors and actresses. That's what I look for. I look for people who make me forget they are who they are, and that there's somebody else. And then I have I can feel like I'm experiencing what it is that they're experiencing.
Have you noticed that the Marvel movies, they not always, but they tend to try and hire more comedic style actors and then get them in the gym to bulk up for that Marvel body, right? Like they hire people who've got more of comedic timing and make them into the superheroes. It's working well for them.
Yeah, I just ended that diving poll from earlier. The votes in. We got 24% of you out of 128. So that's really the number that I'm looking for. So times 0.24, 30. So basically 30 to 31 of you guys are who are listening out of about 200 that have been here were dive certified, which is really high numbers in my opinion. Yeah, it's 15%. 15% of the people watching this show are dive certified. That's enormously high.
Well, you do have the smartest audience of any YouTuber, right?
I mean, I don't want to say that, but you know, I do feel like I do
I
have
said it.
I think there's some really smart people out there that are watching your show as well. So, Somebody wanted me to ask, you know how to drive a manual car, truck, whatever. This was the second question that somebody had asked to put up there. So we'll go ahead and take a look at the numbers. Unless you had anything else, was there anything else you wanted to say?
Who, me? No,
Mhm.
no, not at all. I'm just here to support you. I'll be Andy to your Conan.
All right. Let's see here. Let's take a look at the numbers. I'm going to go ahead and update Fidelity real quick. Two-factor authentication. If you guys don't have it, you might want to consider it. It could help prevent somebody logging into your account that you don't want logging into it. And if you don't like it, you can always get rid of it. Alrighty, and let me move over a couple of screens here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Do remember, I will not be able to see what it is that you're writing, although Pantheon will be able to see what it is you're writing. If he wants to make a comment just at random, he's more than welcome to do so. But let's take a dive into these numbers here and see what's going on. Starting with off exchange, 63.54 and 10.98 for the EDGX an hour ago. The current numbers are 63.52 and 10.84. Those feel like the same exact numbers. Give me just a second. Offexchange.com has been lagging a little bit today, so I'm going to refresh this one more time just to make sure those are the right numbers. All right, that's what I'm getting. 63.52 and 10.84, giving us 74.36% of our overall volume going through the off exchange today. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was 2.76 million shares having been returned. It's now 3.3. That's going to lower the estimated short share interest of the free float a little bit to 17.43%. Cost to borrow max has shot up through the roof here. It was mostly around 19 or somewhere around there today. It's now at 34.08. Average is at 11.66, and min is still at that negative 0.2. Shares on loan for those just joining for the day is 138.56, which is about 5 million less than what it was yesterday. And taking a look at the options, an hour ago at a $16 strike price, there was 36.8 thousand contracts. There's now 42.7. On the puts, an hour ago there was at a $15 strike price, there was 14.4 thousand contracts. There's now 15.3. Really super close to a 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. The calls and puts are suggesting a closing price somewhere between 15 and 16 at this point in time. Taking a look at Fidelity's orders by sell and buy ratios by orders. AMC is currently in fourth with 47% buys to 53% sales, and GME is in eighth with 70% buys to 30% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $13.46. Shares available to borrow does not look like it's changed a whole lot. Somebody did mention that they borrowed 50,000 shares. They borrowed those out of the ETFs. So they did indeed borrow 50,000 more shares. That puts us at 1.05 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. Fees are at 9.7%. 490.6 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 86.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. 154.1 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 62.9 thousand contracts that are in the money. The NASDAQ is down 0.94, Dow Jones is down 0.4, and the S&P 500 is down 0.8. The market took a turn in the last hour, where we now have more decliners than advancers, with 3,655 decliners to 3,156 advancers. The VIX is up 3.4%. IWB is down 0.81. IWD is down 1.37. Tesla is down 1.23. Amazon down 2.57. Cinemark is up 0.75. Doge is down 1.81. Bitcoin is down 1.5 or 1.89. GME is up 7.46. HYMC is up 2.48. Hood is up 0.12. NCMI is up 4.67 and AMC is up 5.16. Inflow versus outflow. There's currently $18 million more in outflow than inflow. 47.8 million shares having been traded with approximately 45 minutes left to trade. Giving us a pace of about 54.1 million shares traded for the day today. In pre-market, I suggested it would be somewhere between 20 and 40 million, so I'm going to be off by at least close to about 15 million. On the weekly, more selling pressure, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.2, which is just below average. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 63.29, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 66.09, which is above average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 62.68, which is above average. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.54, which is below average. And with that, I can see what you guys are writing again. I just got a text from an old work buddy here. Let me respond real quick.
You're welcome, beach guy.
Yeah. I feel very fortunate to have all of you all on our side. Tomorrow, Jana. Tomorrow is my 46th birthday. Not the average, just the max, Francis. And typically what that means is that there's different institutions that are lending shares. If there's an institution that is lending at a higher rate, it's because they have less shares to lend. So they're going to give a higher interest rate on those. They're going to give a different or a higher cost to borrow on those shares. So when you see cost to borrow, like the range between the max and the min, when there's a really large range, usually that means that there's institutions that are unbalanced in how many shares that they have available to lend. And so that's really why average is probably the most key thing that you want to be looking at. AP says, my eldest wants to know if you were considered one of my stock buddies. I actually, AP, I consider you more than a stock buddy. I know we've never met in person, but I consider you a friend. Yo says I got 9 on him. Francis, you're welcome. What did I do? Oh, I answered your question. Okay. Oh, man. Pantheon, let me ask you a question. I've always kind of wondered, and you don't have to answer, but, because I often ask off-the-wall questions of people. Why do you prefer nights?
For the show, I prefer nights because there's so many people on during the day, and so many people on. There's a lot of people who come on during the day, but there's already some people, not all, during the day that, quite frankly, provide excellent information, like yourself, like Tony Denaro. And I just, when I looked at it, I thought the people that I respect, not a lot of them go on in the evenings. You go during the day. Boss typically goes during the day. Tony's during the day. Mass is at night, but he's on the East Coast, so our time difference works. And I just looked to me like a spot that didn't interfere with people that I thought I didn't want to try drawing people away from. I thought it made sense that way. And the night slot seemed open. And I got quite a few people that said to me they work the night shift and they really appreciated having something to listen to while they're working. So it just kind of made sense.
Yeah. I think the only reason that I did the full day stuff was because I just, like I wanted to record the history on it. And so I thought nobody else was streaming, the entire trading hours. And I was collecting the data just for myself. I didn't really necessarily, I wasn't collecting for anybody else. I just wanted to do it for my own purpose. And, so, doing the 9 hours, I was like, well, I'm going to be monitoring the stocks for 9 hours anyways. I might as well just start a stream and pass out information to people who want it, because I desired it and I wasn't getting it anywhere. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry I stole the spot, man.
No. That's not what I was. I
No,
know
no.
you're kidding. That's not what I was getting at. Like,
Yeah.
I want to watch you. I'm a fan. I like watching you and Tony and Boss. I'm a fan of you guys. So I don't want to be on when people that I respect are providing great information, because I want to watch it.
I want to watch yours, and I have to go to bed. That always makes me
Yeah.
upset because I want to go in there, and it's funny because I want to comment, like I want to make comments in there, and of course it's not live, and so I go like, son of a gun, I can't make any comments because this is not live, and it's like I've got things I want to say though. Oh man.
Yeah,
What?
it's completely ruined my sleeping pattern. And my problem is, once we get off, then there's the after party.
Mm.
So I end up on Pam's Discord talking to whoever,
What?
whether it's Arthur. Yeah, no, man, we talked like the other night, Sunday night. I ended up talking with Prometheus till your show started, 4 a.m. my time, and then we're like, all right, let's call it a night. And I didn't. I turned on your show. So, it's completely ruined my sleeping pattern.
I'm a little
Yeah.
upset. I want to invite to Pam's Discord because I'm not in it, and I would love to be there.
Oh, I'll fix that right now.
Would you ask her? I mean, you don't have to
No,
invite me. You can ask her.
No, I can invite you. She's given me permission for that.
Oh, okay.
No, yeah, don't worry. She's cool with it. Her and I, we're cool. Yeah, I'll fix that right now for you.
That's awesome. I feel special.
If Pam knows you, if she knows you, it won't be a problem. And
Yeah.
if she won't have a problem with you. I can promise that.
Yeah. The American Trader says sleeper is overrated. I agree. You were gonna say she something?
I was just gonna say Pam's not around this week, so I'll invite you, and then oh, wait a minute, she's changed that. She's changed my access.
Dun dun dun
Oh.
dun.
Yeah, plot thickens. I'll send her a note. She's out of commission this week. She's had a family. I'm not going to spill her beans, but
No, yeah, that's all good. That's cool. I'll make sure that next time I see her on here, 'cause she pops in every once in a while from time to time, and I'll just be like, hey Pam, you got to get me on your Discord. I want to be there. I love to be a lurker. I'm definitely one of those kind of guys that loves to go into a shopping center, sit down in like the the food court area, and just watch people. Not like crazy, weird kind of watch, but just observe people in general. I love seeing human behavior. It's fascinating. That sounds like I'm an alien, but I really do. I like seeing some of the interactions between people, and just in public in general. It's kind of a or Yucca Frida said creepy. I know, straight coming out of the guy who's sitting in the van. Or another place too, like when we're walking around, we went to the zoo when we went to San Diego, and just watching people in general as they're walking around, seeing the different exhibits. Um, I don't know that there's something magical about just human interaction, period. And if you've ever seen a movie before, one of the funnest things to do, if you've ever seen a movie and you know there's a jump scare that's coming up, is when you know the jump scare is coming, is to just watch the audience and wait for that jump scare to happen and watch the interaction with all the people in the movie theater. That's probably one of the I get a great kick out of that one.
Remtax. You see that one?
Yeah, Remtac, Remtaco, don't you dare with the candy. It's free Wi-Fi, damn it.
That is so awesome.
If you guys keep up the candy stuff with this van, it's going to disappear, this van. Not you. The van's going to have to disappear because there's no way I'm going to keep up that persona. Abby just went completely a little bit more dark or creepy than I even did. She said, "I like to do that when they're sleeping at night in their beds." That is, ugh. No, I don't do it at Chuck E. Cheese. Never Chuck E. Cheese. Although Dave and Buster's, maybe a little bit at Dave and Buster's. It's like a different kind of atmosphere at Dave and Buster's because you get more of the adult atmosphere. Some of the adults around on Dave and Buster's can be kind of funny to watch as well. Man, American Trader must be on the West Coast because he's getting a little bit of everything. I'll tell you what, guys, for those of you who live on the West Coast, my hat's off to you because you've got um, an amazing time gap to deal with. Those 3 hours are insane. Sammy Boy, I am drinking. Oh, Sammy Boy is here. All right, Sammy Boy's here. I want to read something real quick if you guys don't mind. I'm going to throw this up on the page because he doesn't know this is actually going to happen right now, but he had posted something to me in a DM, and I just wanted to read it with you guys. He's been writing these articles, and the one that I'm going to read right now. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. I'm not going to read your current one. I'm going to save that for later on this week, your article number 3, but I'm going to read article number 4, the most current one. I thought this was really cool. Sammy Boy's been doing these write-ups. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing while I read this, but I'm going to throw it up on the page here real quick so everybody can see it. Anybody who does stuff like this in the community, guys, like I want to be a supporter of it. I think it's really cool. I think this is great. Wednesday, July 12th is when this is dated, so this is today. AMC Can You Feel It? Article number 4, title Loyalty. Sammy Boy writes, no doubt the loyalty of the apes has been tested. The stock is down significantly from all-time highs. Thank you, systemic corruption. The media continues to rain on our parade. Thank you to those with enough money to pay for whatever fake news they want. The SEC have also made it clear that they're against us. Thank you, bot politicians. But F them all. Apes aren't leaving. Baz Luhrmann's Elvis is an epic movie. Have seen it twice now. What struck me was some of the similarities between our struggle and what Elvis contended with. Early in his career, Elvis was bastardized by the authorities and naysayers, harshly criticizing his style, branding him as a degenerate and a threat to American culture. Yet the people who wanted Elvis, however, the authorities tried so desperately to suppress and keep his light joy of music from the world. The Elvis movie is an example story of how you should never submit to those that will be eating crow. Oh, how the capricious media will change their tune once we are triumphant. and the ones with the money just a matter of time, baby. Our loyalty and conviction is everything. Those against us believed we would have disbanded by now. They have thrown everything at us, yet we remain solid and intact. They completely underestimated our indomitable resolve. We are so sick of the corrupt system. We see through their lies, trickery, and deception as we keep saying, apes, no. Our prophecy is an annihilation of the shorts. Our loyalty is the glue that will make it so true. Will make it so. We are the king of Wall Street, and we got them by their effing nuts. They are doubt. We are the light. AMC to the moon. He's got 4 different articles on this. I don't know if he's posted these to Twitter, but he should. And I'm going to continue to read those when he puts them out.
That was excellent.
Look at that. Applauses around. Hey, you're welcome, Sammy boy. You know,
It'd be really cool, Casey, if you could put those onto your Discord or something for people to read. I think that would go over very well.
Absolutely. I will do that. I'll do it right after the show's over. But what I wanted to say is that early on in the American history, I'm trying to remember what it was called. Was it the Patriot Press? I think it was the Patriot. No, that's not it. Man, I forget my history from the history books. I can't remember what it was called. So there was a printing press in the early beginnings of this country before it was actually founded as a country, where they would print out the kind of some of the things that were happening in history, and so, kind of like this is what's happening right now, and it was during the American Revolution. I'm trying to look up what it was, and I'm not finding it right now here. But anyways, whatever that press was called, I thought it was Patriot Press, but that's not it. It was paramount in getting out information to the community, Americans, future Americans, and that's kind of what we are right now, but in a different form. We have a voice. We have the ability to be able to put out the media, and we're able to show things from a different perspective that nobody else talks about. So it's little writings like that, and I don't want to call it little. It's big writings like that. When people talk about what's going on, and then they publish it for the community to see. That really kind of tells the atmosphere of what we feel, what we're seeing, what we're doing, and what's happening. Was it the Paul Revere Press? I don't think that's what it was. Maybe it was. Hold on a second. I'm looking. I don't know if that was it. But that's what we are. I view us as ambassadors of change, and I know that's probably a very worn out message, change, but that's what we're doing. We're causing something to happen, and we're ambassadors of that. Yucca Frida said the Motley Fool. That is not it. That's totally not it. The Big Tramp News. That's not it either. Gosh darn it. I really wish I could remember my history better. Hold on a second. I'm going to look it up. According to David Ramsey, one of the first historians of the American Revolution in establishing American independence, the pen and the press had merit equal to that of the sword because of the unstable and fragile notions of the unity among the 13 American colonies. Print acted as a binding agent that mitigated the I hate when it cuts off like that. Mitigated the chances that the colonies would not support one another when war with Britain broke out in 1775. This is the building of stuff like that. I know it sounds kind of crazy to think that this is a place where we can come and talk about gathering together to do something to cause a change, but that's really what this is. This is a group of us who are voicing our opinions and saying no. We think that this stock is a good buy. We think that this company is a good purchase, and we think this company has longevity and a future. So I like to think that's what we're doing here. Buck Thanar says, and I'm sorry if I destroyed your last name, says, what will happen if we or GME run and they shut off the buy button and halt the stock for weeks? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to do the same thing I've always said that I would do, Buck, and I'm going to be watching the data. And provided that I see that all apes are holding like they're, like they say that they're going to do, and they're not fooled by the buy button being taken away, I will continue to hold with them. I'm not afraid of the buy button being taken away. It worked last time, but that's because nobody knew what it meant or what it equated to. This time's different. We've seen the playbook. We've never seen that playbook before. It's a brand new playbook, but we've seen it. We've played the game once. Not us specifically, maybe some of us, not all of us, but we've played the book, and we know what it looks like, and we know what's to come. How we react to it this time is all dependent on each one of us as individuals. But let it happen. Let them take it away. Let's see what happens. Let me look and see if Adam Aaron's posted. It's so funny. I feel like I look for Adam Aaron's posts now, much like how I used to wait for the news to play their little like breaking news jingle. Okay, no new news from Adam Aaron. No new tweets. But he has been on a rampage, though. I mean, he's been really posting quite a bit in the last couple days. He had a post on the 8th, the 7th. Yeah, so he posted the 7th, the 8th, the 9th, and then on the 11th. And 20 hours ago. So twice on the 11th. It's been quite the posting. Pantheon, are you still here?
Yes, sir.
What is your take on, and I know tinfoil hat, right? But what is your take on um, the pouncing? I know everybody's asking me the same thing. I know this is probably a really frustrating question for you because you don't know. I know you don't know. I know I don't know. I don't want you to tell me what you think it is, but what do you want it to be?
What do I want the pounce to be? You ask great questions. That's a deep question. I'm hesitant to answer it because I think people are going to take it the wrong way.
That's not a problem. I totally understand. I'll tell you, I'm not really banking on it either. I'm not really banking on some kind of pounce to have like a impact that's definitely going to make things MOASS. I don't think that's not his job. His job is
No.
not force a MOASS. That's his job is to save a company, and to make a company profitable. So when I think in terms of pounce, for me, I think what did you see what Yo just wrote right there? He wrote pounce neon.
Yeah, I think I'd answer that question off the record, offline, Casey. I
Oh
just
yeah,
I know what I'm gonna say, and I know someone's gonna take it the wrong way, and I just rather that not happen.
I totally get it. I totally get it. Um, I really think that Adam Aaron is doing a hell of a job. I don't agree with every single thing that he's done, but I still think he's doing a great job. Um, and I never in a million years would expect a CEO to have this kind of communication with the people. So, and I think that's really kind of cool. For him to have this much interaction with us is trend setting alone.
Boy, Mac and Bees is giving it to me today.
Uh-oh, I'm missing it. Let me see.
No, don't worry about it. Don't
Okay.
worry about it. He's calling me a clown. It's all right. Hey, the timing of the pounce. He specifically Adam Aaron, sorry, pronouns. Adam Aaron specifically said, not till after Q2. And I think the most compelling piece of DD that I've seen comes from Super Steven. I know you've watched that video, right, Casey?
I did.
The timing of the Paramount decision and Paramount putting their earnings on the same day as AMC, which could be a complete coincidence. All that timing and coming after the Q2 earnings, that's interesting. And seeing how the Paramount decision is going to make a major impact on the movie industry, and it's something that does need to be addressed. And know that if Super Steven found it, Adam Aaron's been all over it, right? And there's a history of them with Paramount specifically, but with other movie theaters. It's an interesting discussion, and I think Super Steven has come up with something quite interesting. And I know a lot of people now are talking about partnering with Disney and Paramount and all these different movie theaters. Super Steven's the only one I've seen who's come up with the actual story of how it all flows together. Not suggesting they're going to be a merger with a movie with a studio, but the way he's laid it out is the most interesting take on that I've seen, and is excellent DD.
Yeah. I think it was really good DD too. When I listened to the video, I was like, I got excited. I got really excited, and I had to calm myself and be like, okay, I'm not gonna try and go overboard on this, but I would love to see that happen. Something like that would be really cool. The one thing I don't think that's going to happen is regardless of who, if there was going to be some type of merger, is I don't think somebody's going to come in and just buy out all AMC's debt. That's one thing I just don't really see happening. If there was some type of merger, I think that there would be um, maybe like it would be a merging of the debt. So I don't know that I don't think Adam Aaron's really looking like he's going to put us into somebody else's hands, so to speak.
Right.
So if there was going to be any type of merger or get together or get along or whatever you want to call it, I don't think
Yeah.
it's going to be negative to our side. He's gone.
I agree.
Yeah, he's been fighting this way too hard to just hand this into somebody else's hands and say, "Here you go." That doesn't make sense.
If I could take a second, I'll just clarify my earlier comment for Mac and Bees. I've seen Mac and Bees on. He seems like a really cool person. When I just to be clear, when I said people would take it the wrong way, I'm not trying to say that people don't understand what I say, and I'm not trying to say that I'm smarter than people. I know people. There's a comment earlier that said that. I'm not trying to suggest that people won't follow me or grasp what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if I were to put it out in the words I'm thinking right now, and something different were to happen a month from now, that's something that'll get thrown back at me. And it's half baked in my mind, guys. So I don't like throwing out ideas of things that I've only got half baked. And then it's hard for me to stand by it if I know it was only a half baked idea. I like to try and get my things cooked, and then I can throw it out there. And if I'm wrong, I'll own it. That's
Yeah.
all I was trying to say. I wasn't trying to say that it's above people's minds or anything. So I just wanted to clarify that.
No, yeah, you're good, man. You're totally good. And I hit you with that question without you knowing it was coming. So that was kind of unfair on my part. But I mean, I guess I'll go out on a limb. I'll go out on a limb and say what I hope it is. I hope that there's going to be some kind of announcement with Paramount. That would be ideal, number one. Number two, potentially seeing like some kind of HYMC announcement of some kind of major finding in the amount of gold that they have or potential production of gold would be massive. But let me just throw one more thing out at you. Have you looked at HYMC and how many shares are outstanding? The free float is
Oh, yes.
153 million shares. And the interesting thing about that is if I'm not mistaken, AMC owns close to 50 million. Is that about right?
Okay.
Adam Aaron said that he's got $100 million that he's willing to invest into something else in his war chest.
Correct.
Their price right now is $1.
Yes.
If they already own 50 million shares, $100 million would be the price to buy the rest of the float.
Yes. And imagining a scenario like that coming after the earnings, and then 3 days later, you've got the Paramount decision being shut down, where all the smaller movie theater chains will be in some trouble because of the block booking and other aspects of the Paramount decision that would make it advantageous for the larger companies like AMC to make it through. It could be a very interesting week of
Very,
information that flies out.
very.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to it. I don't know what the pounce is going to be. I really don't care because I'm here one way or the other. But I'm really looking forward to seeing what that's going to produce, though. It'll be interesting. I just like seeing hedge funds suffer.
And knowing that Warren Buffett took a large stake in Paramount, that man doesn't typically go where money's lost.
Yeah.
Anyways, and I'm repeating information from Super Steven's video in addition to our conversation here. And if anyone hasn't seen that video on Paramount, it's from Super Steven. He goes on YouTube as Just Another Ape. I highly recommend people watch that video. He's really did a really excellent job and really well thought out all the pieces of the puzzle and puts it together. It's only 7 minutes. It's a really, really good video. I think people should check out, if I could throw that out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, I'll do one better. I'll link the video to it right now. Give me a second. Let me pull
Awesome.
it up. I got to go to my subscriptions.
Yeah, Super Steven's a really smart person who, has some fun in his videos, but also has some excellent DD and pulls up things that people just aren't talking about. And Bobby M. Investor, aka Run AMC, how you doing, my friend?
You're talking about the AMC stock Evolve or Die, right? That's the one I watched in full.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And what I would say, if anyone's going to watch this video, please don't drop it halfway through. Finish the video, because then you'll understand the whole point he's getting at. It's only 7 minutes.
Yeah,
I promise it's worth your time.
Yeah, it's 7 minutes of your time. It's really worth watching all the way through. It's not that long. And you could actually go back and watch. I actually haven't seen the full the video that he did just before that one. I haven't seen the full portion of that video. Somebody linked me to it. When I went to the link, for some reason it played from like some weird spot in the video, and it ended, and I got tied up into doing something, and I didn't have time to watch the rest of it. But it's also 7 minutes. Yeah, Maccabees, to be very honest with you, like the more short and blunt the messages are, the easier it is for me to put in the time to watch them. I love watching Pantheon and Tony D, Mass. I love watching all those guys, but sometimes if I'm not catching them live when they're doing it, it's very difficult for me to go and do it because it's a lot of time. You know what? I got kind of turned on to recently, Pantheon, is I got turned into watching at 2x speed.
Yes, that is a super valuable tool. For certain people, you can watch it at 2x. Others, it's 1.5x. But it's such a great tool. It's almost impossible to watch people at regular speed now. For me, anyways.
I'm telling you right now, it's difficult for me to watch you on anything other than normal. And the only reason I say that is because I enjoy your inflection and everything that it is. There's something about the way that you talk that makes it very difficult for me to watch it at the 2x speed. It's not just you. It's probably everybody. I've tried Tony as well. Tony, he asked me to watch a video of his, and I watched some of it, and I watched it 2x. I think it's just a me issue, really. But I really do enjoy your inflections and the way that you present the material at a live speed. But now I just sound like I'm kissing ass.
Well, thank you, Casey. I appreciate that, Casey. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have a hard time, but I do.
I tried
enjoy
watching Trey. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I tried watching Trey's trades at 2 times speed because I wanted to see what it sounded like. That's impossible.
Oh,
That's a guy you got to go slower. You got to go 1.5 or 1.25 with Trey. I don't watch him on it that much, but once in a while, yeah. But there's others like Massalorian. You could watch him at a faster speed. Not that I recommend it. Massalorian's fantastic. But that's a guy I could watch at a faster speed and still take it. Or someone like AMC Bingham's. Bingham's does a 2-hour stream. I could watch it in 2 speed, watch it half the time, and still get everything out of it, right? He doesn't go too fast. It still works with his voice.
Yeah.
Not that I recommend people watch him fast, but yeah, it's a good tool, man.
Somebody had said something in here. Oh, are you on live tonight?
No.
Can you give me the dates again for your lives?
Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday.
But
right.
I'm not going on tonight.
Tuesday and Thursdays. Because the best days for me is when my wife works, and that would be Sundays and Tuesdays. But you're not going on live tonight, so no tonight. Okay.
Didn't go live on Sunday either. I can talk to you about offline if you want, but I'm not here.
Okay. Sounds good. We got about just a couple more minutes left here. Let's see, there was something I wanted to touch on. Somebody had said something up here. ABC says, Casey, Amazon has a sale going on. Should I order some green dye for your beard? The answer is negative. My wife will happily take care of me with that. She is quite talented at what she does. Oh, I better end this poll on manual stick drivers. What the hell is going on here? Do you see this, Pantheon? I'm going to end the poll. This is insane.
Uh-oh.
This is insane how many people, 86% of the people watching. You know what this tells me? This tells me something. These are people who want to take control of their lives. I now know between these the two polls that I did today, the diving, 15% of the people out of 200 were watching that were diving certified. 86% of the people out of 136 that voted, 136. These are people who want to take control of their lives. They don't let people tell them what they want to do. They want to be in control of what it is that happens with them.
And these are people that choose to listen to Casey Shaw. It all works together. And I, at the risk of me sounding like I'm kissing ass, I'm telling you, you got a smart group of people who listen, and they know to listen to people like you.
What the hell is going on? 86. I have such a hard time believing this number is 86%. That is so high. Duncan says that means your international audience is bigger than you think. I'm going to copy and paste this into my notes. I normally copy and paste all my polls into my notes so that I can see them later. Just because I like to have the stats. I'm a stats guy, and I just like collecting stats like some people collect toenails. But now I wish I'd kept the other one, and I don't see it. I'll have to go back and see if I can find it if it shows up in the live stream. Oh wait, no, I don't have it. I can't go back far enough. Hopefully I can get it later.
Yucca Fried is trying to take control. He says, "Give me that van." That's funny.
I've had a lot of offers for the van so far, and I'm like, I don't even have it yet. Well, give me a chance to drive it around for a little bit, then I can loan it out. Cassius says it's because we're an older community. I do know for a fact, Cassius, that there is some truth to that. But I don't want to make the assumption that the younger community doesn't want to take control of their lives, because I don't believe that's necessarily true. Duncan says that would be an interesting poll, U.S. or non-U.S. We could do that. I don't have any problem with that poll. But I do know that there's definitely I know for a fact that this community is definitely an older community. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. It just means more wisdom. Speaking of darn, I'll save this for another day because it's time to go. Darn. All right. Well, Pantheon, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it, guys. If you haven't seen Pantheon, he's normally on Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. Not this Tuesday though. But Pantheon has got his own live stream. Check him out. Go to his lives and check him out at night. What time do you normally stream from? 11 to 2? Is that about right, or?
Typically, we kick off around 9 p.m. Pacific, which would be midnight Eastern, and we go till the information's done talking about. Could be an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours. It varies.
Okay. Well, I really appreciate you coming in and talking with me about movies and actors and actresses. It's been a great time.
It's been fun. Thank you very much, Casey. Thanks to everybody in the chat.
Take care, man. I'm going to go ahead and disconnect. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to punch out here for the day. It's been wonderful spending time again with you guys as usual. But it is the end of the day. And with every good day comes an ending. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow is another day. It's my birthday! Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets. Go out and do something fun because you need to be ready for tomorrow. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in estimate.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Can you feel it? See it? Hear it today. If you can't, then it doesn't matter anyway. You will never understand it, cause it happens too fast. And it feels so good, it's like walking on glass. It's so cool, so hip, it's alright. It's so groovy, it's out of sight. It's